Chapter 1792. In the boundless mountains of the southern wasteland, a thunderous sound rang out, alarming all the creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles. A powerful force fluctuated between heaven and earth. In the mountains, the experts who were searching for Gu Fei immediately rushed up to the sky and looked towards the direction of the fluctuation. They were incomparably nervous. It's him. This was the aura of Gu Fei. Everyone recognized it. Gu Fei's power was erupting. The fluctuation of his true force was vast and mighty, shocking everyone to the extreme. How is this possible? He actually managed to recover his Yuan Qi so quickly. At this time, everyone knew what had happened. Gu Fei had recovered his true Qi. He no longer hid, because it didn't matter even if these people who were chasing him sensed his existence. Some people wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's weakened state to eliminate this great trouble. However, at this time, everyone knew that it was too late. Gu Fei had recovered his true Qi. That was a powerful semi-saint martial artist. Who would dare to provoke him? Some people immediately retreated after sensing Gu Fei's aura. At this time, Gu Fei wasn't someone they could contend with. If they went up, they would only be courting death. Finally appeared. A voice sounded in the mountains. A war chariot rolled across the sky. The powerful devil might caused the heavens and earth to tremble. On top of the war chariot stood a devil shadow, holding a devil spear in his hand. This great devil directly drove the war chariot towards the southern wasteland. At the same time, several shocking auras also erupted from other regions. There were also powerful existences rushing towards the region where Gu Fei was at. This old man better not get involved in this muddy water. In the mountains, an old daoist wearing a daoist robe stood on top of a mountain peak, looking at the southern wasteland in front of him. In the depths of his turbid eyes, a light flickered. The old daoist watched for a while, then turned around and left. At this time, the cave Gu Fei was in had already collapsed, and even the cliff had exploded. Endless primal chaos energy wrapped around a figure. Beams of primal chaos divine light flickered. It was a huge primal chaos sphere that was completely condensed from primal chaos essence chi. On the surface of the primal chaos sphere, primal chaos Dao patterns were faintly visible. They were 9 chaotic Dao markings. These 9 chaotic Dao markings seemed to contain all the truths in the world, and they emanated the aura of the grand Tao that was profound and unfathomable. Master has finally recovered. Jiyu Zhong and He Tian stood on top of a barren mountain in the distance. They were incomparably excited. Gu Fei had finally stepped into the semisage realm. His realm had completely stabilized and his martial body had also transformed and become even more powerful. With 9 primal chaos Dao runes imprinted on his body, Gu Fei's martial body had officially transformed into a chaos martial body. Furthermore, he had already taken a small step on the chaos martial body. As long as he could cultivate the chaotic martial body to the large success realm, he would be able to break the shackles of heaven and earth and achieve the great Tao of the martial saint. Martial saint, this was a name that had not appeared for countless years. The primal chaos ball had condensed a terrifying power. This kind of power rippled over a radius of tens of thousands of miles, shaking the heaven and earth in all directions. Countless living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were trembling in fear. It's Gu Fei. At this time, all the experts in the southern wasteland had sensed it. Even some of the old antiques who were still in a deep sleep were startled awake. From the ancestral lands of the 4 major ancient clans of the southern wasteland, the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise, divine senses rushed out and swept towards the location where Gu Fei was. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in all directions crazily gathered towards Gu Fei. The primal chaos ball that was condensed from the essence of the primal chaos was constantly flickering, like a huge beating heart. Rumble. The void trembled as a strand of saint's aura shook the heavens. Gu Fei had successfully taken the most crucial step, becoming a half-step saint. This was something that had never happened in countless years. With the word saint attached to it, one would become different from the masses, possessing some of the characteristics of a saint. This was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, becoming a dragon after leaping over the dragon gate. The current Jiu Fei was no longer a fish, but neither was he a dragon. He could only be considered as a half-dragon because he had yet to truly leap over the dragon gate. Even so, there were only a few people in the human realm who could be a match for Jiu Fei. Boom! Just as Jiu Fei was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, a muffled sound came from the distance. A war chariot shrouded in demonic energy came crashing down from the sky, rapidly approaching Jiu Fei. A powerful demonic aura appeared between the heaven and earth. Demons. Seeing the war chariot shrouded in demonic energy, He Tian and Jiu Zhong couldn't help but change their expressions. Courting death. He Tian was about to soar into the sky to meet the demons head-on. However, at this moment, a huge hand appeared in the sky, slapping towards the war chariot. The palm force shook the heavens and earth. Bam! The war chariot immediately exploded. The demon shadow on the war chariot soared into the sky, wanting to escape. However, under the envelopment of this huge hand, this great demon had no chance to escape at all. Roar! The great demon shadow roared. At this moment of life and death, this great demon unleashed his full strength, wanting to break through the huge hand and escape. A blood-red light rushed out from the great demon shadow's hand. A blood-dripping demon spear manifested a powerful might. The Dao runes on the demon spear were constantly awakening. This great demon shadow was activating the demon spear in his hand regardless of the price. The power of the demon spear soared as a demon saint's power erupted from the demon spear. However, all of this seemed to have been predestined. The huge hand was like the hand of the heavens, destroying everything. The demon spear was sent flying away, disappearing into the distance. Bam! As the huge hand descended, that great demon was directly smashed into pieces. In an instant, his body and soul were destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. Seeing this scene, Jiu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was too domineering, wasn't it? He killed a great demon at the half-saint realm with a single slap. This combat strength was too monstrous. One must know that that was a great demon at the half-saint realm. A great demon at the half-saint realm was truly invincible within the same realm. Just now, it was Jiu Fei who attacked from within the primal chaos light sphere. The moment he attacked, he killed a great demon at the half-saint realm, displaying his invincible combat strength. What a powerful martial artist. Some of the experts who had just arrived just happened to see this scene. All of them stopped and watched, not daring to act rashly. Right now, Jiu Fei was no longer an ant that they could slaughter. Buzz. The void trembled as a divine arrow shot over from the horizon, directly shooting towards the primal chaos light sphere that Jiu Fei was in. Jiu Fei's might wasn't enough to intimidate everyone. Chapter 1793. Jiu Fei was still absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but someone had already made a move against him. Swoosh. The void trembled and a divine arrow was shot from the sky, directly piercing through Jiu Fei in the chaotic light ball. There were Dao runes circling around the divine arrow. This was a divine arrow that carried the law of the Great Path. Jiu Fei did not make a move to stop it. Instead, he allowed the divine arrow to pierce through the primal chaos divine light and into the primal chaos light sphere. The divine arrow's powerful energy did not erupt. The chaotic light ball vibrated and countless chaotic lights quickly converged and were devoured by Jiu Fei's half-saint martial body. Soon, the huge chaotic light ball disappeared and all the chaotic energy was devoured by Jiu Fei's martial body. A figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw Jiu Fei's figure. They saw that the divine arrow that had been shot into the primal chaos sphere was actually caught between the index and middle fingers of Jiu Fei's right hand. This was an arrow that contained the law of the Great Path. It was extremely powerful. Even a half-saint would not be able to catch it with 2 fingers so easily. Buzz. The divine arrow vibrated and wanted to break free from Jiu Fei's hand. However, Jiu Fei's fingers were like 2 ancient divine mountains. It was difficult to move. Jiu Fei's cold eyes swept across the sky. There was a figure standing there. He stretched out his left hand and used the middle finger of his left hand to flick the body of the divine arrow. The divine light on the divine arrow immediately dimmed. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the arrow. The Tao runes on it were damaged. Then, the divine arrow shattered. "Eat another arrow of mine." A loud shout came from the distant sky. The figure standing in the sky drew his bow and narked an arrow. The endless spiritual energy of the world immediately gathered towards the person, bow, and arrow in a frenzy. What a fierce person. He actually dared to attack Jiyu Fei at this time. There were many people watching nearby. They couldn't help but be shocked. Who was that person in the sky? He actually dared to challenge Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei did not make a move. He let that person gather energy. Roar! In the blink of an eye, that person had completely drawn the divine bow. The endless heaven spirit chi that had gathered towards the divine arrow. Profound runes appeared on the divine arrow on the bowstring, and it gave off a dazzling divine light. This was a heaven-shaking power. This arrow could definitely injure a half-step saint. Come on. Jiyu Fei stood under the sky. His eyes were calm and deep. At his level of cultivation, there were very few people who could threaten his life. He wanted to test just how powerful a half-step martial sage realm martial body was. Humph. The man sneered and let go of the bowstring in his right hand. Ting. With a bang, the divine arrow on the bowstring immediately turned into a beam of divine light. It soared thousands of meters into the sky and shot towards Jiyu Fei. This arrow was incomparably powerful. The light of the divine arrow was like a divine rainbow that tore through the sky and pierced through the void. In an instant, it had already shot in front of Jiyu Fei. Buzz. The void around Jiyu Fei vibrated. Then, a ball of chaotic divine light rushed out from his body and enveloped Jiyu Fei. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the chaotic divine light. Boom! The divine arrow transformed into an arrow of light and shot directly at the layer of primal chaos chi around Jiyu Fei's body. It was as if 100,000 ancient divine mountains were crashing towards Jiyu Fei at an extreme speed. A large portion of the void around Jiyu Fei was annihilated by the impact of the powerful force. However, Jiyu Fei was like an immortal divine mountain. He did not retreat at all and completely blocked the power of the arrow. The divine arrow hit the chaotic chi, but it only pierced the arrowhead and could not move forward another inch. Just SOSO. Jiyu Fei threw a punch at the divine arrow in front of him. The divine arrow was immediately shattered by his punch. At this time, Jiyu Fei's expression changed. The person with the divine bow had actually escaped. Preposterous, Jiyu Fei was furious. However, he could not do anything. After that person shot that shocking arrow, he immediately tore through the void and teleported to some unknown place. However, Jiyu Fei had already remembered this person's aura. If they met again, this person would not be so lucky. The battle that everyone was anticipating did not break out. The spectators in the nearby area did not make a move, and Jiyu Fei's enemies immediately retreated. Jiyu Fei had already fully recovered his vitality. At this moment, even a quasi-sage level knight might not be able to suppress this semi-sage martial body which could be said to be unrivaled among the same level. When the few forces that had enmity with Jiyu Fei received the news, they were all terrified. The desolate Zhao clan, Dongfang clan, as well as the Beitang clan, these three major forces' disciples immediately evacuated from the southern wasteland. That little guy has really promoted to a semi-sage level knight. An old voice drifted from the residents of the powerhouses of Dongfang clan in Dragon Emperor City. Some people were sitting in a pavilion. The pavilion was surrounded by small bridges and flowing water. Flowers, grasses, and trees were decorating the rockery. Birds were chirping on the twigs, which looked tranquil. There were not too many such tranquil courtyards in Dragon Emperor City. That guy has really grown up. An old man in cyan let out a deep sigh in the pavilion. Although Dongfang clan was powerful, Jiyu Fei was not weak. Dongfang clan was in trouble. Two ancestors, before the human emperor's seal is sent back to our ancestral land, how about we get rid of this trouble with it? A young cultivator suggested to the two old men in front of him. Everyone knew that Dongfang clan had the human emperor's seal. In the virtual sky world not long ago, This human emperor's seal displayed its shocking power. After arousing the power of his bloodline, with the help of the human emperor's seal, Join Ancient Semisage could even be on par with Ghost Emperor Fengju. This method won't work. My vitality has not recovered yet. The black-robed old man frowned. This old man was Join Ancient Semisage. His vitality had been damaged in the battle in the virtual sky world. It would not be easy for him to recover. Then what should we do? Do we just let that Gu Fei continue to grow? The young cultivator asked. We'd better wait and see. We're not the only ones who want to kill that Gu Fei, the Star Ancient Semisage said. It was not that they didn't want to take action, but they couldn't because their vitality had been damaged in the battle in the virtual sky world. Although the young cultivator was unwilling, he had to accept this reality. Chapter 1794. The news that Gu Fei had promoted to a semisage level knight had long spread across Dragon Emperor City. In the early evening, Dragon Emperor City was still very boisterous. On one side of the avenue of Dragon Emperor City, there was a high-rise pavilion, which was much higher than all the neighboring pavilions. On the door of this pavilion, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Drunken Immortal Residence. I've not imagined that he could promote to a semisage level knight. A sigh drifted from the 9-story pavilion of Drunken Immortal's residence. Zhongli Meng was the spokesperson of Zhongli clan. In Dragon Emperor City, she was smooth and slick. Even the rising talents of the 4 ancient clans had to show respect to her. Although such a fairy didn't cultivate any earth-shaking battle skill or ability, she had the entire Zhongli clan on her back. In South Wilderness, although Zhongli clan was not particularly powerful, its force was deeply rooted in South Wilderness. Its background was far more profound than what it looked like. I have to get his martial body's true blood. Another voice sounded out. It was the voice of a man, and he sat in front of Zhongli Meng. His face was hidden in the shadows, and under the dim light, no one could see his face clearly. Elder brother, do you want to? Zhongli Meng was moved by his words. I only need a few kinds of true blood to form the most powerful battle body. The man said these words. Nobody knew about the background of Zhongli clan. Nobody even knew the origin of Zhongli clan. They only knew that Zhongli clan appeared at the same time as the 4 ancient clans. The fact that the Zhongli clan was able to survive since the ancient times and not be buried in the long river of history was sufficient to show how extraordinary the Zhongli clan was. It's not easy to get Gu Fei's true blood. Zhongli Meng murmured. Besides Zhongli Meng and her elder brother, many people in Dragon Emperor City were thinking about Gu Fei. Nobody dared despise a semisage level knight, especially a semisage level knight. Cyan Dragon, he's not qualified to be the current Cyan Dragon of Cyan Dragon clan anymore. Many powers of Cyan Dragon clan were gathering in the Mage's mansion of Dragon Emperor City, including some old guys who had woken up from deep sleep. In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, a white-haired old man said. There was a person sitting on the throne at the center of the hall. Dragon Chi revolved around that person, and his blood chi was exuberant. He was the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. It's not up to you to decide who can become the current Azure Dragon of our Azure Dragon clan. The other old man and the white-haired old man stood opposite each other. It seemed like the Azure Dragon race was not united. He has lost the power of his bloodline. How can he be qualified to be the Azure Dragon? To become the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan, the strength of one's bloodline was very important. In fact, it was so important that it could decide which of the clan's younger generation would become the Azure Dragon. The elders below spoke one after another, arguing until their faces turned red. In fact, these people only had one goal, and that was to get the person they supported to take the seat. The Azure Dragon clan was divided into a few factions. These people all had the support of the younger generation. The current Azure Dragon was a member of the clan leader's bloodline. His bloodline was pure, and his bloodline was the strongest among the younger generation. The other factions had no objections to him becoming the Azure Dragon. However, that day when the Azure Dragon fought with Gu Fei, he had lost the power of his bloodline. Now, what he had to face was not pressure from Gu Fei, but pressure from his own clan. Within the Azure Dragon clan, There were many people who wanted to pull the Azure Dragon down from his throne. Have you all said enough? The Azure Dragon in the main hall spoke. Those elders were very unhappy. However, they were not willing to publicly fall out with the Azure Dragon. One must know that the Azure Dragon was still the Azure Dragon now. He had a high status in the clan. The Azure Dragon swept his gaze across the crowd below. If you want to sit on my seat, you'll have to show some strength. The Azure Dragon said coldly. As long as someone defeats me, this seat will be his. The Azure Dragon's meaning was very simple. If they wanted to pull him down, they would have to challenge him and defeat him. Only then would they have the qualifications to become the Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. The title of Azure Dragon was the goal of the younger generation of the Azure Dragon clan. Everyone wanted to obtain this title, but there was only one person who could obtain this title. Mitch, this is very good. At this moment, a voice rang out in the main hall. A young man walked in from outside. Wu Sang, it's you. When the Azure Dragon saw this person, he couldn't help but be shocked. This person only had one eye. His right eye was only left with a hole, and there was a hideous scar on the right side of his face. You still recognize me? Wu Sang's single eye shot out rays of light. Streams of true dragon chi revolved around him, and the image of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. You've returned. Azure Dragon was very surprised. This Wu Sang was once a strong opponent of his. During the fight for the title of Azure Dragon, he had fought with Azure Dragon for 3 days and 3 nights before being defeated in the end. In order to defeat you, I've cultivated hard for hundreds of years. Now it's time for me to take back everything that belongs to me. Wu Sang's battle intent surged. He stared at Azure Dragon and his body shook. A powerful bloodline power awakened in his body, and the image of a dragon rushed out of his body. Do you really think I don't exist? At this moment, an old voice was heard. An old man sitting in the first seat below Azure Dragon opened his eyes. Hearing this person speak, the others couldn't help being startled. This person had quite the background. Even Wu Sang, who had wanted to attack the Azure Dragon aggressively, withdrew his aura and bowed respectfully to the old man. Greetings, Azure Dragon. Wu Sang didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of this old man. Because this old man was Azure Dragon of the previous generation. He was a legendary figure of the Azure Dragon clan. He had been in power for nearly 10,000 years and had fought bloody battles. He was almost at the threshold of becoming a sage. He was an unparalleled powerhouse who was even more powerful than a sage to be. If it weren't for the fact that he was born at the wrong time and the Dharma of heaven and earth had changed greatly in his era, he might have long become a sage. 3 months later, at the ancestral land of our clan, the two of you will have a fight. The one who wins will get the title of Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon took a look at the current Azure Dragon and then at Wu Sang. Nobody dared to object to his words. Very well, let's do that. The other old men nodded in agreement. It was very fair. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. If the current Azure Dragon couldn't defeat the old man, he would not be qualified to have the title of Azure Dragon anymore. When Azure Dragon was facing the challenge of his former opponent, Ji Yufei and the others had already left the mountain and arrived at the vicinity of Dragon Emperor City. Boss, are we going to have a big fight this time? He Tian rubbed his palms. He had long disliked those people. At this moment, they still had the chance to take revenge. You take the lead. Ji Yufei threw a glance at him. He Tian immediately became silent. He didn't want to be the vanguard. After all, Dragon Emperor City definitely didn't lack semi-sage level powerhouses, even quasi-sage level powerhouses. He was not Ji Yufei, who was unrivaled among his peers. Uncle Master He, what's wrong with you? Ji Yuzhong asked as he watched He Tian with a faint smile. You brat, how dare you make fun of your Uncle He? He Tian was afraid of Ji Yufei, but he wasn't afraid of Ji Yuzhong. He kicked out, wanting to make Ji Yuzhong tumble. However, Ji Yuzhong was extremely quick-witted and dodged with a flash. Alas, you brat, He Tian wanted to chase after him. However, Ji Yufei stopped him at this moment. Well, Go inside and check whether Zhao clan and Dongfang clan are still in the city. Ji Yufei didn't intend to let go of Zhao clan and Dongfang clan. He wanted to practice his skills on them. Now that they had become his enemies, he would never let them go. Fine. He Tian nodded unwillingly, however, he still went inside. On a mountain peak outside Dragon Emperor City, Ji Yufei and Ji Yuzhong were waiting. They had to figure out the situation in Dragon Emperor City before making the next move. They had to be careful, because Dragon Emperor City was not ordinary. This time, the moment Ji Yufei arrived at Dragon Emperor City, he had sensed some special qi, which made him feel threatened. An unrivaled figure was in Dragon Emperor City. After 2 hours, He Tian came back with the news in Dragon Emperor City. I've not imagined that people of Dongfang clan are so afraid of death. They escaped away. Ji Yufei and Ji Yuzhong were both shocked. Dongfang clan was their primary target, however, they escaped away. Therefore, they could only deal with them in the future. According to the news brought by He Tian, they knew that people of Zhao clan in remote antiquity were still in the city. Someone in Zhao clan in remote antiquity is still my enemy. Previously, Ji Yufei thought that the animosity between him and the immortal girl of Zhao clan had come to an end. However, it was just his naive thought. Many powerhouses of Zhao clan in remote antiquity were killed by Ji Yufei. All of them were supported by someone. Their relatives couldn't wait to tear Ji Yufei apart. Many people in Zhao clan in remote antiquity wanted to kill Ji Yufei. However, as Ji Yufei had promoted to a semi-sage level knight, those people in Zhao clan in remote antiquity had to behave themselves. It was very difficult for them to kill Ji Yufei unless they used an imperial immortal weapon. Someone saw the immortal girl of remote antiquity in Dragon Emperor City. He Tian's eyes shone. The immortal girl of Zhao clan, as a god's favored one, she must have a lot of rarities. That woman is very powerful. You'd better not target her. Ji Yufei had fought the immortal girl of remote antiquity, therefore, he was clear about her battle strength. She was definitely an unrivaled powerhouse. Even He Tian might not be able to defeat her. It's time to go there. Chapter 1795. The people of Dongfang clan had already left Dragon Emperor City and returned to the ancestral court of the East Domain. Ji Yufei couldn't settle accounts with these people for the time being. The people of Buddhism sect in West Earth had also left. They were afraid that Ji Yufei would settle accounts with them after he became a semisage. Therefore, they all returned to Spirited Mountain in West Earth and made preparations in advance. The resentment between Buddhism sect and Ji Yufei couldn't be resolved. It was essentially different from that of Zhao clan in remote antiquity. The resentment between Buddhism sect and Ji Yufei was too deep. The old monk Heavenly Law had tried to kill Ji Yufei several times in Thousandfold Buddha Heaven. How could Ji Yufei let go of such a deep resentment? Furthermore, Ji Yufei had killed the third arhat of a highly respected Buddhist elder not long ago. As Ji Yuzhong was Ji Yufei's disciple, of course Ji Yufei would be responsible for this. The East Domain and West Earth were too far away from the South Wilderness. Even if there were teleportation arrays, it would take a lot of time. Ji Yufei didn't want to settle accounts with the two major forces so soon. However, there was one thing that Ji Yufei had to do. At dawn, Ji Yufei and the others entered 100,000 mountain range again. At this moment, the 100,000 mountain range was full of vigor. The cries of birds and beasts could be heard everywhere. There were faint clouds and mist lingering between the ridges. It was full of vitality. In fact, there were many places with dense spiritual qi in the 100,000 mountain range, which were suitable for cultivators to live and cultivate. However, there were already two major forces in the 100,000 mountain range. Furthermore, there were many dangers in the 100,000 mountain range. No one knew how many powerful existences were hiding in there. If one was careless, one might lose his life here. Roar. A deafening roar of a beast resounded. In a mountain forest, a demonic ape grabbed the legs of a tiger and tore it into two halves. On another mountain peak, a golden eagle with a wingspan of over 30 meters was grabbing a huge snake that was over 30 meters long with its sharp golden claws. It was pecking at the brain of the huge snake. This most primitive and bloody scene was constantly happening in this mountain range. These were the two most common things that Jiyu Fei and the others had encountered. The fierce beasts and birds in the 100,000 mountain range were much more powerful than those in the outside world. It should be noted that the weak would be eliminated in the 100,000 mountain range. Only the strong could survive. Jiyu Fei and the others didn't care about it, nor did they intervene. They directly headed towards the Ju clan of the remote antiquity. The Ju clan of the Desolate clan was a very special clan among the desolate clans in the human realm. This clan's ancestral ground was in the 100,000 mountains. The Ju family of the remote antiquity was a neighbor of the demon race, and they were also a force that prevented the demon race from entering the southern wasteland. This family had once produced an invincible Ren Huang. Their heritage was not inferior to that of other families of the remote antiquity. This family had been guarding this place for a long time, constantly fighting against the Devil clan in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. This is the ancestral court of the Ju clan of the ancients. 3 figures appeared at the top of a mountain peak and looked at the area in front of them. The mountains in front of them were winding and lush with trees. Each of the trees was over 300 meters tall. Some of the trees were even hundreds of meters tall. The huge canopies of the trees covered an area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. There were birds flying above the canopies and dragons roaming the mountains. This was a place where spiritual chi gathered. There must be ancestral veins under the ground. Another land of dragons. All the good places in the world have been taken by these people. He Tian's eyes turned red again when he saw the area in front of him. The towering mountains were like dragons lurking above the ground. There were only a few places like this in the entire human world. The heritage of the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan is not something that ordinary forces can compare with. Jiyu Zhong was amazed. Only the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan that had produced invincible Renhuangs could have such a place. Ordinary factions would not be able to truly possess such a spirit land, and it would only bring them great disaster. This was because even more powerful factions would try to take it from them. There was no logic to this at all. A land of soaring dragons was enough to make all powers go crazy. One had to know what it meant for a great sect to possess such a land. It was not a coincidence that these ancient powers that had produced Renhuangs were able to continue to pass down their lineage. Moreover, in every era, there would be 1 or 2 unparalleled figures. Cultivating in such a place was definitely much faster than cultivating in those caves. Moreover, living in such a place would allow one to be nourished by the spiritual chi of the ancestral earth veins day and night. Over time, one's physique would also change. Shua. Just then, a figure dashed out from the soaring dragonland and quickly arrived at the top of the mountain where Jiyu Fei and the others were. It was obvious that the arrival of Jiyu Fei's group had caught the attention of the Ju clan of the primordial era. Who are you? Why have you come here? The person was a middle-aged cultivator with a gentle demeanor. At first glance, he looked like a teacher in a village. It was as if he was not a cultivator at all. However, this was only the appearance of the middle-aged cultivator. In fact, this middle-aged cultivator was extremely powerful. Not many cultivators below the half-sage realm would be his match. I am Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei had no need to hide his identity, thus he revealed his background. What? The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed immediately. You are Jiyu Fei. The middle-aged cultivator sized up Jiyu Fei with glittering eyes. He knew Jiyu Fei's name. During this period of time, there was not a single cultivator in the entire southern wilderness who did not know Jiyu Fei's name. Jiyu Fei's name was too famous, causing the middle-aged cultivator to lose his composure. I am. Jiyu Fei said. Why are you here? Our Ju clan has no feud with you. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked after hearing that this young cultivator was Jiyu Fei. Why did this madman come to the Ju clan's ancestral ground? The middle-aged cultivator felt uneasy. Crack. The middle-aged cultivator crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Jiyu Fei glanced at his right hand and couldn't help but smile. Who dares to invade my Ju clan? As soon as the middle-aged cultivator crushed the jade talisman in his hand, A loud roar came from the place in front of him. A shocking murderous intent appeared between the heaven and earth. You want to fight? Ji Yufei did not move, but his eyes were sharp like the edge of a blade as he stared at the place in front of him. Swoosh! At that moment, a figure rushed out from the place in front of them. A violent wave of energy spread out. It was a tall figure that looked like a god of war. Ah, you dare to invade my Zhu clan? You are courting death. Chapter 1796. The arrival of Ji Yufei's group made the people of the Zhu clan of the primordial dynasty extremely nervous. As the middle-aged cultivator crushed the talisman, a man who looked like a god of war charged out from the ancestral ground of the Zhu clan. He swung the black iron rod in his hand and swung it down at Ji Yufei's head. As the rod swung down, an astral wind swept down from the sky. The mountain where Ji Yufei's group was at was instantly filled with sand and pebbles. The trees around Ji Yufei and the others were uprooted and then crushed by the biting cold astral winds in the void, sending debris flying in all directions. The astral wind continued to rage. Ji Yufei's group had no intention of retreating. Roar! The man let out an angry roar that shook the mountains. He held the black iron rod tightly with both hands and swung it down with all his might. The extremely violent force shook the sky and the sky. Whoosh! Wherever the black iron rod passed, a pitch-black spatial crack would be torn open in the void. If one were to be hit by this rod, even a mountain would be smashed into pieces. The power of this rod made even the middle-aged cultivator's expression change as he backed away. Bang! The black rod swung down. What? The big man was shocked to the extreme. The staff he struck out with all his strength was actually blocked by a single hand. The violent power was unable to shake that person in the slightest. A large hand firmly grasped the black iron rod. Blood seeped out of the hands of the burly man that were gripping the black iron rod tightly. His wrists were broken, and blood dripped down along the black iron rod. The middle-aged cultivator was also shocked at this scene. He knew very well the strength of this mountain. This man was a battle immortal. His combat ability was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. However, this young cultivator caught the black iron rod that the battle immortal had swung down with all his might with just one hand. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Ji Yufei grabbed the black iron rod with one hand and revealed a sneer on his face. I mean no harm. I'm only here to ask something. He didn't let go of the black iron rod. His voice was extremely calm. At his level of cultivation, he had nothing to fear even if he were to face an ancient desolate power. Even if his opponent used a Renhuang divine weapon, he might not be able to threaten his life. Roar! The burly man roared again and again as he tried to pull the black iron rod out of Ji Yufei's hand. However, Ji Yufei's hand did not budge at all. No matter how hard the battle immortal tried, even if he used all his strength, it was useless. At this moment, this war immortal finally understood how strong and terrifying his opponent was. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. This Ji Yufei's battle prowess was truly terrifying. Since you don't have any ill intentions, how about we just let it go? The middle-aged cultivator walked over. At this moment, he realized that Ji Yufei's reputation was well-deserved. In fact, he was even stronger than he had expected. A successful martial body was truly powerful. It was probably invincible among those of the same level. This tall battle immortal was a battle maniac nurtured by the Zhu clan of the Desolate Era. He lived by fighting and protected the Zhu clan of the Desolate Era. However, such a powerful battle immortal, in his opponent's eyes, was probably no stronger than an ant. Ji Yufei swung his right hand that was holding onto the black iron rod. The battle immortal, along with the black iron rod, flew out and fell into the soaring dragon field. Brother Ji Yu, sorry for not coming out to greet you. At this moment, a few silhouettes walked out from the soaring dragon field. The one leading them was a young cultivator wearing a golden crown. Judging from his appearance, this cultivator was only in his 20s. However, everyone knew that in the world of cultivation, one could not judge a person's age based on their appearance alone. Ji Yufei was startled when he saw the young cultivator. He had never seen this person before. Since when did the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era produce someone like this? He sensed an extremely powerful ripple of energy from this young cultivator. The young man quickly arrived at the mountain where Ji Yufei and the others were. "You can leave now," the young man said to the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator quickly nodded and left. Brother Gu's name is truly well known among Emperor Zhu. You truly live up to your reputation. Emperor Zhu seemed to be a friendly person. He did not seem to be distant in front of Ji Yufei's group at all. His friendliness made Ji Yufei's group feel a little embarrassed. Emperor Zhu. Ji Yufei fell into deep thought. Was there such a person in the Zhu clan of the Desolate Era? I have been in seclusion and have only come out recently. It is not surprising that Brother Ji Yu has never heard of my name. Emperor Zhu smiled. His face remained smiling. Oh, I see. Ji Yufei's group nodded. No wonder they had never heard of such a person in the Zhu clan of the Desolate Era. It seemed like he had only just started out. I have no ill intentions. I just want to ask something. I will leave after that. Ji Yufei was very direct. He wanted to know one thing. Oh, I don't know what Brother Ji Yu wants to know. I will tell you everything I know, Emperor Zhu said. Buying a favor from Ji Yufei wasn't a bad thing. Then, Ji Yufei asked Emperor Zhu about Guangqing Celestial Sect. He also asked about Li Mengyaro, the little junior martial sister of Guangqing Celestial Sect. The reason why Ji Yufei came here was to know about Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao. Hearing this, Emperor Zhu revealed an unnatural expression on his face. Brother Zhu, do you know about Li Mengyao and junior martial sister Li's current situation? Ji Yufei was a little nervous. After all, he and Li Mengyao had an unclear relationship in the virtual sky world back then. Junior martial sister Li, Brother Ji Yu, hearing that Ji Yufei actually called Li Mengyao junior martial sister, Emperor Zhu's expression became even more colorful. He had just started cultivating and didn't know about the relationship between Ji Yufei and Li Mengyao. In fact, even the higher-ups of the Zhu clan of the Desolate Antiquity would have to investigate for a long time to find out about the relationship between Ji Yufei and Li Mengyao. After all, the three great Dao sects of the human realm had completely declined by this time. Among the three great Dao sects, only Guangqing Celestial Sect still had disciples in the cultivation world. Taishan Sect was destroyed and Shangqing Sect was hidden. There were many people who knew about this history, but not many people knew that Ji Yufei came from Taishan Sect. It's hard to explain the relationship in detail. I just want to know how junior martial sister Li is now. Ji Yufei looked at Emperor Zhu. He wanted to know what he wanted to know from Emperor Zhu's mouth. Li Mengyao? Isn't she the disciple that Grandmaster Ling Yu accepted back then? A middle-aged man standing next to Emperor Zhu said. Where is junior martial sister Li Mengyao? Chapter 1797. Thousands of years ago, the Zhu clan of the Desolate Era produced a woman who specialized in the Tao of the sword. Later on, this woman rose to fame in the human realm and was known as the Sword Immortal. After thousands of years, if that female Sword Immortal didn't die, then her current cultivation would definitely be extremely powerful. The reason why Ji Yufei came to the Zhu clan of the Desolate Era was for Li Mengyao. This woman that he had a special relationship with for a period of time. Even he himself couldn't explain why he couldn't forget about this woman. Even after hundreds of years, Li Mengyao's figure still appeared in Ji Yufei's heart from time to time. He had never truly forgotten about her. Li Mengyao is the inner disciple of the Spirit Moon ancestor. I really can't say for sure about her current situation. Emperor Zhu muttered to himself for a while before saying this. The Spirit Moon ancestor had a special status in the Zhu clan. Even he had only seen her a few times. Li Mengyao was even more mysterious. Ever since she was accepted as the inner disciple of the Spirit Moon ancestor, she never showed her face to anyone. Her face was always covered by a veil. This veil was refined by an expert. Even those with divine eyes wouldn't be able to see through it. In the entire Zhu clan of the Desolate Era, there weren't many who had seen Li Mengyao's true appearance. Even a core disciple like Emperor Zhu hadn't seen her before, let alone others. Where is the cultivation place of Senior Spirit Moon? Ji Fei directly asked about the location of the Spirit Moon ancestor. Clearly, he wanted to pay a visit to this Spirit Moon ancestor. At his level of cultivation, there was nowhere in this world that he couldn't go. The Spirit Moon ancestor's cultivation must have already transcended the mortal realm and entered the divine realm. However, in this human realm where one couldn't enter the divine realm, this senior's cultivation was only at the quasi-sage realm. Ji Fei was very confident that the current him didn't fear the quasi-sage realm. Unless it was an abnormal existence like Ghost Emperor Fengju, no one could truly threaten him. This, Emperor Ju was troubled. As a core disciple of the Ju clan of the Desolate Era, he was very clear about the temperament of the upper echelons of the Ju clan. This Spirit Moon ancestor had been out of the world for many years. Even if some of the outstanding disciples in the clan wanted to meet this ancestral master and ask for her guidance, it was not an easy thing to do, let alone an outsider like Ji Fei. However, Emperor Ju was unwilling to directly reject Ji Fei. One must know that the person in front of him was a martial saint. If there were no accidents, this person would have a martial body of great success. At that time, very few people in the world would be a match for Ji Fei. The great perfection martial body was comparable to a sage and could stand shoulder to shoulder with a sage. Although it was not a martial sage, its combat strength was strong enough to compete with an ordinary sage. Above the large success martial body was the indestructible martial body. If he cultivated the indestructible martial body, no one in the human world would be a match for Ji Fei. Emperor Ju's vision was very far-sighted. If he could befriend such a person, it would definitely be a great boon for the Ju clan of the Desolate Antiquity. Furthermore, even if Ji Fei's martial body could not reach the greater success stage, or even if he was killed, it would not be a loss to the Ju clan. Many thoughts flashed through Emperor Ju's mind. At this time, Ji Fei didn't seem to be in a hurry on the surface, but his heart was beating much faster than usual. This Ju Huang, he was stuttering. He really wanted to punch this guy to the ground. Brother Ji, please wait. Let me go ask. At this moment, Emperor Ju could see that Ji Fei would not leave so easily. Li Mengyaro seemed to be very important to Ji Fei. This did not seem to be a bad thing. After pondering for a while, Emperor Ju made this decision. Wanting to meet the Spirit Moon Patriarch was not an easy thing to do. However, Ji Fei's request could not be ignored. One must know that at this time, if this matter was not handled well, the Ju clan would have one more powerful enemy. Please. Ji Fei did not say much. He knew that with his current cultivation and strength, even the Ju clan of the Desolate Antiquity would not dare to offend him. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. Emperor Ju left quickly. Ji Fei wanted to meet the Spirit Moon Patriarch, but this matter was beyond his ability. Who is Li Mengyaro? At this moment, in the Ju clan of the Desolate Antiquity in the depths of the soaring Dragonland, many old fogies were alarmed. Ji Fei's arrival made them feel threatened. The aura of a half-step saint was very sensitive to these old fogies. He seems to be the disciple that Ling Yu took in a few hundred years ago. Someone in the Ju clan murmured. These people all had high statuses in the Ju clan, belonging to the upper echelons. Every word and action of theirs would attract attention. This person is extremely powerful. His blood and qi are soaring. Could it be the martial body Ji Fei who has been in the limelight recently? Even though these old fogies were in the Ju clan's ancestral land, their divine sense had spread out and they could sense the aura on Ji Fei's body. Ji Fei's name had long resounded throughout the southern wasteland. Even these old fogies knew of the existence of a person like Ji Fei. In particular, the battle between Ji Fei and Azure Dragon not too long ago had alarmed many old fogies to spectate the battle. All of them had witnessed Ji Fei's strength. Even the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan wasn't a match for Ji Fei. Ji Fei had forcibly refined the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. This method had shocked all the ancient human sovereign bloodlines and other bloodlines that had produced supremes. Soon, on a mountain peak in the depths of the Ju clan's ancestral land, a powerful sword aura burst out. It's Ling Yu. What is she doing? The others in the ancestral land were incomparably shocked. They hadn't felt such a powerful sword aura fluctuation for many years. Ancestor Ling Yu was about to make a move. The moment the sword aura fluctuation appeared, divine runes of the Great Tao began to appear in the Zhu clan's ancestral land. A wave of energy enveloped the entire ancestral land. This area of the soaring dragonland was protected by a peerless grand formation. This grand formation should be the handiwork of the ancient human sovereign. Although the ancient human sovereign didn't truly become an invincible extreme saint in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his cultivation and battle prowess could almost compete with extreme supremes. No one in the current era could break a grand formation laid down by such a supreme existence. Even if Ji Yufei had an extreme saint weapon, he probably wouldn't be able to. The Zhu clan is very careful. Seeing this, Ji Yufei couldn't help but glance at the people from the Zhu clan. They were all extremely nervous. Some of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. It should be known that they were facing a madman. Even the Azure Dragon was no match for him. In front of this madman, they were simply ants. Who wants to see my disciple? A cold shout came from the depths of the Zhu clan's ancestral land. A powerful sword aura fluctuation immediately spread out. The temperature of the entire area rapidly dropped under the impact of this sword aura. Chapter 1798. Sword Fairy Ling Yu had come out. She was the only one in the Zhu clan of the ancients who did not cultivate the ancient sovereign's techniques. Instead, she cultivated the way of the sword. Thousands of years ago, Sword Fairy Ling Yu roamed the world with her sword. She was almost invincible in the human world. The sword in her hand could break any spell. Today, thousands of years had passed. Sword Fairy Ling Yu's cultivation must have become even more powerful and terrifying. Who wants to see my disciple? A white figure walked out from the depths of the Zhu clan of the ancients and headed towards the mountain where Ji Yufei and the others were. Behind her was Emperor Zhu. Ji Yufei's arrival caused the people of the Zhu clan of the desolate antiquity to be incomparably nervous. One must know that Ji Yufei's fame in the southern wasteland had overshadowed everyone else. Everyone else's brilliance was just a tiny fluorescent light in front of Ji Yufei. Although the battle between Ji Yufei and the Azure Dragon had to stop because Ji Yufei triggered the heavenly tribulation of the half-saint, the power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline had been destroyed by Ji Yufei. He had already lost. The experts of the Azure Dragon clan knew very well what it meant when the bloodline of a supreme beast was destroyed. It's me. Ji Yufei stood on the mountain and looked straight at the white figure that was rapidly approaching. It was a woman, a young and extremely beautiful woman. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. The woman came to the top of the mountain and stood in front of Ji Yufei. Return to simplicity. Seeing the woman in white, He Tian's pupils constricted. There was not a trace of sword chi on the woman. It was hard to imagine that she was an extremely powerful sword fairy. Her sword chi was completely restrained and did not leak out. She was like a normal cultivator. From her aura, there was no fluctuation that matched that of a sword fairy. Only someone who had reached the return to simplicity realm would have such a situation. The woman in white glanced at He Tian and then looked at Ji Yufei. You are that Ji Yufei. There was no expression on the white-clothed woman's face. Her eyes were incomparably cold, as if she really was a fairy who didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Immortals had to be cultivated to the level of a human. Even half-sages and quasi-sages would experience emotional fluctuations, such as joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Even sages would experience such emotional reactions. However, the woman in front of him gave Ji Yufei the feeling that everything in the world had nothing to do with her. She seemed to be an outsider. How could this be? Ji Yufei had a bad feeling about this. I am Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei looked straight at the white-robed woman. This woman looked very young on the surface, but she had already shaken the world thousands of years ago. She was definitely an old monster. When one's cultivation reached the level of Ling Yu Immortal Sword, it was not difficult to stay young forever. My disciple won't see you. Sword Immortal Ling Yu said this directly. Hearing this, Ji Yufei's heart skipped a beat. Li Mengyaro was really in the Zhu clan of the Desolation era. Furthermore, she had taken this ice-like woman as her master. What if I insist on seeing her? Ji Yufei's expression turned cold. Even though this sword immortal Ling Yu was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to tell who would win. Of course, a sword immortal who had cultivated to the state of returning to simplicity would definitely have terrifying battle prowess. However, a martial half-sage was also an invincible existence within the same level. Brother Ji Yu, let's talk this out. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Emperor Zhu walked up immediately. If these two were to fight, it wouldn't be a good thing. H, I said I won't see her. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. An extremely obscure sword chi rippled out from sword immortal Ling Yue's body. Her eyes lit up as well. She was like a heavenly sword that had just been awakened from its slumber. Very well. Ji Yufei's expression darkened. He took a step forward. Bang! As his right foot stomped on the ground, the entire mountain shook. Since the soft approach didn't work, he would use the hard approach. Seeing this, Emperor Zhu couldn't help but sweat profusely. He wanted to befriend Ji Yufei, but this Grandmaster Ling Yu just had to make things difficult for Ji Yufei. This is the Zhu clan, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Sword immortal Ling Yu said coldly. I'm behaving atrociously. What can you do about it? As Ji Yufei spoke, a shocking aura erupted from his body. A monstrous blood chi surged out from the top of his head. It was as if a huge dragon was circling above his head. Such a powerful blood chi, Emperor Zhu's expression changed. The human race martial physique was indeed extraordinary. Its blood chi was comparable to that of a primordial dragon. The strength of this martial physique was definitely extremely powerful. He Tian and Ji Yuzhong immediately retreated far away. This guy is going to be unlucky. He Tian and Ji Yuzhong didn't have high hopes for sword immortal Ling Yu. They were well aware of Ji Yufei's battle prowess. He could even put up a fight against a demisage. Clang! Just as Ji Yufei released his aura, a sword chime came from sword immortal Ling Yue's body. A shocking sword chi appeared between the heaven and earth. What is Ling Yu doing? An old voice rang out from the depths of the Zhu clan's ancestral grounds. His blood chi is like a dragon. This human race martial physique is incredible. An old antique muttered to himself. Ji Yufei's powerful aura alarmed everyone in the Zhu clan. The grand formation protecting the Zhu clan's ancestral grounds began to activate. The entire Zhu clan's ancestral grounds were soon shrouded in mist that rose from the mountains. Is Ling Yu going to fight against a martial physique? Within the ancestral grounds of the Zhu clan, those old antiques who were awakened seemed to have guessed sword immortal Ling Yue's intentions. She cultivated the Tao of the sword, advancing forward with indomitable will. Now that she had met an opponent as strong as Ji Yufei, it was only natural that she wanted to spar with him. But Ji Yufei didn't want to fight with sword immortal Ling Yu. After all, this woman was Li Mengyao's master. But she was forcing him to fight. Since she wants to fight, let's fight. Ji Yufei had never been afraid of anyone. Even when he was weak, it was the same. If he was truly afraid of someone, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the demisage level. Only by believing that he was invincible could he walk further on the path of cultivation. Ji Yufei was clear about what he needed and what he was pursuing. Only a pure Tao heart could allow him to advance forward with indomitable will. Being invincible wasn't just an empty statement. Good. Your Tao heart is firm. No wonder you could make it this far. Sword immortal Ling Yu stared at Ji Yufei with sparkling eyes. This little fella named Ji Yufei was truly extraordinary. This person really had some sort of connection with her disciple. After Li Mengyaro became sword immortal Ling Yue's disciple, she didn't tell sword immortal Ling Yu about Ji Yufei. Perfect sword heart. You're not bad either. Chapter 1799. Clang. The sound of a sword resonated through the heavens. Sword immortal Spirit Moon was like an unsheathed heavenly sword, emitting sword aura that shook the heavens and earth. On the mountain top, chilling sword aura rampaged. Trees that were struck by the sword aura fell from the sky. She had yet to make her move, but the aura that Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was displaying was terrifying. At this moment, even Emperor Ju retreated far away. No one else dared to get close. "Come on, let me see what you've got." Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was famous thousands of years ago. Ji Fei had only made his debut a few hundred years ago. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon had cultivated for far longer than Ji Fei. In front of her, Ji Fei was just a junior. Tumph Ji Fei coldly harumphed. Facing this icy beauty, he was a little angry. She was too much. He just wanted to see Li Meng Yarrow, that's all. This was not a big deal. "You are a senior. Please." Ji Fei looked at Sword Immortal Spirit Moon. His tone was extremely calm, but his eyes were bright like two lamps. They shone so brightly that it was hard to look at them directly. In the next moment, Sword Immortal Spirit Moon's eyes turned extremely sharp. Swoosh! A beam of sword light shot out from her hand and swept towards Ji Fei's waist. The dazzling sword light was purplish gold in color and contained Tao patterns. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was torn apart. Ding! With a soft sound, Ji Fei reached out with his right hand. His index and middle fingers pressed together and blocked the incoming sword light. The sword fingers and the sword light clashed, letting out a metallic sound. This, Emperor Ju and the others from the Ju clan of the ancients were shocked at this scene. This man was using his flesh and blood to defend against Grandmaster Spirit Moon's sword light. Everyone found it hard to believe, but such an unbelievable thing actually happened in front of their eyes. It was real. Even Sword Immortal Ling Yu was shocked. Her opponent's martial body was truly powerful. It was able to contend against her immortal sword. She had never seen such a powerful body in her life. Shua! The sword light vibrated, and the sword light that had collided with Ji Fei's sword finger suddenly split into countless purple-golden sword lights, surrounding Ji Fei. The sword lights intertwined and formed a sword net. Bang! Ji Fei changed his sword finger into a fist and punched out. A large hole was immediately punched out of the net of swords, and he stepped out of the hole. Heaven-covering palm. Ji Fei did not hold back and immediately used this martial arts battle technique. His right hand turned into a hand that covered the sky. The huge hand filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth as it slammed down towards Sword Immortal Ling Yu. The massive hand encompassed the entire heaven and earth, completely sealing off Sword Immortal Ling Yu's path of retreat. The martial arts and battle skills that Ji Fei displayed were not inferior to those divine abilities and great arts in the slightest. In fact, they were even more powerful. The supreme power was vast and mighty, shaking the heavens and the earth. Buzz! Sword chi vibrated as Sword Immortal Ling Yu displayed her formidable battle strength. Her entire body turned into a divine sword that shot up into the sky, clashing head-on with Ji Fei's heaven-covering palm. She wanted to break through Ji Fei's hand and rush out. Ling Yu lass, she's going all out right from the start. From the Ju clan's ancestral grounds, an old man from the Ju clan was watching the battle from the sidelines. Sword transfiguration. Ji Fei could not help but exclaim in his heart when he saw this. This Sword Immortal Ling Yu had actually cultivated her sword Dao to such a level. This was truly becoming one with the sword. The sword was her, and she was the sword. Even becoming one with the sword is useless. Ji Fei's voice was incomparably calm. He knew that many experts from the Ju clan were watching from the shadows. If he did not display some of his strength, the Ju clan would think that he did not live up to his reputation. Rumble, as the gigantic palm pressed down, the void beneath it began to crumble and disintegrate. 9 primordial Dao patterns appeared on Ji Fei's palm, interweaving with the laws of the great Dao. This was a supreme and invincible martial Dao law. It was like a peerless martial ancestor attacking, capable of destroying everything. Oh no! The appearance of the primordial Dao patterns caused the old men in the Ju clan's ancestral grounds to be shocked. This martial body was incredible. He had already comprehended his own Dao. As long as this Dao reached a certain level, he would be able to become a saint. However, this was extremely difficult. Since ancient times, especially during the late primordial era, no one had ever become a saint. Clang! As Ji Yu Fei's gigantic palm pressed down, the divine sword that shot up into the sky was immediately blocked. The 9 primordial Tao patterns locked the divine sword in place, wanting to suppress it. What? Emperor Ju and the others were all shocked to the extreme when they saw this. This Ji Yu Fei was simply too strong. Even Patriarch Ling Yu's one sword to destroy all was useless against him. Buzz! Sword Immortal Ling Yu transformed into a sword. The divine sword vibrated continuously, wanting to break through Ji Yu Fei's gigantic palm. The dazzling sword light was incomparably scorching, as though it was going to melt the void. Emperor Ju and the others found it hard to look at the divine sword directly. However, no matter how much Sword Immortal Ling Yu activated the sword energy in her body, she was unable to change anything. The 9 primordial Tao patterns seemed to have existed since the ancient times. The aura of the divine Tao coiled around them, displaying a great power. This woman is overestimating herself. Ji Yu Zhong stood in the void and sneered. His master was a martial arts half-saint. No matter what one sword to destroy all was nothing in front of his master. The path of becoming a saint through brute force is truly too domineering. He Tian could not help but sigh. Ji Yu Fei's martial arts and battle techniques were too powerful. His single palm seemed to be able to shatter the entire world. It was terrifying. The battle prowess of Sword Immortals was much stronger than ordinary cultivators to begin with. Sword Immortals had another title, War Immortal. Their offensive power was definitely one of the best amongst all cultivators. However, Sword Immortal Ling Yu was not facing an ordinary cultivator. It was Ji Yu Fei. Boom! Ji Yu Fei's gigantic palm descended, causing the entire mountain to explode. Destructive ripples spread out in all directions. A beam of sword light shot out from the billowing dust. Emperor Ju and the others had no choice but to retreat far away to avoid this destructive power. Have mercy! An old voice rang out from the depths of the Ju family's ancestral grounds. A figure then appeared outside the ancestral grounds of the Ju family. Wah! At that moment, the beam of sword light took on a human form. Sword Immortal Ling Yu fell from the state of one with the sword. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. Ji Yu Fei's attack just now had injured her vitality. This is the legendary martial body. Sword Immortal Ling Yu had made her debut thousands of years ago. However, it was already too late for anyone to become a saint back then. No matter how outstanding she was, she could not cross that threshold. In her era, there was no successful cultivation of a martial body. However, she had heard of the legends of a martial body. The human martial body only cultivated the physical body and not the primordial spirit. It walked the path of becoming a saint through brute force. The physical body was the source of power. When cultivated to the major stage, one would be almost indestructible. If one could truly cultivate the indestructible body, only the extreme Tao Supremes would be able to fight against them. Little friend, you have some tricks up your sleeves. The old man was old and clumsy. He looked like a man with one foot in the grave. However, Ji Yu Fei did not dare to underestimate this old man. He could sense an obscure ripple of power from this old man. This was a peerless figure. Ji Yu Fei knew that if he had not undergone the tribulation of half-sage, he would not have been able to see through this old man. The pressure that this old man gave him was far greater than the pressure that Sword Immortal Ling Yu gave him. Actually, Sword Immortal Ling Yu was not a weakling. It was a pity that she had met him. Old man, I'm only here to see an old friend. What you're doing is a little too much. Ji Yu Fei said calmly. He did not let his guard down just because he had defeated Sword Immortal Ling Yu. The old man's cultivation and strength were definitely not weaker than his. Hihi, it's not a good thing for a young man to be impetuous. The old man laughed. He also felt an immense pressure that he had not felt for many years from this young cultivator. His instincts told him that this young man was very dangerous. Old man, do you want to fight too? Ji Yu Fei was very direct. Things that could not be explained through words could only be solved with fists. Using one's strength to fight was often more effective than using one's mouth to solve a problem. Heart as clear as a mirror, courageous and courageous. Very good. Seeing how straightforward Ji Yu Fei was, The old man could not help but look up to him a little more. People like this would not change their minds once they had made up their minds. This kind of straightforward nature was also a manifestation of the Tao heart. Only people like this could cultivate the most difficult skills. Their will was incomparably firm, fearless of all obstacles, and courageously. You're destined to be disappointed this time. At this moment, Sword Immortal Ling Yu walked over. She looked at Ji Yufei and said these words. Greetings, old granduncle. Sword Immortal Ling Yu bowed to the old man. This old man had a frightening background. Even Sword Immortal Ling Yu had to address him as old granduncle. This old man was definitely a super antique. One had to know that Sword Immortal Ling Yu's status in the Zhu clan was high enough. But even she had to be respectful in front of this old man. What did you say? Hearing this, Ji Yufei's sword-like eyebrows immediately straightened and his eyes flickered. I said that you're destined to be disappointed this time. Sword Immortal Ling Yu's voice was extremely cold. You. Ji Yufei's expression changed. Did something happen to Li Mengyaro? He unconsciously took a step forward. Young friend, calm down. The old man was afraid that Ji Yufei would attack Sword Immortal Ling Yu, so he also took half a step forward. One had to know that this person was a martial half-sage. Once he attacked, it would definitely be a thunderous attack. Sword Immortal Ling Yu might be strong, but she was definitely not a match for this young cultivator. My disciple is currently in a life-and-death seclusion. If you want to destroy her body and soul, you'll have to alert her. Sword Immortal Ling Yu said. Li Mengyaro is in a life-and-death seclusion. Ji Yufei was shocked. Life-and-death seclusion wasn't a normal seclusion. It was a secret art that allowed one to wander between life and death. Chapter 1800. The fact that Li Mengyaro was in a life-and-death state surprised Ji Yufei. One should know that ordinary cultivators wouldn't do something like this. Only those cultivators who had reached a dead end and had no choice but to go back and take the risk. Judging from Sword Immortal Spirit Moon's demeanor, Ji Yufei knew that Sword Immortal Spirit Moon's words couldn't be false. Someone like Sword Immortal Spirit Moon would never lie. Li Mengyaro is really in a life-or-death situation. The old man spoke. Master, this, Ji Yuzhong and He Tian were stunned. They didn't think this would be the result. The person Ji Yufei was looking for was in the Zhu clan, but he couldn't see her. Brother Ji Yu, if you are worried about your old friend, why don't you stay at the Zhu clan and wait for her to come out? Emperor Zhu wanted to befriend Ji Yufei because he could see Ji Yufei's potential. Since they couldn't become enemies, they could only become friends. That was the wisest choice. The old man and Sword Immortal Ling Yu nodded at Emperor Zhu's behavior. The Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan had suffered greatly at the hands of Ji Yufei. One should know that the foundation of the two great clans was not inferior to the primordial Zhu clan. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhu. Ji Yufei cupped his hands at Emperor Zhu and said, see you again. He turned and left. He wasn't in a good mood. There was no point in staying here. He wouldn't be able to see Li Mengyaro in the end. Sigh, Brother Ji Yu. Emperor Zhu wanted to stop Ji Yufei, but Ji Yufei was already 100 miles away. Even the old man and Sword Immortal Ling Yu couldn't help but be moved by such speed. Even they didn't have such speed. It was no wonder that the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family were at a disadvantage against Ji Yufei. Ji Yuzhong and He Tian chased after Ji Yufei. The outcome of this trip to the Zhu clan of the Desolate Era made Ji Yufei a little unhappy. However, the Zhu clan of the Desolate Era had protected the Guangqing immortal sect for hundreds of years. Especially since Li Mengyaro was the disciple of Sword Immortal Spirit Moon, Ji Yufei really couldn't lose his temper. The 100,000 mountains were incomparably vast. Even a force like the Zhu clan of the ancients only occupied a very small area of the 100,000 mountains. There were many unknown ruins in the mountains. Some ruins could even be traced back to ancient times. There were many unknown secrets buried in the 100,000 great mountains. However, the Myriad Mountains was also a place that was revered in the entire mortal world. Because there were many restricted areas in the mountains that could devour powerful cultivators. The power of the ancient experts' laws wouldn't disappear so easily. Some of the ancient ruins were filled with hidden dangers. Entering those ruins would be life-threatening. Just as Jiu Fei and the others left the Zhu clan of the desolate antiquity, a group of explorers who had entered the 100,000 Mountains were walking through a mountain ridge that had yet to be discovered. "Boss, how much longer until we reach that place?" A young cultivator in black armor asked the leader of the group. This was an expedition team composed of 12 people. Expeditions made up of cultivators like this often appeared in dangerous areas like the innumerable mountains. Most of these people were rogue cultivators. It was difficult for them to obtain advanced cultivation techniques, so they could only explore and enter ancient ruins. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient cultivators and become powerful existences. If they were unlucky, their lives would be in danger. Heng Xiong was the leader of this expedition team. He was the one who organized this expedition team. Heng Xiong stopped when he heard this. He reached into his bosom and took out an item wrapped in yellow satin. He carefully opened the package and revealed a scroll made from an unknown beast's hide. Heng Xiong carefully held the scroll and carefully opened it. On the scroll was a topographical map. The map was marked with various names in ancient characters. The others immediately surrounded Heng Xiong when they saw him take out the map. "Look, we just crossed the Great Pond of the Underworld. We'll reach our destination after crossing the Crouching Dragon Ridge." Heng Xiong was a little excited. He had traded this ancient scroll for a piece of scarlet blood divine gold from an old cultivator. Scarlet blood divine gold was a divine material for refining tools that cultivators had been dreaming of for a long time. A piece of scarlet blood divine gold was precious enough to exchange for thousands of kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. However, immortal crystals were basically useless to cultivators like them who had already become immortals. The spiritual energy contained in immortal crystals was too little. An immortal needed to consume too much spiritual qi during cultivation. Unless one occupied a spirit vein, it was absolutely impossible to provide an endless supply of spiritual qi for an immortal to cultivate. Of course, this ancient map was indeed worth a piece of scarlet blood divine gold. In fact, it was even more precious than a piece of scarlet blood divine gold. "There really is a passage to the heavenly realm there," a middle-aged cultivator with fluffy hair said with a trembling voice. The thing they were looking for this time was extraordinary. It was a legendary entrance to the heavenly realm. They wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Everyone knew that the mortal realm and the heavenly realm were not completely separated. At the very least, Ghost Emperor Fengju had a supreme Dao tool that could open the path to the heavenly realm. Back then, during the chaos of the heavenly market, the appearance of the Sky Bridge attracted the most powerful existences in the world to fight for it. In the end, Ghost Emperor Fengju displayed his great power and suppressed the Sky Bridge. Then, he took this supreme Dao tool away. In the eyes of an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengju, it was not the right time to open the passage between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. However, if there really was a passage to the heavenly realm in the 100,000 mountain range, then the entire cultivation world would be shaken. Some old guys would definitely jump out at the first moment. There should be no mistake. Legend has it that the palace of an extreme Dao sovereign fell from the 9th heaven and formed. Heng Xiong was very cautious. This ancient map had been passed down for at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, someone had once entered that broken palace and obtained some fortuitous encounters. The old man who gave the map to Heng Xiong was the descendant of the person who had a fortuitous encounter in the Supreme Palace 10,000 years ago. The Crouching Dragon Ridge is in front. Let's continue. Heng Xiong put away the scroll and continued forward. Although they were immortals, they did not fly in the sky. Instead, they walked step by step on the ground. This was something they had no other choice. There were originally not only 12 of them. A total of 18 people entered the 100,000 mountain range. 6 of them died one after another. 2 of them had inexplicably barged into a valley while flying in the sky. They had triggered an unknown restriction, and were unable to walk out of it. As for the other 4, they were devoured by the hidden monsters in the Great Pond of the Underworld when they were crossing the Great Pond of the Underworld. The Great Pond of the Underworld was a forbidden area in the 100,000 mountain range. Some people said that this was a passage between hell and the mortal realm. There was stagnant water of the underworld gushing out. The monsters here were extremely powerful. Moreover, they relied on the death chi of the underworld to cultivate. As long as they were contaminated by the death chi of these monsters, even immortals would die. Heng Xiong and the others were actually very lucky to be able to survive. Roar. Just as Heng Xiong and the others were heading towards the Crouching Dragon Ridge, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the direction of the Crouching Dragon Ridge. Heng Xiong and the others were shocked. Although they were very far away, the rumbling sound waves still made their blood boil. Those with weaker cultivations already had a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. Everyone was shocked. The power of this roar was too powerful. The mountains were shaking. This was definitely the roar of an extremely terrifying monster. Could it be that the dragon is still here after 10,000 years? Heng Xiong's expression became extremely ugly. The mountain range in front of them was called the Crouching Dragon Ridge for a reason. 10,000 years ago, there was a dragon that resided there. 10,000 years ago, the dragon was already very powerful. Even the person who had a fortuitous encounter in the Supreme Palace did not succeed in taming the dragon. If the dragon was still there after 10,000 years, then the dragon's cultivation would have probably reached a level where it could kill immortals. From the roar, one could tell that the monster had definitely surpassed the immortal realm. What's going on? Ji Yufei was flying in the sky when he suddenly heard a roar from deep in the left side of the mountain range. The place where the roar came from was 10,000 miles away from where he was. Dragon Chi. Then, Ji Yufei's expression turned serious. He stopped and looked in the direction of the roar. He saw bolts of lightning descending from the sky and striking the mountain range below. Someone is going through the tribulation. He Tian and Ji Yuzhong walked over. It seems like the one going through the tribulation isn't human. Ji Yufei frowned. He sensed an extremely weak wave of dragon chi in front of him. He was very familiar with dragon chi after spending so much time with Old Tortoise. The one going through the tribulation really isn't human. At this moment, He Tian also sensed something strange. Come, let's go and take a look. With Ji Yufei's current cultivation, flying in the 100,000 mountain range was not dangerous at all. With his sensitive senses, he could easily capture the slightest wave of power and avoid the dangerous areas. What's going on? Just as Ji Yufei flew in the direction of the dragon chi, the expedition team led by Heng Xiong encountered a great danger. The sky changed color and bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Terrifying roars were heard continuously, and the powerful sound waves shook their minds. Chapter 1801. In the Crouching Dragon Ridge, a serpent dragon was undergoing its tribulation. Rumble, an endless amount of tribulation lightning descended from the sky. The entire area was shrouded in terrifying lightning. The sky above the ridge was filled with dark clouds. These were not ordinary dark clouds, they were tribulation clouds. The power of the heavens and earth was brewing. This was only the beginning. Blinding lightning bloomed in the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Each lightning bolt was as large as a mountain. Fortunately, these lightning bolts only appeared in the tribulation clouds and did not strike down. Roar. The towering dragon shadow in the Crouching Dragon Ridge roared. Its voice shook the 9 heavens and the mountains. It was extremely terrifying. This is the legendary heavenly tribulation of dragon transformation. Heng Xiong and the others stood on top of a mountain. They were all stunned when they saw this scene. They never thought that they would encounter a heavenly tribulation like this. They might not be able to reach their destination in this expedition. If they wanted to enter the dilapidated palace of Supreme Ji Yufei, they would have to cross the Crouching Dragon Ridge. But now, they would be affected by the heavenly tribulation if they were to get close to it, let alone cross the Crouching Dragon Ridge. What should we do? A middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice. Why don't we take a detour? A young cultivator suggested. A detour. Upon hearing this, Heng Xiong's eyes immediately lit up. That's right, they could take a detour. However, the ancient map only indicated that the Crouching Dragon Ridge was the safest path. This way, The risk seems to be too great. A skinny old man voiced out his concern. Yes, the map only indicated that this was the safest path. If they took a detour, they might be able to avoid the heavenly tribulation of dragon transformation. However, no one knew if they would encounter unknown dangers if they deviated from the original path. Although they all had the cultivation and combat strength of an immortal, even an immortal would have to be careful in the 100,000 mountain range. Even an immortal would die if they were to barge into certain dangerous areas. If this serpent dragon successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, we will have nothing to do with it. A cultivator who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. Once a serpent dragon successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, it would become a real godly dragon. This was an extremely important metamorphosis for the flood dragon. This flood dragon's cultivation base and strength had long surpassed the immortal god stage. Once it successfully transformed into a dragon, its cultivation base would probably undergo a huge leap. At that time, the ancient sovereign's ruined palace would be occupied by the flood dragon, and Heng Xiong and the others would have no chance at all. This flood dragon had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years. It was very likely that it also wanted to obtain the peerless divine material from the ancient supreme's ruined palace. The power of the heavenly tribulation continued to condense, and a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the entire world. The powerful energy fluctuations forced Heng Xiong and the others to retreat further away. This is too scary. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The heavenly tribulation of dragonization that the flood dragon had triggered was simply too powerful. The entire world seemed to be pressing down, and the world was filled with an almost suffocating pressure. Let's make a detour. In the end, Heng Xiong and the others could only take a detour. The dragonization heavenly tribulation summoned by the flood dragon was too terrifying. It was not something they could fight against. Since the road ahead was blocked, they could only take a detour. Of course, if they took a detour, they would have to take many unnecessary detours. Moreover, they would also have to face unknown dangers. Everyone's mood was very heavy. In this great world of the mortal realm, although immortals and gods were not everywhere, the number of immortals and gods in the mortal realm was definitely a huge number. In this great world of the human realm, there was no lack of experts. Heng Xiong and the others were independent cultivators. There was no faction behind them that could protect them. This was also the reason why they took the risk to enter the ruined palace of the ancient sovereign. If they could obtain some of the cultivation methods of the ancient sovereign, it would be enough for them to cultivate for the rest of their lives. For independent cultivators, the risk was worth it. Just as Heng Xiong and the others took a detour, the dragonization heavenly tribulation of the old flood dragon in Crouching Dragon Ridge was finally activated. Terrifying lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds with a destructive power. It was only the first wave of the heavenly tribulation, but the 10,000-meter-long shadow of the dragon above the mountain was blasted apart by the power of the lightning. The 10,000-meter-long shadow of the dragon in the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge was not the real body of the old flood dragon. It was merely a shadow formed by the dragon chi released by the old flood dragon. Swoosh! The destructive tribulation thunder swept down from the sky, and a huge mountain was hit by this tribulation thunder. It silently turned into powder and dissipated in the void. Roar! A series of dragon roars came from the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge. The old flood dragon was desperately resisting the heavenly tribulation. This was a crucial moment of life and death for it. As long as it could survive this, it could become a real dragon. The dragonization heavenly tribulation was activated. The power of the heavens and earth shook in all directions. All the living beings in the mountains were trembling in fear. It was as if the end of the world had come. The heavenly tribulation lasted for about 6 hours. The entire Crouching Dragon Ridge was flattened by the lightning. The terrifying power of destruction destroyed an area. With Crouching Dragon Ridge as the center, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles was completely destroyed. Crouching Dragon Ridge became history and no longer existed. Heng Xiong and the others who had taken a detour were stunned by this heavenly tribulation. It destroyed an area of a few hundred miles. The power of this heavenly tribulation was many times greater than when they went through the immortal God tribulation. Old Flood Dragon had succeeded. In a large pit created by the tribulation thunder, there was a badly mutilated dragon lying there. This dragon was no more than 100 feet long, and some parts of its body even revealed its white bones. Although it had passed the dragonization heavenly tribulation, the old flood dragon had almost died. It had suffered unprecedented damage. This was the weakest moment of the old flood dragon that had just passed the dragonization heavenly tribulation. If someone attacked it at this moment, it was destined to be a tragedy. However, Hung Xiong and the others did not dare to attack the old flood dragon. One should know that the battle power that the old flood dragon had displayed during the heavenly tribulation was enough to kill them countless times. Even if a powerful person came, they might not be able to subdue the old flood dragon. Let's go. If the old flood dragon recovers, we'll be in trouble. Hung Xiong and the others hurriedly rushed towards the ruined palace of the ancient supreme. The place where the palace was located was a pile of ruins that had sunk into the ground. Among the ruins, there were still many buildings standing. Soon, a cliff appeared in front of Hung Xiong and the others. It was pitch black below the cliff. Gusts of wind blew up from below. In front of the cliff was the ruined palace of the ancient supreme. Chapter 1802. An ancient and vicissitude lingered in the air. This was an ancient land that had existed for countless years. The power of time could not erase this ruin. We're here. Everyone was extremely excited. Some even shed tears. They had gone through so many hardships and even lost their lives just to enter the ruins in front of them. What are you waiting for? Hung Xiong shouted excitedly. He was the first to jump off the cliff and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they all had a crazy look in their eyes and jumped off the cliff without hesitation. They had gone through so many hardships to come to this place. Wasn't it just to enter the ruins in front of them that had sunk into the ground? The ruined palace of an ancient supreme. This was definitely an incredible ruin. There might really be treasures left behind by an ancient supreme. At this moment, in a huge pit after the heavenly tribulation, a strand of dragon chi lingered in the air. The spiritual chi in the surroundings was gradually attracted and gathered towards the old dragon in the pit. Although the old dragon had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, it had suffered unimaginable damage. It could not recover in a short period of time. At this moment, two figures appeared in the sky above the pit. They were so silent that even the old dragon did not notice them. The taste of roasted dragon meat might be good. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Who is it? The old flood dragon's shock was no small matter. When it was undergoing the tribulation, it did sense the aura of human cultivators in the distance. However, those human cultivators were very weak and did not pose any threat to it at all. The old dragon raised its head and saw two human cultivators standing in the air above it. This old flood dragon was shocked to the extreme and also scared to the extreme. At this moment, he was extremely weak and was no match for these two human cultivators. This old dragon is quite impressive. He actually passed the heavenly tribulation. One of the two human cultivators, a young cultivator, looked at the old flood dragon lying in the big pit below without any expression on his face. A pot of dragon meat soup sounds good. Next to the young cultivator was a similarly young cultivator with a hint of evil on his face. His words caused old flood dragon to tremble in fear. You! Elder Jiao's heart trembled. Was the other party really going to eat him? The flesh of a true dragon was a great supplement. It contained dragon essence, and even if an immortal or god ate it, it could increase their cultivation. For powerful existences, it could also increase their corporeal body's vitality. Alright, stop scaring this little dragon. When Ji Yufei saw the old flood dragon, he felt a sense of familiarity. This old flood dragon was very similar to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing had also slowly cultivated from a Xiaoqing snake to a flood dragon. Xiaoqing was undoubtedly lucky. He met Ji Yufei and was taught the Dragon Clan's secret skills by Old Tortoise. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. By this time, he should be undergoing the dragonization heavenly tribulation. Although a flood dragon had the word dragon attached to it, it was not a true dragon at the end of the day. Moreover, it was very difficult for a flood dragon to transform into a dragon. It could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, he would naturally become a true dragon of the 9 heavens, but if he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed. Alright, you can play with this little loach here. I'll go find Jiyu Zhong. He Tian was a restless person. He had no time to waste with this little dragon because Jiyu Zhong had already chased after the human cultivators. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Swoosh. He Tian directly disappeared into the void. Even the old flood dragon could not see how he left. This, Elder Jiao was shocked again. He knew that the cultivation of these 2 human cultivators was far stronger than he had imagined. This made him feel despair. His life was completely in the hands of the other party. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Little dragon, are you willing to be my disciple? Just as the old flood dragon was feeling uneasy, Jiyu Fei said such a thing. What? Hearing this, Elder Jiao could not help but be surprised and happy. This made him feel as if he had been reborn. Did he hear wrongly? Are you not willing? Asked Jiyu Fei. His tone was still extremely calm, without a trace of emotion. His desire to be a disciple was actually a spur-of-the-moment idea. I'm willing. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Elder Jiao struggled to lie down at Jiyu Fei's feet and kowtowed to Jiyu Fei. Very good. Jiyu Fei nodded. This old flood dragon could successfully transform into a dragon and did not die under the dragon tribulation. This was enough to prove that his talent was heaven-defying and qualified to be Jiyu Fei's disciple. This is a greeting gift from your master. Jiyu Fei flipped his right hand and a fist-sized crystal appeared in his hand. The crystal emitted an extremely pure dragon aura. Inside the crystal, the shadow of a dragon was faintly discernible. Dragon crystal. Elder Jiao had lived for tens of thousands of years. Of course, he knew what the crystal in Jiyu Fei's hand was. It was a dragon crystal that could only be born in the depths of the dragon veins. Jiyu Fei had once obtained a large number of dragon crystals in the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon. These dragon crystals contained pure dragon aura. This dragon aura was definitely a fatal temptation for the current Elder Jiao. Take it. Jiyu Fei threw the dragon crystal in his hand. Thank you, Master. Elder Jiao was surprised and happy. He raised his head and swallowed the dragon crystal, then began to refine the dragon aura contained in the dragon crystal. Soon, Elder Jiao's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After half an hour, Old Dragon could finally move. He soared into the air from the pit and arrived in front of Jiyu Fei. Then, he bowed to Jiyu Fei to acknowledge him as his master again. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the front. It was a dull sound that seemed to come from the depths of the earth, causing the earth to tremble. That direction, Jiyu Fei was startled. The source of the voice was the direction where Erebus had disappeared. Could it be that Erebus was stirring up trouble again? Or had something happened? That's where the ancient sovereign's remnant palace is located. Old Flood Dragon transformed into a young cultivator and took on a human form. At his cultivation level, transforming into a human form was just one of the simplest divine abilities. What? Jiyu Fei's expression became serious. The ancient sovereign's remnant palace. Chapter 1803. Old Jiao had successfully transformed into a dragon. His body was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was a leap to become a dragon. His cultivation base and combat strength had increased exponentially. But even so, Old Jiao's cultivation base couldn't be compared to Jiyu Fei's, but it was still comparable to Jiyu Zhong's. Old Jiao's cultivation base was still unstable. It was between the peak of the 9th heaven of Immortal Emperor and Almighty. When his cultivation base stabilized, he might break through the shackles of cultivation and become an Almighty. Old Jiao recovered very quickly after being nourished by the dragon qi in the dragon crystal. However, at this moment, a loud noise was heard. A powerful wave of energy caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Both Ji Yufei and old Jiao were taken aback. In the 100,000 mountain range, there were some areas that were extremely dangerous. Even an almighty would be in danger if he barged into these areas. It's the ruined palace of an ancient supreme. Old Jiao's expression changed. Someone had barged into the ruined palace of an ancient supreme. It was a palace that fell from the ninth heaven in the legendary era. The ruined palace of an ancient supreme. Ji Yufei was shocked. Swoosh. He directly disappeared into the void. Anything that was related to ancient supreme beings was not something that ordinary people could touch. Even though the palace was in ruins, it was no exception. One should know that the Tao marks of a supreme were immortal. No matter how many years had passed, these Tao marks would still gather spiritual qi and couldn't be destroyed by time. It would be terrible if He Tian and the others touched the Tao marks of a supreme. 1,000 miles away from the original Crouching Dragon Ridge, an area suddenly sank and a cliff appeared among the mountains. Such a landform was definitely not formed naturally. A palace that fell from the 9 heavens is way too big. Ji Yufei's figure appeared on the cliff. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the ruins below the cliff. There were still many buildings that hadn't collapsed yet. Even with Ji Yufei's eyesight, he couldn't see the end of the ruins. Such a place must have existed for countless years. Even Ji Yufei couldn't help but be moved when he sensed the vicissitudes and ancient aura coming from the ruins at the foot of the cliff. Master, at this time, the old flood dragon in the form of a young cultivator arrived. This was the second disciple that Ji Yufei had accepted. This master is really unfathomable. I can't even see through him. Old Dragon was secretly shocked. Do you know the origin of these ruins? Ji Yufei asked directly. The supremes of the ancient times were extremely mysterious. No one knew how many supremes had appeared in the distant past. This disciple only knows some legends about these ruins, said Old Dragon respectfully. In front of Ji Yufei, even though he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he did not dare to be negligent. This was because his new master was very strong. Intuition told old Jiao that if his master wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It would be no different from crushing an ant. Speak. Ji Yufei's words were concise and direct. Yes, it is said that these ruins appeared before the Age of Chaos. It has existed since the Age of Mythology. Old Dragon said everything he knew. It turned out that these ruins had existed for a very, very long time. The Age of Mythology was a period of time much longer than the Age of Chaos. This period of time had been lost in the long river of history. However, even today, some ruins from the Age of Mythology could still be found. This was because the Supreme's Tao patterns could not be destroyed by the power of time. Unless they were attacked by the same level of Supremes, these Tao patterns would not be destroyed. Therefore, in the cultivation world, things that were passed down from the Age of Mythology were extraordinary. Perhaps they were things that the ancient Supremes once possessed. The 100,000 mountains had existed for a very long time. When these mountains were formed, no one could say for sure. However, it was certain that the 100,000 mountains had existed since the Age of Chaos. Many secrets of the world were buried here. The Supreme's palace from the Age of Mythology fell from the sky and formed these ruins. This was a ruin from the Age of Mythology. This really shocked Ji Yufei. To him, the Age of Mythology was really too long ago. It was said that it was an era where Xiantian lifeforms fought for supremacy. After the end of the mythological era, although there were still Xiantian lifeforms born in the world, these Xiantian lifeforms were far inferior to the Xiantian lifeforms born from chaos. What kind of existence was the Supremes of the Age of Mythology? Swoosh. Just as Ji Yufei finished listening to old Jiao's words, suddenly, a dazzling divine light rushed out from the gloomy ruins in front of him. It was a ray of sword light. It's the human cultivators from before. Old Jiao frowned. When he was going through the heavenly tribulation, he sensed the existence of 12 human cultivators. These human cultivators had actually entered this ancient ruins. They really don't know what's good for them. Old Jiao cursed in a low voice. He had been guarding the Crouching Dragon Ridge for tens of thousands of years and had never dared to enter the ruins. Those human cultivators had recklessly entered the ruins. Ha ha! Suddenly, a loud laughter came from the depths of the ruins. That laughter was none other than He Tian. Roar, I'll kill you. With a roar, two figures appeared in Jiu Fei's sight. What surprised Jiu Fei was that the person running in front was He Tian. This guy was someone who would even catch a wild goose flying in the sky. Since when was he willing to be at a disadvantage? He was actually being chased by someone. The person chasing after Erebus was a cultivator with a godly build. This cultivator was on the verge of going mad. Killing intent surged from his body, and his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted nothing more than to tear Erebus apart. No way. Seeing this, Jiu Fei was bewildered as well. To think that the person chasing after Mai Tian was an immortal god. This was way too strange. An immortal was chasing after a half-sage. If this was spread, no one would believe it. What was going on? Where did Jiu Zhong go? This scene made Jiu Fei confused. Old Zhao's eyes were wide open. He was shocked to find that the person running in front of him could actually avoid some dangerous places. For example, if someone leaped over the low wall would emit a beam of killing light, killing the person who leaped into the air. Old Zhao had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years. He had seen many people die in this place. Because of this, he did not dare to enter the ruins. Chapter 1804. That's your uncle Master He. This guy is definitely a weirdo. You'll find out in the future. Even Jiu Fei blushed when he saw He Tian being chased around by an immortal. It was too embarrassing. However, he soon realized that He Tian was not afraid of the immortal level cultivator. Instead, he was playing with the immortal level cultivator. Uncle Master He Tian. Old Zhao remembered the name. Despicable guy, hurry up and give us back our things. Heng Xiong's eyes were red. They had entered the ruins of the mythological era, but they were unlucky. Not long after they entered the ruins, someone triggered the remaining restrictions and lost his life. However, when they carefully arrived in front of a collapsed stone tablet, they discovered a divine item at the base of the stone tablet. It was a jade slip embedded at the base of the stone tablet. Although countless years had passed, the jade slip was still crystal clear. There was a spiritual light flowing on it, and there seemed to be ancient words appearing on it. Everyone could sense a Daoist rhyme from the jade slip. Heng Xiong and the others were overjoyed. They thought that they had encountered an unprecedented opportunity and that the jade slip would definitely contain something they wanted. Therefore, everyone was extremely excited and wanted to take the jade slip embedded at the base of the stone tablet. However, those who could cultivate to the immortal realm were not ordinary people. Heng Xiong and the others were even more careful in this ruins that had existed since the mythological era. No one dared to step forward rashly. However, Heng Xiong and the others could not help but step forward when faced with the divine item from the ancient Supreme Palace. However, the result made them tremble with fear. The first person who walked forward had all his blood essence devoured by an invisible force. Even his soul was extracted and devoured by the shattered stone tablets on the ground. This outcome shocked everyone. There were many bones scattered around the stone tablet. Some of the bones were as white as jade. Obviously, these were the bones of immortals. Did these people all die like this? Very soon, someone came up with an idea, which was to go out and catch some live animals, and then use these animals to explore the dangerous area at the base of the stone monument. Thus, the old man walked back. Soon, he caught many lions, tigers, jackals, and wolves in the mountains. 20 to 30 wild beasts were brought to the base of the stone tablet by the old man using the heaven and earth in his sleeve. However, a shocking scene occurred. When those ordinary beasts approached the base of the stone tablet, they were completely fine. How could this be? Seeing this situation, everyone was dumbfounded. For a moment, no one could think of the reason. Could it be that ordinary people and beasts could walk in this kind of ruins? Heng Xiong and the others couldn't wait to fly out of the 100,000 mountains and catch a mortal to try. Such a thought was very unrealistic. After all, it wasn't an easy task to make a trip to and fro the Grand Myriad Mountains. They'd prepared for an entire half a year, and it would take them another 3 months to arrive here after entering the Grand Myriad Mountains. After half a year, the daylilies would turn cold. Therefore, someone suggested that they should either leave, or let one of them destroy their own cultivation and become an ordinary person. Then, they could retrieve the jade scroll embedded at the base of the stone tablet. This, everyone hesitated. Destroy their own cultivation? They were all rogue cultivators. To be able to cultivate to the immortal realm, they had suffered a lot. It could be said that they'd gone through a lot of hardships. It wasn't easy to obtain the immortal realm's fruit of way. Who would be willing to give up their immortal realm's fruit of way and become an ordinary person without the strength to catch a chicken? I've lived long enough, and I have hidden injuries of the great Tao. It's impossible for my cultivation to improve any further. Let me fulfill your wish. The old cultivator's final words came as a surprise to everyone. No one thought that he would be the one to stand up in the end. Old man, after the sloppy old man made this decision, he seemed to be relieved. His eyes flickered, and his essence, chi, and spirit were raised to their peak state. You don't have to say any more. Heng Xiong, can you promise me one thing? The sloppy old man looked at Heng Xiong. Speak. Heng Xiong's heart seemed to be blocked by something when he saw that the old man was willing to make such a sacrifice. Was this the final fate of a rogue cultivator? My grandson's physique isn't bad. After I die, I hope you can take him as a disciple for my sake. The old man couldn't let go of his grandson. All right, I promise. Heng Xiong said. I can rest easy now that you've agreed. After the old man said this, his body began to emit specks of immortal light. This was the essence of the immortal path that the old man had cultivated for countless years. He was unraveling immortality. This was a type of immortal art. Those who used this art could turn their immortal body and immortal essence into a mortal's body. It only took an hour to go from immortal to mortal, but some people couldn't even cultivate their entire lives to become an immortal. An hour later, the old man had become incredibly old. There was no longer any immortal essence coming from his body. He had turned from a high and mighty immortal into a mortal. Old man, the others couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of heroic act of sacrificing oneself to help others wasn't something that just anyone could do. There were 8 other survivors besides Heng Xiong. The old man was on the verge of death. The immortal essence had dissipated, and his immortal body had transformed. His life was almost at its end. Moreover, he still had hidden injuries of the great Tao. These injuries wouldn't disappear just because the old man used the unraveling immortal art. Conservatively speaking, the sloppy old man could only live for a few more hours. Heng Xiong was very sad. Don't worry, your grandson will definitely be fine as long as I can leave this place alive, Heng Xiong said to the old man. This was equivalent to his oath. The old man nodded and walked to the base of the stele. This time, the old man wasn't affected by the mysterious power. He walked straight to the base of the stele and was about to take out the jade scroll embedded in it. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man was shocked. He tried to snatch the jade scroll, but he had lost all his cultivation. There was no way he could match the speed of the person who suddenly appeared. The old man's vision blurred. He saw that the jade scroll at the base of the stele was already in the person's hand. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Runes appeared on the shattered stone tablet, and an unfathomable power was activated, enveloping the person who had suddenly appeared. The power of time. Chapter 1805. There was a strange Tao pattern imprinted on the broken stone tablet. Although the stone tablet was smashed to the ground, the incomplete Tao pattern did not dissipate completely. A power that could deprive one of time erupted. Even someone as strong as He Tian was swept by this power. His right arm was corroded to the point that even his bones were exposed. He Tian was extremely shocked. He was a half-step saint, and his blood essence was extremely solid. However, at this moment, he could clearly sense that the blood essence in his right arm was drying up rapidly. His entire arm suddenly lost all feeling, and the jade slip that he was holding in his hand fell to the ground. However, he reached down with his left hand and caught the jade slip in time. Even He Tian would be jealous of a jade slip that was passed down from the mythological era. There were ancient words vaguely visible on the jade slip. Clearly, it was a jade slip that recorded something. The circulation of Dao rhyme. That's an incredible cultivation technique. Mai Tian broke his right arm, which had lost all signs of life, and instantly retreated. At the same time, life essence began to surge from his severed arm. His muscles and bones began to reform, and his flesh and blood rapidly grew back. In just a few breaths' time, He Tian's severed right arm was completely healed. It was as good as new. The old man, who had destroyed his own cultivation in order to obtain the jade slip, was so furious that he almost vomited blood when he saw the jade slip he was about to obtain being snatched away. His aged body shook violently, and he fell to the ground. Roar! Heng Xiong let out a furious roar and charged at He Tian. A dazzling swordlight rushed out of his hand and pierced through He Tian. He was fighting with all his might. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted nothing more than to eat He Tian alive. Seeing this, the others also made their moves. However, these people were only at the immortal god realm. They were far from being a match for He Tian. Nevertheless, He Tian did not have the intention to kill them. Swoosh! He immediately retreated. Of course, Heng Xiong and the others wouldn't let He Tian go so easily. Heng Xiong soared into the sky and chased after He Tian. Who are you? Heng Xiong gritted his teeth. In order to obtain that jade slip, they had already sacrificed a few people. The sloppy old man had even destroyed his own cultivation. Strangely enough, the stone tablet's power that could deprive a cultivator of time had no effect on the sloppy old man, who had already become immortal. Only cultivators would have their vitality stripped away by this power. Haha, you want to know who I am? You guys don't have the qualifications. He Tian laughed heartily as he rushed out of the ruins. He seemed to want to escape, but Heng Xiong chased after him with a murderous aura. They had gone through many hardships to come here and paid a heavy price. They were about to obtain a divine item left behind from the mythological era, but this divine item had been snatched away. This almost drove him crazy. Leave that thing behind, or I'll take your life. Heng Xiong roared and continued to control his sword rays to slash at He Tian. He displayed his powerful cultivation as a 9th-level immortal. Dazzling sword rays shot out in all directions, lighting up the dark sky. Haha, my life is right here. Come and take it if you can. He Tian looked at Heng Xiong mockingly. The look in his eyes showed that he didn't take this 9th-level immortal seriously at all. He was just messing with him. Ah! Heng Xiong was enraged. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He didn't care how strong his opponent was. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill this person and take back the jade slip. Uncle Master Ji seems to be going a little overboard. In another place, Ji Zhong stood on a boulder and shook his head when he saw this scene. These people were merely itinerant cultivators. He knew very well the tragic situation of itinerant cultivators. Without the protection of a sect, itinerant cultivators faced the danger of being killed by other cultivators at any time. In the cultivation world, there were many cases of people being killed and robbed. If these itinerant cultivators obtained some rare divine items, they would often be targeted by other stronger itinerant cultivators or powerful cultivators from large sects. The fate of these itinerant cultivators was already determined after being targeted by these people. Killing a rogue cultivator without any background or backing wouldn't cause any trouble, especially for some experts who came from the big sects. They wouldn't have any scruples about it. In the cultivation world, apart from some powerful itinerant cultivators, other itinerant cultivators didn't have a good life. This was also the reason why Heng Xiong and the others took the risk to enter the innumerable huge mountains. They didn't have any cultivation skill, nor did they have any refining materials. They didn't even have a good place to cultivate. The lack of cultivation resources was the biggest reason why these itinerant cultivators took the risk out of desperation. As for the disciples from large sects and forces, they didn't need to care about these things at all. All kinds of cultivation resources would be prepared for them by the sects and forces. He Tian, this guy, at this moment, Ji Yufei and old Jiao also arrived nearby. Boss, you're here too. He Tian saw Ji Yufei and hurriedly stopped. Swoosh. At the moment when He Tian stopped, a ray of sword light descended from the sky and slashed at He Tian's head, looking like it was going to split him in half. Humph. He Tian snorted coldly. He didn't even turn his head. He directly turned his back to Heng Xiong and then waved his right hand behind him. Don't kill him. Ji Yufei said. Boom. He Tian's right hand directly shattered the ray of sword light. A powerful force directly swept Heng Xiong away, smashing him into a pile of rocks. The people who came from behind Heng Xiong were all extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't help but stop. Just a wave of his hand and he broke Boss Heng Xiong's sword light. How is this possible? Is this person an immortal emperor? Or is he even more powerful than an immortal emperor? The remaining people were dumbfounded. One should know that Heng Xiong was a rare sword immortal who had already reached the peak of the immortal realm. He was only one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. However, such a powerful sword immortal was completely defeated by a wave of his hand. Roar. Heng Xiong's roar, which sounded like an injured beast, came from the pile of rocks 100 zhong away. He was unwilling to admit defeat, but his opponent was too powerful for him to resist. I'd like to see what's in this jade slip. He Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. He directly used his divine sense to read the contents of the jade slip. However, when He Tian's divine sense came into contact with the jade slip in his hand, something shocking happened. An ancient and mysterious Dao rune suddenly rushed out of the jade slip and imprinted itself on He Tian's forehead. What? Chapter 1806. The jade scroll changed, and a beam of divine light rushed out from it. It was a Dao pattern of the Great Path, and it was imprinted in between my Tian's eyebrows. A divine will went straight into his Niwen palace. Roar. He Tian's face turned ferocious. He wanted to take me. There was actually a powerful divine sense hidden within the jade slip. This was a divine sense that had existed for countless years. This divine sense most likely belonged to an ancient supreme being. He Tian knew that he was at the brink of life and death. If that divine will rushed into his brain, he would be in danger of being taken. You want to play this trick with me? I'm not afraid of you. He Tian looked pained, but he still said such cruel words. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path was to cultivate the power of the primordial spirit. It was the perfect way to deal with this divine will. This fellow had learned many immortal Dao secret arts from Ji Yufei. Primordial Sword of Wei. He Tian struggled. The primordial spirit sitting in his brain turned into a sword of the Great Path. It shone with endless divine light and rushed out of his brain. Voom. The sword of the Great Path hummed, and the entire world changed color. This was a half-saint using the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The pressure of a saint was vast, shocking the world. Heng Xiong and the others were terrified. They never thought that the person who had stolen their things would be so powerful. Half-saint. There was the word saint in it, and it had some of the characteristics of a saint. The aura of the saint filled the air. Heng Xiong and the others were terrified. They knelt on the ground involuntarily, kowtowing to He Tian. Rumble, the primordial sword of Wei slashed out, forcing back the divine will that had rushed out of the jade scroll. The sword of Wei could cut everything in the world. It was the bane of primordial spirits and divine will. This supreme mystic technique created by the supreme Dao ancestor had already evolved to the extreme. Once the primordial soul Dao sword was unleashed, even the divine will left behind by a supremacy had to retreat. Of course, this was also because the divine sense hidden in the jade slip was too weak. One must know that this relic was something from the mythological era. Although the will in the jade slip was not extinguished, it had become very weak after such a long time. Otherwise, even if He Tian had cultivated the primordial spirit Dao sword, it would still have been seized. The sword light of the Great Path burst forth, illuminating the dark world. Ji Yufei was also very shocked. He almost attacked, but when he saw that He Tian could handle it, he didn't. It was just an incomparably weak divine will. After it came out of the jade slip, if it didn't seize a cultivator's body, it would completely dissipate. This kind of spiritual will would not be able to last for long. However, it was a divine sense left behind by a supreme martial artist after all. Even though it was so weak that it was about to dissipate, it still caused a lot of trouble for He Tian. Buzz. The primordial spirit Tao sword hummed, and the rhythm of the Great Path circulated, displaying the supreme power of the Great Path divine sword. It forced the divine sense to run around, but it was a bit difficult to completely destroy this divine sense. At this time, the jade slip that He Tian was still holding in his hand changed again. 9 patterns of the Great Path flew out of the jade slip, suppressing the space between heaven and earth. It actually imprisoned He Tian. What? 9 patterns of the Great Path were imprinted in the space around He Tian, triggering a great power. Even someone as powerful as a half-saint could not move. This is the 9 patterns of the Great Path condensed by an ancient supreme martial artist. At this moment, He Tian could not help but be shocked. Even Ji Yu Fei was shocked. He never thought that the jade slip would be imprinted with the 9 patterns of an ancient supreme martial artist. 9 was the limit of numbers. Since ancient times, most of the supreme martial artists had condensed 9 supreme martial artist Tao patterns that belonged to them. Although it was only 9 supreme martial artist Tao patterns, every single one of them was all-encompassing, elaborating on the truth of heaven and earth. The 9 supreme martial artist Tao patterns were dim, as if they were heavily injured. Even so, they still suppressed He Tian. "You old ghost, boss, save me." He Tian was shocked, scared, because he couldn't move. Even his primordial spirit Tao sword was suppressed, locked in place in the void. This type of unmatched immortal technique actually lost the power it should have at this time. At this time, the divine sense changed. A faint and illusory figure appeared in front of He Tian, wanting to become one with He Tian. Roar! Ji Yu Fei roared. At this point, he had no choice but to act. An extremely powerful wave of power rushed out from his body. "It's useless. This fleshly body is mine." The faint and illusory figure emitted a weak divine sense. This super antique from the Age of Legends actually still had consciousness. "Boss, save me." He Tian's forehead shone with a godly light as his divine sense rushed out from his Niwen palace. His voice rang out in Ji Yu Fei's mind. "To think that after so many years, I would still be able to return to this world." The faint and illusory figure closed in on He Tian. Ah! This time, He Tian was truly afraid. One must know that if he was seized by the divine sense of a supreme martial artist, he might not even be able to reincarnate. He would completely disappear from this world. Clang! With a sword's hum, a violet gold divine sword appeared in Ji Yu Fei's hand. Swish! Without any hesitation, he wielded the divine sword and stabbed towards the faint and illusory figure. On the tip of the sword, there was a faint violet gold sword light pulsing. The figure formed from the divine sense sneered. 9 supreme Daoist patterns sealed the void. What divine weapon in this world could break through the power of the supreme Daos? Crack! The violet gold divine sword pierced through the force field formed by the 9 supreme Daoist patterns. Something seemed to shatter in the void. What? The faint and illusory figure was no small matter. What kind of weapon was that? Was it a supreme divine weapon? There were also 9 Daoist patterns on the body of the violet gold divine sword. When the divine sword broke through the sealing power of the 9 Daoist patterns, He Tian's entire body relaxed. Divine snatch! With a roar, He Tian used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. A heaven-devouring force rushed out of his Niwen palace and swallowed the faint and illusory figure into his Niwen palace. This guy, seeing this, Ji Yu Fei couldn't help but jump. He Tian was really taking a risk. He actually wanted to refine the divine sense of a supreme martial artist and obtain a portion of the memories. This was very dangerous. No one knew what the divine sense of a supreme martial artist had up his sleeve. He Tian was gambling. If he won, he would obtain a great opportunity. Chapter 1807. BZZZ. The void trembled as boundless divine light enveloped He Tian. This was the purest form of primordial spirit energy. He was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret art. 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared around him. These were immortal runes created by the peerless Tao ancestor, the bane of all primordial spirits and divine will. This, Ji Yufei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. He Tian was truly audacious, to actually dare to devour the divine will of an ancient sovereign. Master, will there be a problem with junior Uncle He? Ji Yuzhong walked over. If there's a problem, then he deserves it. Ji Yufei said impatiently. He Tian's actions were too risky. One must know that this was a strand of the divine will of an ancient sovereign, left behind by an existence equivalent to the peerless Tao ancestor. Although the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme immortal arts created by the peerless Tao ancestor, which of the ancient sovereigns hadn't created their own supreme god arts? Raw. He Tian channeled the godly seizing secret art with all his might. The Niwen palace in his forehead shone with a myriad of divine lights, as though a sun had appeared, illuminating the world. The 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao were imprinted into He Tian's Niwen palace, sealing the strand of divine will within. Chumph, trying to seize me? I'm going to refine you. So what if it was the divine will of an ancient sovereign? It was already so weak, yet it still wanted to come out and cause trouble. He Tian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. This was a great fortune. As long as he could successfully refine this strand of divine will, he would be able to obtain a portion of the sovereign's memories. At this moment, Heng Xiong and the others were already dumbfounded. Just who were these people? They were so strong and terrifying. Before them, they weren't even comparable to ants. Heng Xiong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been chasing after the person who snatched the jade slip. It seemed that the other party was just toying with him. With such a powerful cultivation base, he could crush all of them with just a finger. Rumble, a powerful primordial spirit power burst out from He Tian's Niwen palace, causing the surrounding void to shake. 2 divine will powers were fighting in his Niwen palace. 9 immortal Tao divine runes appeared on He Tian's Niwen palace. Immortal Tao runes sealed He Tian's Niwen palace, otherwise, He Tian's Niwen palace would have been destroyed. He Tian's expression was extremely solemn. This was the most dangerous battle. If he lost, he might disappear from this world forever. Similarly, if He Tian were to refine that strand of sovereign spirit will, it would also disappear completely. He Tian sat down cross-legged. The jade scroll in his hand was emitting light, providing energy to the supreme divine will in his Niwen palace. This was a form of threat. Shua. Ji Yufei moved. Wielding the violet gold godsword, he flicked the jade scroll in He Tian's hand away and grabbed it in his hand. If Heng Xiong and the others had the jade scroll, the supreme divine will in the jade scroll would have succeeded. But unfortunately, He Tian was not an immortal, but a powerful half-saint. It was not an easy task to refine a half-saint because the supreme divine will was simply too weak. This thing, Ji Yufei used his energy to suppress the jade scroll, cutting off the connection between the jade scroll and the supreme divine will. This way, the pressure on He Tian was greatly reduced. I am the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When my true body returns, all of you shall die. From He Tian's Niwen palace, a weak spiritual will rippled out. The supreme divine will could not hold on any longer and was about to be refined by He Tian. Stop bragging. I'll kill you first. He Tian did not dare to be slow. Countless array runes appeared on his body and were imprinted into his Niwen palace. He used his trump card. At this moment, Ji Yufei released his spiritual will into the jade scroll. Ji Yufei was extremely shocked because there was really something else in the jade scroll. It was 9 Tao runes. These 9 Tao runes were already very weak and were on the verge of collapsing. What happened back then? Even the 9 supreme Tao runes of the ancient supreme were attacked and were almost destroyed by some kind of power. These 9 Tao runes were very useful for Ji Yufei and He Tian, who had already taken the crucial step of becoming a sage. They could observe the complete Tao of others to comprehend their own Tao. One must know that those who could become an extreme sovereign were people who had comprehended their own complete Tao. A flawless Tao could even suppress the heavenly Tao. However, the Tao comprehended by a sage was incomplete. Achieving Tao was only stepping onto the path of an extreme sovereign. Of course, The vast majority of people would not be able to become an extreme supreme being. The majority of them would fail on this path, because comprehending a complete great Tao was simply too difficult. Die. He Tian exerted his strength. His Niwen palace seemed to be splitting the sky and earth apart. Even with the 9 Tao runes suppressing it, cracks still appeared and chaotic aura seeped out from the cracks. Endless divine light gathered in He Tian's Niwen palace. He had successfully refined the will of the ancient supreme. Ha ha, He Tian laughed. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Even though it was just a strand of divine will that was about to collapse, it still gave him a great impact. If not for the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, he would have been in real danger. This old man is actually a being born from chaos. He was indeed invincible in the past. Mahakala spoke these words. This was the most primitive type of Xiantian lifeform, possessing great divine abilities the moment they were born. Their innate talents were so good that it wasn't something that Hutian lifeforms could compare to. This, Jiyu Fei was shocked. An extreme sovereign before the Age of Legends. The Age of Legends was long enough. To think that the owner of the will in the Jade Scroll was even older than the Age of Legends. You guys, at this moment, Heng Xiong and the others walked over unwillingly. It's useless even if I give it to you. You'll end up getting yourself killed instead. Jiyu Fei glanced at Heng Xiong and said. The cultivation bases of these people were too low. There was no way they could come into contact with the Tao of an extreme sovereign. Instead, they would attract the attention of powerful beings and bring disaster upon themselves. Heng Xiong and the others were able to cultivate to the immortal realm as itinerant cultivators. Their experiences were definitely not something disciples of big sects could compare to. Please accept us as your disciples. Heng Xiong suddenly knelt down in front of Jiyu Fei. This person was so strong. If they could obtain his protection, they would not have to be bullied by other cultivators. Please accept us as your disciples. The people behind Heng Xiong all knelt down. Even the sloppy old man who was about to reach the end of his lifespan did the same. The sloppy old man could not hold on any longer. He had severed his own cultivation base just to obtain that jade scroll. He was so old that he was about to die. Jiyu Zhong had seen everything from start to end. This old man was worthy of respect. Chapter 1808. Master, this, Jiyu Zhong looked at Jiyu Fei. It was indeed not easy for these people to cultivate to the immortal realm as independent cultivators. Jiyu Zhong felt the same way. Before he met his master, Jiyu Fei, the Jiyu family in the land of the sorcerer was often bullied. Even a clan was like this, let alone those lone rogue cultivators. Heng Xiong and the others knelt on the ground. Jiyu Fei couldn't help but be tempted by this scene. However, he had just accepted old Jiao as his disciple, and these people in front of him didn't have enough aptitude to become his disciples. Disciples could not be casually accepted. It also depended on one's aptitude. Of course, aptitude was only one aspect, but one's temperament determined everything. Deal with these people as you see fit. Jiyu Fei said to Jiyu Zhong. These people did not practice martial arts, so they could not be his disciples. The reason why he accepted old Jiao was because he thought of Xiaoqing in the heaven realm. I wonder how Xiaoqing and the others are doing. Jiyu Fei looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. His opponents in the heaven realm were very powerful. Those people could threaten Xiaoqing and the others. However, the old turtle was also in the heaven realm. With his identity as the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, Xiaoqing and the others had the old turtle's protection. They did not need to fear anyone. After all, Old Tortoise had a grand sovereign seal in his possession. Yes. Jiyu Zhong nodded and replied. Then, he pointed a finger and poured a strand of life essence into the dying old man's body, helping him extend his lifespan. An internal injury of the great Tao. Jiyu Zhong was shocked. His spiritual force scanned the old man's body and found that there was a hidden injury of the great Tao in the old man's body. This is the injury left behind by the heavenly tribulation when I underwent the heavenly tribulation back then. I have never been able to heal it. The old man's voice rang out as he said those words. He was injured by the heavenly tribulation, yet he survived. Even Ji Yufei couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. This old man had definitely experienced things that others couldn't imagine, yet he was still alive. This old man's will to live was too strong for him to be able to successfully overcome the tribulation after recovering from his great Dao injury. Let's go in and take a look first. Do as you see fit. After Ji Yufei finished speaking, he led old Jiao, He Tian, and the others into the depths of the ancient ruins. Since they were already here, it would be a pity not to explore this place. Master doesn't accept disciples easily. If you're willing, you can follow me. Ji Yuzhong glanced at the 9 people kneeling before him and said. These 9 people were all at the immortal realm. The Ji Yu family of the Sorcererland needed people like this. The Ji Yu family of the Sorcererland only had Ji Yuzhong. The other members of the Ji Yu family did not have much success. Only a few of them managed to cultivate the immortal God Dao fruit with Ji Yuzhong's help. Such a Ji Yu family was too weak in this great world. Now that Ji Yufei had become a half-saint, no one dared to rashly offend the Ji Yu clan. However, the Ji Yu clan and Ji Yufei weren't of the same clan after all. Ji Yufei was not an expert from the Ji Yu clan. His relationship with the Ji Yu clan was only that he had accepted Ji Yuzhong as his disciple. If the Ji Yu family of the Sorcererland wanted to become truly powerful, they still needed to develop and become stronger on their own. Ji Yuzhong's acceptance of these 9 people had undoubtedly injected a powerful force into the Ji Yu clan. Greetings, Master. Heng Xiong and the others felt blessed. They knelt before Ji Yuzhong again and paid their respects to him. Very good. Ji Yuzhong nodded. In fact, he valued Heng Xiong and the old man the most. In his opinion, the injuries of the great Dao were not difficult to heal. This old man had already severed his cultivation. He could take this old man as his disciple and teach him the path of martial arts. The old man's life was saved, but his physical body was still very weak. It was even worse than a mortal's. Ji Yuzhong took out a young king medicine and gave it to the sloppy old man. The sloppy old man's hands trembled as he took the young king medicine excitedly. The others were incomparably envious. It was the young king medicine. Just a whiff of its medicinal aura was enough to make one feel 100 times more spirited. If one were to consume this young king medicine, perhaps it could directly increase the lifespan of the elderly by 100 years. If a cultivator consumed this young king medicine, his cultivation would definitely improve. A miraculous medicine that could be called a young king medicine was not an ordinary miraculous medicine. Only miraculous medicines that were more than 10,000 years old could be called a young king medicine. A 10,000-year-old miraculous medicine was definitely a rare miraculous medicine in the human world. All of you go out and wait for me outside. Ji Yuzhong really did not have time to settle down these 9 newly accepted disciples. The ruins of the mythological era were full of danger. If only one of them followed him, his life might be in danger. Yes, Master. Heng Xiong and the others also knew that they could not help Ji Yuzhong with their cultivation. They would only be a burden if they stayed. They could only leave. They bowed to Ji Yuzhong and retreated in the direction they came from. Ji Yuzhong did not casually accept these 9 disciples. Through his observation, he found that these 9 people were not evil or evil people. Especially Heng Xiong and the slovenly old man, both of them were righteous people that kept their promises. Since they were able to become friends with these 2 people and explore the Grand Myriad Mountains with them, the character of the others naturally wouldn't be too bad. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. A person's character could often be seen from the friends around him. When he saw the 9 disciples carefully making their way out, Ji Yuzhong also chased in the direction that Ji Yufei and the others had disappeared. He Tian left a mark along the way. Ji Yuzhong quickly caught up to Ji Yufei and the others. Everything is done. Ji Yufei asked. It's done. Ji Yuzhong replied. Haha, boss, are you really planning to establish a sect and become the founder? He Tian laughed heartily. With Ji Yufei's current cultivation base, he was fully qualified to establish a sect, recruit disciples, and become the founder of a sect. I don't have such thoughts. Let's leave it to the next generation. Ji Yufei said. He tacitly agreed with Ji Yuzhong's actions. He would not be the founder, and it was even more impossible for him to accept disciples. If he had these burdens, it would be difficult for him to reach the peak of his life. Of course, in the depths of Ji Yufei's heart, he still hoped to rebuild the Taishan sect. However, this would only be possible if he found the missing disciples of the Taishan sect. He wondered how many of his fellow disciples had been able to escape the calamity that had befallen them. The Dongfang clan and the Beitang clan. Chapter 1809. Ji Yufei's sudden display of murderous intent caused the people around him to tremble in fear, especially the old dragon. His mind was shaken as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Master," the old dragon's voice began to tremble. "Yes." Ji Yufei suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but sigh. There was still an obsession in his heart that had inadvertently given birth to a murderous intent. Only by settling the grudges with the Dongfang and Beitang clans could the obsession in his heart be dispelled. The grudge between him and the Zhao clan had come to an end, but no one could guarantee that the Zhao clan wouldn't come looking for him again. Ji Yufei wasn't afraid of trouble, and he wouldn't let anyone bully him, not even the clan of the ancients. "Boss, what are you doing? Could it be that you sensed danger?" He Tian was also startled by Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei had actually released a murderous intent. This made him nervous, thinking that something bad was about to happen. "It's nothing." Ji Yufei retracted his aura, and the murderous intent immediately disappeared. At this time, everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief. The group continued forward. Erebus had a deep understanding of the Tao of spell formations. Naturally, he would be the one to take the lead in this mythological era's ruins. As they went deeper, everyone noticed that the sky above their heads was getting darker. This was very unusual. It was daytime, but it was hard to see the sun in the sky. "There's a law of Tao that has enveloped the entire ruin," Ji Yufei said. This ruin from the Age of Legends seemed to have formed a world of its own, and the law of heaven and earth here had been changed. The ruined palace of an ancient sovereign is indeed extraordinary. He Tian couldn't help but be amazed. He had refined the will of the sovereign and learned many things. The formation of this ruin could be traced back to the Age of Legends. That was a paragon that had risen during the mythological era. For some unknown reason, this paragon had actually fought with a paragon from before the mythological era. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend apart. It practically destroyed an entire era. No one knew the final result, but a palace fell from the sky to the mortal world, forming this incomparably huge ruin. A battle between supreme beings was incomparably terrifying to begin with. Even the palaces of supreme beings were shattered, falling from the sky. One could see just how terrifying that battle was back then. As Ji Yufei and the others walked through the ruins, they had no choice but to be extremely careful. This was because there were still the indestructible Tao laws left behind by the ancient supremes. In the ruins, there were basically no buildings that were completely preserved. The buildings that could stand tall in the ruins were all buildings that were branded with supreme Tao patterns. Encountering such a place, they could only take a detour. How could this be? Suddenly, He Tian stopped. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. He seemed to have sensed an impossible situation. "What's wrong?" Ji Yufei and the others hurriedly asked. "This place seems to be a cage." He Tian raised his head and looked up into the sky. When he was high up in the sky, he lowered his head and observed carefully. His expression turned even more solemn. Everyone rose into the sky as well and came to He Tian's side. Following He Tian's gaze, everyone looked down. What they saw gave them a huge shock. The collapsed buildings on the ground were all in the shape of squares. Under the messy rocks, Tao patterns could be vaguely seen on the ground. The center of each square building was branded with a Tao pattern. These were incomparably ancient Tao patterns, as though there was something sealed beneath the ruins. "It's really a cage." Ji Yufei couldn't help but be moved. This was way too inconceivable. For a cage to fall from the sky, it couldn't be right. Could it be that some powerful living being was sealed here by the ancient supremes? Although the various square buildings had collapsed, the foundations were still there. There were hundreds and thousands of such buildings. If it was really as they guessed, It was too terrifying. Thousands of powerful living beings were actually sealed by the ancient supremes. Was this possible? Existences that were worthy of being sealed by the ancient supremes were probably all extremely powerful. Let's go down and take a look. Jiu Fei directly flew down from the sky and came to the front of a square building. This building had already collapsed, but the foundation and the ground were incomparably sturdy. They weren't damaged at all. The others also flew down from the sky. Everyone worked together to clean up the collapsed rocks and debris, revealing the sealing Dao pattern below. This is the most ancient sealing Dao pattern, He Tian said after carefully inspecting it. A Dao pattern before the mythological era. Everyone was shocked. Before the mythological era, there was really an era that had been annihilated in the passage of time. This was too shocking. The current world of cultivation believed that the mythological era was the first recorded era in the world. It was much older than the ancient desolate era. After the mythological era was destroyed, countless years passed before the ancient desolate era was formed. The ancient desolate era had existed for billions of years, but in the end, it still ended. From the destruction of the ancient desolate era to the present day, it was believed that the world had experienced the third reincarnation, the third era. And now, it was enough to prove that before the mythological era, there was an ancient era. Moreover, during that era, the Supremes had already appeared in the world. This relic was the palace of the Supremes before the mythological era. The ancient seal, even after 3 long eras, the power of the seal still existed. This caused everyone to be shocked to the extreme. After such a long period of time, only the immortal Supreme's items could not be destroyed by the power of time. Only the immortal Supreme's items could exist forever. Only the immortal Supreme's items could not be destroyed by the power of time. Of course, this was also relative. If someone at the same level made a move, even the items left behind by the Supremes would be completely destroyed. Let's open it. Jiu Fei decided to open the seal. After so many years, even though the power of the seal had not disappeared, it had become very weak. Let me borrow the divine sword. He Tian was very straightforward. He was also very curious. Were there really living beings from before the mythological era sealed under the seal? After so much time had passed, were these living beings still alive? Soon, He Tian used the power of the purple gold divine sword to break the seal. Countless cracks appeared under everyone's feet. Everyone rose into the air and stared nervously at the ground below. Catcher, the ground was cracking. Cracks quickly covered the entire ground. The power of the seal was quickly disappearing. It was about to disappear completely. Bang! In front of everyone's eyes, the ground below collapsed, revealing a pitch-black hole. A cloud of smoke and dust rushed up from this black hole. Everyone was on high alert. It should be known that if there really were powerful living beings from before the mythological era rushing out, everyone would be in danger. There's no aura of life. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. There was no aura of life coming from the black hole below. This meant that even if there was a living being from before the mythological era sealed in the black hole, that living being was now dead. Just as everyone had guessed, the black hole was hundreds of feet deep. There was a huge skeleton inside. This was the skeleton of a strange beast that no one had ever seen before. A living being from before the mythological era. Even though there was only a skeleton left, everyone could feel the ferocity and terror of this strange beast. It was hard to imagine how fierce and powerful this living being was when it was still alive. No living being can live in such a state for so long. Everyone was relieved. No matter how powerful a living being was, in this sealed land, it would exhaust its essence chi. In the end, it would die. Next, everyone opened 7 or 8 seals in a row. Some of the cages were empty, without any living being sealed inside. Even if there were living beings sealed in some cages, those living beings had already become bones or dried corpses. Crossing 3 eras. Under the seal, there was probably no living being that could live for so long. One should know that even an honorable being would not be able to live for so long if he was sealed. These cages were not as simple as sealing grounds. Inside the cages, there were also array patterns that could absorb spirit chi. In other words, The creatures inside the cages could not absorb spirit chi from the outside world. Instead, their own spirit chi was constantly being consumed by the cages. Crossing 3 eras, even an honorable being would probably be exhausted to death if he was sealed in this place. These guys are all poor. There's nothing left behind. He Tian tried his best to open the seals. He wanted to see if there were any treasures inside. Unfortunately, these living beings were sealed in here. How could there be any treasures on them? Of course, if the essence chi of these living beings had not been completely consumed, the bodies of these living beings could be considered as decent treasures. Aura of life. How is this possible? Just as He Tian broke open the 9th seal, an extremely weak aura of life seeped out from the bottom of the cracked seal. What? Even He Tian himself was shocked. Aura of life. That's right. This is the aura of life. The unknown living being in the seal is still alive. Everyone was extremely shocked. This was definitely a miracle. What kind of living being could survive after being sealed for so long? This sealed land was not some paradise or spiritual land that was filled with spirit chi. What is this? Chapter 1810. The ruins left behind from the mythological era turned out to be a prison. Such an outcome was inconceivable to everyone. Legend had it that this was formed by the fall of an ancient sovereign's palace from the 9th heaven. If this was really a prison built by an ancient sovereign, then the creature that was imprisoned in this prison would definitely have a great background. After all, a creature that was worthy of being sealed by an ancient sovereign would definitely not be an ordinary existence. Jiu Fei and the others were opening these incomparably ancient prisons. The sealing power of these prisons was already very weak, but it still took them a lot of effort to break these prisons. In theory, there should be no life in these ancient prisons that spanned 3 eras. After being sealed for such a long period of time, even an ancient sovereign would be exhausted to death. However, when the 9th seal was opened, an extremely weak breath of life came out of the prison. Although this breath of life was extremely weak and almost negligible, in front of a powerhouse like Jiu Fei, the appearance of this breath of life shocked them to the extreme. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked to the extreme, especially the old flood dragon. He knew some of the origins of these ancient ruins. How could there be life in such an ancient ruin? Old Jiao had been guarding outside these ruins for tens of thousands of years. No one knew these ruins better than him. Prior to this, only that human cultivator had entered this ancient ruin once 10,000 years ago. At that time, he was only a demonic cultivator who had just awakened his spiritual wisdom. Of course, that human cultivator was not necessarily stronger than old Jiao. However, the magic weapon in his hand made old Jiao very afraid, so he did not dare to act rashly. In the end, that human cultivator seemed to have encountered some kind of opportunity in these ruins and left happily. Since then, no one from the human clan or any other race had discovered these ruins. However, old Jiao had been guarding outside these ruins for tens of thousands of years. Of course, old Jiao had entered these ruins before, but he did not dare to go deep. He only dared to wander around the periphery. It was also because of old Jiao's cautiousness that he was able to survive until now and successfully become a dragon. If he had entered the depths of these ruins, he would probably have died inside. Be careful. He Tian reminded everyone. A creature that had been sealed for 3 eras still didn't die, anyone would be moved. One had to understand that this was definitely a miracle. Catcher. After the seal was broken, the ground quickly cracked and then collapsed. Everyone nervously stared at the pitch-black hole below. Jiu Zhong's blood and qi surged as martial qi revolved around him. He looked like a reincarnated ancient god of war, giving off a strong sense of oppression. When old Flood Dragon sensed the ocean-like energy fluctuations coming from his senior brother, he couldn't help but change his expression. This was definitely an almighty level of cultivation. On the other hand, his own cultivation base had yet to be fully consolidated. He was still hovering between the 9th heaven of Immortal Emperor and the Almighty. An almost transparent beam of sword light shot out from He Tian's body. It was a formless divine sword, and a wisp of saintly might emanated from the divine sword, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Compared to the nervous expressions of He Tian and the others, Jiu Fei was still very calm. There wasn't any powerful qi coming from his body. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. The seal had been broken, but nothing rushed out from the pitch-black prison below. The surroundings were so quiet that even the breathing of the people around could be heard. But no one dared to be careless. One should know that the era before the mythological era was too long ago. The things of that era had basically been annihilated in that long period of time. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Then, the scene of the dungeon gradually appeared in front of everyone. A huge tortoise shell appeared in front of everyone. An old tortoise. Jiyu Fei and the others were dumbfounded. This was an ancient creature from before the mythological era. This was a tortoise shell the size of a house. This tortoise shell had no aura of life. The aura of life came from within the tortoise shell. This was a fleshly body. The flesh and bones had already turned to dust, but the tortoise shell could not. Little nephew, go down and take a look. He Tian glanced at old Jiao and said. What? Old Jiao was shocked. But then he remembered that he seemed to be the person with the lowest seniority among the people present. It seemed like he could only do this kind of rough work. Go, I will protect you. I guarantee that you won't die, He Tian said. Old Jiao was very unwilling, but he couldn't refuse. The qi of life inside the tortoise shell made Jiyu Fei and the others feel a little uneasy. But the qi of life was very weak and seemed to be of no threat to anyone. Old Jiao jumped down and carried the huge tortoise shell up. Bang! The tortoise shell was placed on the ground beside the prison. The heavy tortoise shell was like a mountain, and the ground shook when it hit. On the shell that was the size of a house, there were thick lines intertwined. Upon closer inspection, these lines seemed to be naturally formed. They were natural Tao patterns. Creatures before the mythological era are indeed extraordinary. He Tian couldn't help but sigh. Innate Tao patterns were something that only Xiantian lifeforms could possess. Ordinary lifeforms definitely wouldn't possess such Tao patterns. Even the old tortoise, the son of the Tai Huang dynasty, didn't have such natural Tao patterns. Natural Tao patterns. Could it be that this is a chaotic carnate creature that was born from chaos? Jiyu Fei was also very shocked. The carnate Tao patterns on the tortoise shell seemed to still be effective. There was an invisible force that shrouded the huge tortoise shell. The inside of the ancient prison was engraved with formation patterns that could devour essence qi. But this tortoise shell was a little special. Maybe it could counteract the devouring power in the prison. There seemed to be something inside the tortoise shell. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They were sure that it was a false alarm. The tortoise shell and the thing inside it didn't pose any threat to them. Because the qi of life inside the tortoise shell was too weak. It wasn't even as strong as the qi of life on an ordinary person. What's going on? He Tian carefully examined the tortoise shell. Apart from the natural Tao patterns on the shell, there was nothing special about it. This giant tortoise must have been very powerful when it was alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed in the prison by an ancient supreme being. However, no matter how powerful an existence was, it would still fall. However, there was still a qi of life coming from inside the tortoise shell. No one knew if this giant tortoise was already dead or if it wasn't completely dead yet. It should be known that the more powerful an existence was, the harder it was to die. Little nephew, it's better for you to do it. He Tian looked at old Jiao again. This, old Jiao had no choice but to walk forward and directly enter the huge tortoise shell that was as big as a house. Jiyu Fei and the others all stared at old Jiao. If there were any accidents, they would act immediately and rescue old Jiao. Jiyu Fei even took out the purple gold divine sword. This divine sword was a supreme divine sword. Not to mention a tortoise shell with natural Tao patterns, even immortal divine iron could be split in half by this sword. It was still a false alarm. Very quickly, old Jiao walked out of the tortoise shell with an egg in his hand. It can't be. Seeing that old Jiao actually came out with an egg in his hand, Jiyu Fei and the others were stunned once again. There were too many surprises today. This wasn't an ordinary egg, but a bone egg. The shell of the egg was made of dense bones, and these bones were covered with natural runes. These runes were exactly the same as the natural runes on the tortoise shell. This old tortoise has undergone nirvana. He Tian stared at the bone egg for a full hour before he said this. Everyone was shocked. This giant tortoise had actually undergone nirvana. They had heard of phoenixes undergoing nirvana rebirth, but they had never heard of a tortoise undergoing nirvana. Can tortoises undergo nirvana too? Jiyu Zhong voiced out the doubts in his heart. This was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Only He Tian, who had reincarnated countless times, knew some of the secrets of heaven and earth. In theory, any powerful existence can undergo nirvana rebirth. However, the price to pay is too high. Unless it is a life and death situation, no one is willing to take this path. He Tian said. The price to pay for nirvana was too high. This was a self-destruction, cutting off one's cultivation and turning oneself into the most primitive state. This was to beat oneself back to the original state. Only those with great willpower would be able to harden their hearts and sever most of their cultivation at the juncture of life and death, thus preserving the most primordial brand of life. Of course, during the process of nirvana, a part of one's power would be sealed in one's own primitive life. After rebirth, through cultivation, this part of the power would be stimulated. This giant tortoise was also forced into a dead end. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used this method to save its life. It used the natural Tao patterns on the tortoise shell to resist the devouring power in the prison. Then, it used a secret technique to undergo nirvana and turned into a bone egg. Before this giant tortoise was born, it was also a bone egg. A faint aura of life was emitted from this bone egg. The aura of life in the bone egg was almost gone. If Jiyu Fei and the others hadn't broken the seal, this bone egg would have become a dead egg in another few hundred or thousand years. This guy is really lucky. After knowing the cause and effect, everyone couldn't help but be moved. This was a creature from the most ancient era before the mythological era. It had crossed 3 eras and finally turned into an egg. And this egg was obtained by Jiyu Fei. It could be said that this giant tortoise was not fated to die. Chapter 1811. No one would have thought that a black turtle born from chaos, which had been sealed for countless years, would survive tenaciously through nirvana. It had spanned 3 eras. What a long period of time. Even those supreme beings might not be able to exist for that long. Although supreme beings were said to be extremely powerful, it did not mean that supreme beings would not die. The creatures before the mythological era were still alive. No one would believe it even if it was said out, because it was too incredible. One must know that even those ancient supreme beings had disappeared. Some supreme beings might even have fallen. However, turtles originally had a much longer lifespan than ordinary creatures. It was probably the natural longevity of this black turtle that allowed it to survive for such a long period of time. The bone egg was only 1 foot high. The lines on it were natural Tao patterns. This Tao pattern could seal the bone egg and prevent the loss of life essence. Self-nirvana and seal. This big turtle's means are indeed heaven-defying. He Tian was extremely shocked. This black turtle did not die. As long as the bone egg was provided with a steady stream of spiritual energy, this black turtle would break out of the egg and be reborn in the world. Will there be any future troubles? Jiyu Fei did not want to make the black tortoise reincarnate. The black tortoise's cultivation would backfire on him after it was successful. That was not a good thing. The person who would do such a thing was absolutely stupid to the extreme. It shouldn't be. Even if this black turtle can really recover its memory, it may not be your opponent. He Tian thought for a moment and said such words. The reborn black turtle's cultivation would not be too strong. It was just a newborn creature. Even if this creature's talent and physique reached a heaven-defying level, it was impossible for it to threaten the existence of the half-sage level as soon as it was born. In the end, Jiyu Fei put away the bone egg. This bone egg was formed after a supreme existence underwent nirvana. Such an existence's talent and physique were definitely at the monstrous level. In this world, it seemed that only Jiyu Fei could make this bone egg hatch quickly because only Jiyu Fei could provide this bone egg with a steady stream of spiritual energy. This kind of creature born naturally had a different talent and physique from ordinary creatures. It required a large amount of spiritual energy to gradually grow such a creature. When Jiyu Fei was in the heaven realm, he cut out a divine egg from the body of a stone man. After so many years, the divine egg still did not hatch. The divine egg was kept in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Jiyu Fei and nourished by the fire phoenix's essence. Even so, there was still no sign of the life in the divine egg being born. The divine egg was kept in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Jiyu Fei and nourished by the fire phoenix's essence. He had already guessed the origin of this divine egg. This divine egg was probably the legendary phoenix egg. Now, he had obtained another bone egg. Good things come in pairs. The bone egg was also kept in the mountain and river cauldron by Jiyu Fei and thrown into the place where the true dragon's divine pearl was. Soon, the bone egg gradually absorbed the essence of the true dragon's divine pearl. The fire phoenix's divine pearl and the true dragon's divine pearl were rare spiritual objects in this world. They had not appeared even once in millions of years. Jiyu Fei had only obtained these divine objects by chance in the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon. The mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own and contained many good things that Jiyu Fei had obtained. In the deepest part of the mountain and river cauldron, the physical body and primordial spirit of the primordial demon were suppressed. This was one of Jiyu Fei's trump cards. No one knew what would happen once the primordial demon's primordial spirit and physical body merged. "Boss, do we continue?" The huge turtle shell was put away by He Tian. This was not an ordinary turtle shell. It was probably not inferior to the stone turtle shell of the old tortoise. This was a divine object with natural Tao patterns. It had not completely lost its divinity. After sacrificial refining, it could definitely be refined into an amazing divine object. Continue. Jiyu Fei did not think too much about it. After all, there were not many creatures like this black turtle in the world. He did not believe that there was an existence more abnormal than this black turtle. Therefore, He Tian continued and opened all the remaining cages. There were a total of 108 cages. The remaining cages were either empty or the living beings inside had died countless years ago. Some of their corpses had even completely decayed. There were no more miracles. No one had truly explored the ruins of the mythological era. This sealed place was only a small part of the ruins. As for what was in the depths of the ruins, Jiyu Fei and the others really did not know. When Jiyu Fei and the others left the sealed place and headed for the depths of the ruins, they encountered a lot of trouble. In the end, they found that there was a chaotic zone in the depths of the ruins. Everyone was extremely shocked. Rumble, muffled thunder-like sounds came from the chaotic zone in front of them. Chaotic chi rose as if a supreme existence was splitting heaven and earth. No one could detect what was in the chaotic zone because it was an extremely chaotic place. Even those who had cultivated the divine eyes could not see through it. Is it a sealed primal chaos or an entrance to the primal chaos void? He Tian muttered to himself. He could not see through the chaotic zone that had always existed because it was impossible for chaotic rifts to exist in the world for a long time. The laws of heaven and earth could repair the broken void. Unless the entire world was broken, the crack between heaven and earth could not exist forever. Obviously, there was a force that made it difficult for this chaotic void to repair. It prevented the laws of heaven and earth from maintaining this chaotic state. Little nephew, He Tian looked at old Jiao again. "Uncle He, please spare me." Old Jiao was really scared this time. Before He Tian finished speaking, he shouted. This time, he would not go up even if he was beaten to death. That was the chaotic void. Even a real powerful person might not be able to walk in the chaotic void. Forget it. This time, I will do it myself. Jiyu Fei said. If he allowed old Jiao to go up this time, the disciple he had just accepted would probably die here. Only semi-sage experts could travel in the primal chaos void. The extremely chaotic zone could cause people to get lost in it. All of their senses would be rendered useless, and even their divine senses would find it hard to penetrate the chaos. Only existences above the half-saint realm could rely on their tyrannical cultivation to enter the chaos void. Master, Jiyu Zhong wanted to enter the chaotic void on behalf of his master. He took a step forward. However, he was stopped by Ji Fei. Ji Zhong was already a powerful warrior and his martial body was incomparably tyrannical. He was not afraid of the chaotic void. However, Ji Zhong's cultivation was still not enough. If he got lost in the chaotic void, he would probably never be able to come out. Rays of chaotic divine light flashed in the chaotic void from time to time. There was a strong fluctuation coming from it. No one dared to take it lightly. Ji Fei walked forward and directly entered the chaotic zone. The moment Ji Fei entered the chaotic zone, his expression changed. How could this be? He clearly felt an aura that should not have appeared. Impossible. Ji Fei was extremely shocked. This aura should not have appeared. It was beyond his understanding. This chaotic void was strange. Could it be a passage? The rays of chaotic divine light didn't appear randomly. There was a pattern to it. The divine light in the chaotic void flashed from top to bottom. This kind of divine light pointed out the direction of the chaotic void. Above, Ji Fei directly rushed towards the place where the primal divine light had landed. The heavy primal qi was blocked by the qi aura on his body, making it difficult for him to get close. Boss is moving quickly. He Tian could sense Ji Fei's existence. This was also the reason why Ji Fei would not get lost in the chaotic void. He had He Tian's Dao pattern on his body. Before entering the chaotic void, He Tian left a Dao pattern on Ji Fei's body. This way, Ji Fei could also sense He Tian's existence. How is this possible? He Tian's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He also sensed something strange. The Dao pattern he left on Ji Fei's body had a subtle connection with him. Rumble, in the chaotic void, Ji Fei was rushing upwards rapidly. The heavy chaotic qi could collapse mountains and rivers, but it had little effect on Ji Fei. He didn't know how far he had traveled in the chaotic void. However, he could feel that the aura coming from the chaotic divine light was getting stronger and stronger. Could this really be a chaotic passageway? Ji Fei was really moved. If his guess was right, this was definitely something that could make all the cultivators in the human world go crazy. No one would have thought that there would be such a chaotic passageway between the human world and that place. Ji Fei wanted to prove his guess. However, he realized that there was a powerful force blocking his way forward. The chaotic energy was getting stronger and stronger. Sure enough, it won't be easy. Ji Fei knew that he wouldn't be able to smoothly move towards that place without any obstruction. Boom! Suddenly, a divine light appeared in front of him. A huge mountain appeared in the chaotic passageway. Dust was floating in the chaotic divine light. A familiar aura was emitted from the mountain. When Ji Fei approached the mountain, he was shocked to the extreme. This mountain was the sacred mountain that had flown out of his inner world. This sacred mountain was the ancestral land of the god race in the Hell Path. According to legend, the supreme Tao ancestor had once preached on the sacred mountain for 1,000 years. He passed down the supreme immortal Tao and founded the immortal Tao. Why is this sacred mountain here? Chapter 18:12. A divine mountain blocked his path, and a vast and powerful aura descended from the divine mountain, causing Ji Fei to be incomparably shocked. He had no choice but to stop. This divine mountain was the ancestral mountain that flew out from his inner world. How is this possible? Back then, this divine mountain broke through the void and rushed into the depths of the primal chaos. Ji Fei vaguely saw a cold corpse in the primal chaos resonating with the divine mountain and taking it away. Then, that corpse seemed to have obtained some sort of rebirth power and came back to life. It even fought against the skeleton that crawled out from the grave of the great ominous being. The divine mountain blocked the path ahead. This made Ji Fei feel uneasy. That mysterious person was extremely powerful. Even as a half-saint, he was most likely not his match. Did the divine race meet with misfortune? Ji Fei couldn't sense any aura from the divine mountain above. It was as if the divine race had truly disappeared. No one knew what happened to them. This was the divine mountain where the Tao ancestor once preached, the ancestral land of the immortal Tao. The immortal aura was vast and mighty, causing Jiyu Fei to feel a great pressure. With the divine mountain in the way, he couldn't go any further. The exit seemed to be not far ahead. Jiyu Fei couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Was it a coincidence or was it intentional? No one knew that Jiyu Fei wanted to ascend the divine mountain. However, he found that the entire mountain was enveloped by a power that made it difficult for even Jiyu Fei to ascend. The divine mountain was incomparably silent. There was no aura of any cultivators. That mysterious expert wasn't there either. This absolute silence gave Jiyu Fei a strange feeling. Preposterous. Jiyu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The path ahead was blocked unless he could move the divine mountain away. However, this was the place where the Tao ancestor once preached and was supported by a supreme's power. Even if he used a supreme divine weapon, he might not be able to move this immortal Tao divine mountain. The primordial divine light shone down from the divine mountain, piercing through the void of primordial chaos. It posed a certain threat to Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei had no choice but to turn back. He had the Tao pattern that He Tian had left behind on him, and he could sense where He Tian was. Shua. He quickly traversed through the primal chaos, breaking through the layers of primal chaos chi as he rapidly approached He Tian's location. Boss is coming back. He Tian sensed something and knew that Jiyu Fei was about to return. He couldn't help but feel shocked that there was an unexpected discovery in the primal chaos. It was indeed a great surprise to both Jiyu Fei and He Tian. Shua. Primal chaos chi surged and a figure walked out from the primal chaos chi in front of everyone. Master, Jiyu Zhong and old Jiao hurriedly went to greet the person who walked out of the primal chaos. Jiyu Fei had returned. They wanted to know what was inside the primal chaos. Boss, He Tian went forward and retrieved a Tao pattern that was branded on Jiyu Fei's body. I didn't expect the divine mountain of the Shun race to appear again. Jiyu Fei said something that shocked He Tian. He knew the origin of the ancestral mountain of the Shun race. It was the ruler of the Hell Path, the ancestral mountain of the Shun race. The Hell Path was a large world refined by the Buddhist Lord. This world was comparable to a complete world and was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Shun race was once the ruler of the Hell Path. Of course, the current Hell Path had already been refined by Jiyu Fei with the world origin bead. Although it was still difficult for Jiyu Fei to refine that world into his body with his current cultivation, he could already use the power of the world bead to draw the power of the Hell Path for his own use. Where are the people of the Shun race? Asked He Tian hurriedly. The current him was no longer afraid of the Shun race. However, the Shun race represented the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. This kind of foundation was not inferior to any ancient desolate forces. I don't know where they are, replied Jiyu Fei. This matter was very strange. The people of the Shun race had disappeared, but a mysterious person had appeared. What happened to the people of the Shun race? This was something that Jiyu Fei wanted to know. This, He Tian seemed to have thought of something and his face turned ugly. Let's go. Bring me to them. He Tian pulled Jiyu Fei into the chaos ahead. Before he entered the chaos, he seemed to put 2 Tao patterns into the bodies of Jiyu Zhong and old Jiao. This way, he didn't have to be afraid of getting lost in the chaos. Jiyu Zhong and old Jiao could only guard outside. Just as He Tian pulled Jiyu Fei into the chaos channel, Heng Xiong and the others were also waiting on the cliff outside the ruins of the mythological era. Boss Heng Xiong, we entered the 100,000 mountain range to explore this time. I didn't expect that we would have a master. A big man among the 9 said. They were either sitting or standing. They were all in a good mood. One must know that ordinary sects wouldn't accept rogue cultivators like them. This was because the cultivation method they practiced had already taken shape and was deeply rooted in them. It was impossible for them to abandon the cultivation they had already cultivated and switch to another cultivation method. It's our luck to encounter such a great opportunity. Boss Heng Xiong was also very happy. He didn't have to be a rogue cultivator anymore. What kind of person do you think our master is? The sloppy old man sat on a big stone under the tree and pondered for a long time before saying this. He had lived for such a long time and was very meticulous. Ordinary people couldn't compare with him. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but turn silent. That's right, just who was their new master? Such a powerful existence definitely wasn't some unknown person in the cultivation world. In the world of cultivation, the only power with the surname Gu is the Gu family in the Sorcererland at the border between the Central Plains and the West Earth. Heng Xiong was an experienced rogue cultivator. He had been to most places in the human world. The Gu family in the Sorcererland was not a big power. However, the Gu family had a heaven-defying existence. No one dared to look down on him. Moreover, Jiu Zhong was Jiu Fei's disciple. Who was Jiu Fei? There was probably no one in the world of cultivation who didn't know Jiu Fei's name. He was a monster who dared to compete with half-sages and quasi-sages. It seems that we have a good master. Everyone guessed the identity of Jiu Fei's master and disciple. In the cultivation world, everything was determined by one's strength. There was no doubt that Jiu Fei and his disciple were powerful. They were really lucky to be able to have such a master. Hey! Suddenly, a voice came down from the sky. Chapter 1813. Outside the ancient ruins, Heng Xiong and the others were chatting. Suddenly, someone rode a huge bird and flew above them. Who is it? Heng Xiong and the others were very vigilant, but they didn't notice the newcomer. It was only when the newcomer spoke that they noticed his presence. They were extremely shocked because there was only one possibility that they couldn't sense the person's existence. The person's cultivation and strength were far above theirs. Why does this person have the aura of the young medicine king? The person was a young man in white clothes with a silver crown on his head. He had a handsome face and straight eyebrows. He was a handsome man. Beautiful cultivators were very common in the cultivation world. One should know that once a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they could change their appearance at will. Whoosh! The young cultivator descended from the sky on the huge bird. A piercingly cold astral wind swept down from the sky. Sand and pebbles flew from the cliff. Even some short trees were uprooted. This, Heng Xiong and the others couldn't help being shocked by this scene. Their guesses had come true. This person's cultivation base really was much higher than theirs. Even the feathered animal beneath the young man's feet was very ferocious. It was a black condor. The condor spread its wings like two doors. The astral wind caused by the flapping of its wings made Heng Xiong and the others lose their balance. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, something jumped down from the hand of the young cultivator on the back of the black condor and pounced at the slovenly old man. What? Everyone was taken aback. Heng Xiong was, after all, an expert of the ninth heavens of immortal god realm. He was only a step away from the immortal emperor realm. With his sharp eyes and swift hands, he slashed at the thing that was lunging at the sloppy old man. Humph! The young cultivator on the back of the black condor quickly waved his sleeve when he saw Heng Xiong's attack. A gust of astral wind suddenly appeared and swept towards Heng Xiong. Roar! Heng Xiong roared furiously as his long hair fluttered madly. In that instant, he erupted with his most powerful cultivation base and battle prowess, causing ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to ripple in the air. However, no matter how much Heng Xiong channeled the immortal force in his body, he could not contend against the young cultivator. The strong wind swept over and directly blew Heng Xiong away along with his sword. Hey! The clothes on the chest of the sloppy old man were torn by that thing, and a jade box fell out. It was caught by that thing, then it jumped onto the back of the black eagle and landed on the shoulder of the young cultivator. The sloppy old man was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. The jade box contained the young king medicine that his master, Jiu Zhong, had given him. That was the young medicine king. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't obtain such a divine medicine. This young medicine king was very important to the sloppy old man. He had severed his cultivation and needed this kind of divine medicine to replenish the essence energy in his body. With this young king medicine, he would be able to recover very quickly. But now, this incomparably precious young king medicine king had been snatched away by a little bastard. This little guy is so obedient. He knows what I want. The young cultivator opened the jade box and a wave of pure spiritual energy immediately rushed out. A divine medicine surrounded by spiritual light lay inside the jade box. On the young man's shoulder, there was a little marten squeaking happily. It was very intelligent. That was just given to me by Master. In his excitement, the blood in the sloppy old man's body surged and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was flushed red. Under the combination of shock and anger, he almost triggered the hidden injuries in his body. Master, giving a young king medicine king to a mortal. The black eagle stopped above the cliff. The young man on the eagle's back couldn't help but frown. He knew the value of a young king medicine king. To be able to give it to someone so casually, this person's master must have some background. Who the hell are you? We have never offended you. At this time, Hung Xiong, who had been sent flying by the young man, walked over. He wasn't injured, but the other party's high cultivation shocked him. You don't have the right to know who I am, the young cultivator arrogantly said. His background was too good, so he didn't care about these low cultivation vagrant cultivators. The only thing he was afraid of was the old man's master. This was a great era in the mortal world. The cultivation world was extremely prosperous. Even immortals were not high and mighty in this world. The young cultivator also knew that there were some hidden experts that he couldn't provoke. I'll be taking this young king medicine king. Consider it a gift from you guys. The young cultivator was about to leave, but Hung Xiong had already rushed over. Rays of bright sword light shot out from his body and pierced through the young cultivator on the black eagle. You overestimate yourself. The young man directly reached out his right hand and pressed down. Rays of pure sword light shattered under his palm. This time, Hung Xiong suffered a great impact and was directly slapped down from the sky by the young man. Boom! The cliff shook and countless rocks rolled down. A large palm print appeared on the cliff. In the center of the palm was a person. That person was Hung Xiong. Almost all of Hung Xiong's bones were shattered. His ninth-layer immortal body was covered in blood and flesh. The young cultivator's attack had thoroughly defeated him. It wasn't that he was too weak. A ninth-layer immortal realm cultivation was considered an expert in the mortal world. It was just that his opponent was too strong. This person was most likely a powerful immortal emperor. Without any suspense, the young cultivator's strength completely shocked everyone present. Do you know who the young king medicine is? A tall middle-aged cultivator stepped forward. His cultivation was only slightly weaker than Hung Xiong's. A powerful immortal aura burst out from his body. I don't care whose young king medicine it is. Anything that I, the carefree young immortal emperor, want is mine. The young cultivator seemed to be a little angry. The carefree young immortal emperor, the young master of the carefree sect. The crowd was shocked hearing this. The carefree sect was not a small sect. It had existed for a long time in the southern wasteland. Its foundation was extremely deep, on par with the Zhongli clan. Most importantly, the carefree sect was on good terms with the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland. There were many experts in the sect. This carefree young immortal emperor was one of the emperors in the southern wasteland. What bullshit sect is that? I've never even heard of it. Chapter 1814. The carefree immortal emperor was very powerful. Hung Xiong and the others were merely ants in his eyes. Even if he killed them all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, it was obvious that Hung Xiong and the others still had their own sect behind them. This made the carefree immortal emperor a little wary. Of course, it was just a little. After all, who would dare to provoke the carefree sect in southern wasteland? The carefree sect had a good relationship with the 4 ancient clans of southern wasteland. This was the key to the sect's development in southern wasteland. Moreover, the carefree sect itself was extremely powerful. It was said that the Xiaoyaro ancestral master was a powerful half-saint realm expert. A sect with a half-saint realm expert wouldn't be weak because a half-saint realm expert was powerful enough to deter all forces. Just as Hung Xiong and the others were in despair, a voice suddenly came from below the cliff. The carefree sect, how impressive. Immediately after that, 2 figures flashed out from the bottom of the cliff. Both of them were young cultivators and they did not emanate any formidable aura. What bullshit sect, I've never heard of it. One of the sturdy young men shook his head and said. In the sky above the cliff, the carefree immortal emperor standing on the back of the black condor was both shocked and angry. These two dared to look down on the carefree sect, they deserved to die. However, he knew very well that those who dared to ignore the carefree sect must have a powerful background. Otherwise, who would be willing to offend such a powerful force? What about you? Hurry up and call out that young herb king and piss off. The sturdy man's temper wasn't that good. If it wasn't for him not wanting to cause trouble, this carefree immortal emperor would have already become a dead immortal emperor. Master, Heng Xiong and the others were surprised and overjoyed to see this person. At this time, Heng Xiong had barely crawled out from the giant palm on the ground. He was an immortal, so his physique was extremely powerful. His broken bones were rapidly recovering. Even though his injuries were serious, they were only injuries to his immortal body. His origin wasn't harmed. You're courting death. The carefree immortal emperor was enraged. Ever since he started cultivating, no one had dared to speak to him like this. The arrogant him found it hard to swallow his anger. The power of the immortal path exploded from his body. Bang! Young immortal Emperor Xiaoyaro extended his right hand and slammed it down from the sky. A powerful force of the immortal Tao rushed out from his hand and turned into a huge hand. It instantly enveloped a part of the world and slammed down on the head of the sturdy cultivator on the ground. He had used this move to easily defeat Heng Xiong, who was at the 9th heaven of the immortal god realm. However, his opponent this time was not Heng Xiong, but Ji Yuzhong. Ji Yuzhong's cultivation was many times stronger than Heng Xiong's. Immense power of the immortal Tao surged down from the hand, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to appear in the air. Its might was not small at all. However, the two young cultivators that were enveloped by the large hand revealed a cold smile on their faces. In the eyes of the carefree little immortal emperor, this made him feel slightly uneasy. Originally, I didn't want to bicker with trash like you. However, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Ji Yuzhong's words didn't contain the slightest bit of emotion. He was incomparably calm. His hand slammed down from the sky. He merely stretched out his right hand and pressed upwards. Boom! The immortal hand that slammed down from the sky immediately exploded. Ji Yuzhong then soared into the sky and instantly appeared in front of the carefree little immortal emperor. He reached out his hand and grabbed the neck of the young immortal emperor, lifting him up into the air. Who do you think you are? My disciple isn't someone you can bully. Ji Yuzhong was incomparably domineering. The life and death of the carefree little immortal emperor was already under his control. With just a thought, he could decide a person's life and death. Squeak squeak. Just as Ji Yuzhong grabbed the carefree little immortal emperor, a white silhouette charged out from the carefree little immortal emperor's shoulder and pounced at Ji Yuzhong's face. What kind of beast is this? Ji Yuzhong's movements were extremely fast. He reached out and slapped the white sable away. It then exploded into a small cloud of blood mist in the air. A spiritual beast was killed by Ji Yuzhong just like that. Roar! The carefree little immortal emperor's eyes turned red. This guy actually killed his favorite spiritual beast. He almost went berserk and struggled with all his might. What a pity. Old Jiao wanted to stop him, but he was a step too late in the end. He couldn't save the white sable. The white sable was not simple. It was very likely that it was a treasure-seeking spiritual beast that could sense the existence of treasures. However, Ji Yuzhong didn't know what was good for him. He actually killed this rare spiritual beast with a single slap. Weren't you very cocky just now? Do you believe that I won't kill you with a single slap? In front of Ji Yuzhong, the carefree little immortal emperor didn't even have the strength to resist. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Killing this guy was as easy as blowing off dust. Do you know who I am? Let me go, or else I'll make you die a horrible death. The carefree little immortal emperor was truly afraid of death. This person was actually so powerful. In front of him, he was simply like a child. He had no strength to resist at all. Just now, the carefree little immortal emperor was still high and mighty. He didn't put Heng Xiong and the others in his eyes and was extremely arrogant. But now, Even if he was a dragon, he had to coil up. Ha ha! Ji Yuzhong laughed loudly, and then directly slapped the head of the carefree little immortal emperor into a cloud of bloody mist. For cultivators, the primordial spirit resided in the Niwen palace between the eyebrows. Since the carefree little immortal emperor's head was smashed into a mist of blood by Ji Yuzhong, his Niwen palace was naturally destroyed as well. Even the primordial spirit within the Niwen palace couldn't escape. The carefree little immortal emperor was dead. His primordial spirit was destroyed, and his physical body was also destroyed. With such injuries, there was only one result, and that was to die. He couldn't be more dead. Immortal cultivators all had two lives. One was the corporeal body. Even if the primordial spirit was gone, as long as the corporeal body wasn't destroyed, the corporeal body would still be able to survive. However, the divine abilities of the corporeal body would disappear along with the primordial spirit. If the primordial spirit was destroyed, the cultivator's Tao foundation would be destroyed as well. The other life was the primordial spirit. Even if the physical body was destroyed, as long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, it could be reborn through various methods. This, seeing Ji Yuzhong directly kill the carefree little immortal emperor, even the old dragon was extremely shocked. He could tell that this little immortal emperor wasn't ordinary. He was killed just like that. Heng Xiong and the others knew the origins of the carefree little immortal emperor. He was the young master of the carefree sect, but he was actually killed by his own master with a single slap. Chapter 1815. Ji Yuzhong killed the carefree little immortal emperor with a single slap. An immortal emperor was killed with a single slap. This scene stunned everyone. Even old Flood Dragon was shaken. Although he knew that his senior was very strong, he didn't expect his senior to be so abnormal that he could kill an immortal emperor with a single slap. Immortal emperors were existences second only to almighty experts. This carefree little immortal emperor's cultivation and strength were definitely at the top of the immortal emperors, but Ji Yuzhong killed him just like that. Croak. The carefree little immortal emperor died. The black eagle let out a mournful cry and wanted to shake off the person on its back. It then flapped its wings and flew back to report the news. However, before the black eagle could soar into the sky, Ji Yuzhong stomped on its back with his right foot. Bang! The black condor's body immediately exploded from Ji Yuzhong's stomp, turning into a bloody mist. Even its soul did not manage to escape, and it could not be any more dead than it was. Chimph, what carefree sect? What carefree little immortal emperor? You can't even withstand a single blow. Ji Yuzhong descended from the sky. He had already retrieved the jade box containing the young medicine king, then threw the headless corpse of the carefree little immortal emperor down the cliff. At his level of cultivation, he no longer needed to fear a sect like the carefree sect. One must know that even if the carefree sect had a good relationship with the four ancient clans of the southern wasteland, they might not necessarily be able to make the experts of the four ancient clans work for them. The price to pay to deal with an accomplished warrior was too great. No force was willing to bear it. Even the primordial Zhao clan had to hand over the people who had attacked the Supreme Mystery Sect in order to temporarily resolve the enmity between them and Ji Yufei. The carefree sect won't be able to cause any trouble. Ji Yuzhong's words were a reflection of his confidence. Just as Ji Yuzhong was killing the carefree little immortal emperor, in a spiritual land somewhere in the southern wasteland, a life lamp that was burning vigorously suddenly extinguished without any warning. Roar! Very quickly, an angry roar came from the depths of the spiritual land. The entire area shook, and the aura of a saint spread out in all directions. That's where the Xiao Yarrow sect's ancestral court is. Is the Xiao Yarrow ancestral master coming out? Some cultivators near the spiritual land were shocked to the extreme when they sensed the aura of the saint. Xiao Yarrow ancestral master was a very old name. The Xiao Yarrow old ancestor was the founder of the Xiao Yarrow old ancestor. He was a famous figure tens of thousands of years ago. Some people said that the Xiao Yarrow old ancestor was a figure in the late period of ancient times. There were many legends about the Xiao Yarrow ancestral master, but all of them showed that the Xiao Yarrow ancestral master had a mysterious identity and background. After all, It had only been 10,000 years since the unfettered school had appeared. The Xiaoyaro ancestral master hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, but this time, there seemed to be signs of him coming out, which made the major forces in the southern wilderness a bit scared. No one dared to look down on this antiques cultivation base. However, in the end, the unfettered ancestor didn't show up. The ripples from the ancestral court of the unfettered sect quickly subsided. However, on this day, more than half of the unfettered sect's experts were sent out to the 100,000 mountain range. So be it. There's no need to worry. Jiyu Zhong said to his 9 disciples. Killing an immortal emperor wasn't a big deal. Even if they offended the unfettered sect, they wouldn't necessarily be killed. However, his disciples still couldn't calm down for a long time because the one who died was the young master of the unfettered sect. All of this was just an illusion. No one would have thought that the high and mighty young master of the unfettered sect would be killed by their own master. Jiyu Zhong and old Jiao retreated from the relic, while Jiyu Fei and He Tian were still trying to find a way to enter the other end of the chaotic passageway. However, the immortal divine mountain was still there. No matter what methods they used, they still couldn't pass through. Could this be the work of the supreme Tao ancestor? He Tian wasn't willing to give up. He knew that the other end of the chaotic passageway was probably that place, but they were stuck there. There's no other way. Facing this divine mountain, Jiyu Fei shook his head. This was the divine mountain where the supreme Tao ancestor taught the Tao. The divine mountain was imprinted with a trace of the supreme Tao ancestor's imprint. Even if they used the extreme Tao divine weapon, they might not be able to break this divine mountain. Jiyu Fei and He Tian could only retreat. Perhaps only an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengju would have a way to move this immortal Tao divine mountain that was suppressing the chaos passageway. No one had thought that the legend was real. In the depths of the relic, there was a chaotic passageway that led to that place. If people knew about the existence of such a passageway, the entire cultivation world would be in an uproar. Someone would definitely come to attack that immortal Tao divine mountain. There were still a few suspicious places in the relic, but those places weren't places that Jiyu Fei and He Tian could go, because those places were extremely dangerous. Jiyu Fei and He Tian knew their limits, so they wouldn't take the risk. In the end, they also retreated from the ancient ruins. After meeting up with Jiyu Zhong and the others, they planned to leave the 100,000 mountains. However, some people came looking for them at this time. The experts of the Xiaoyaro sect had arrived, and they met up with Jiyu Fei and the others in a mountain range in the outer region of the 100,000 mountains. How dare you? You actually dared to kill my sect's young master. You deserve to die, roared one of the leaders of the Xiaoyaro sect. His voice shook the sky, echoing through the mountains, echoing unceasingly. How did they know that I killed that young immortal emperor? Jiyu Zhong was very surprised. When he killed that young immortal emperor, he was already very careful. His primordial spirit didn't even have the chance to escape. Looks like I've underestimated the Xiaoyaro sect. Jiyu Zhong immediately understood after thinking about it. It seemed like the carefree little immortal emperor had used some sort of secret technique before he died, allowing these people to immediately recognize that he was the one who killed him. Xiaoyaro sect. On top of the mountain, Jiyu Fei's face was expressionless. He already knew that Jiyu Zhong had killed the young master of the Xiaoyaro sect, but it didn't matter. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Jiyu Zhong's fist was harder than young immortal emperor's fist. Jiyu Zhong killing young immortal emperor was the same as killing young immortal emperor. There was no need to be afraid of the force behind young immortal emperor. The path of martial arts was to always maintain an indomitable and courageous state. Too many worries and guesses would only affect one's Tao heart. Master, on the opposite mountain, there were 18 golden-armored deities. Every single one of them was emitting powerful immortal ripples. The enemy's formation made Heng Xiong and the others extremely shocked. What are you panicking for? These people are just a bunch of trash. I can kill them all with a wave of my hand. It's useless no matter how many come. Chapter 18:16. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you not put my carefree sect in your eyes? On the opposite mountain, 18 golden-armored deities emitted dazzling golden light, illuminating the dusky sky and earth. These 18 deities were wearing the unique golden armor of the Carefree sect. It wasn't an ordinary armor, but an immortal armor personally refined by the Carefree ancestor. Only the true experts of the Carefree sect were qualified to wear this armor. Even the Carefree immortal emperor who was killed by Jiyu Zhong with a single slap wasn't qualified. Because those who could wear this armor were at least at the 9th heavenly layer of immortal emperor. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Only the strong could obtain more cultivation resources. Otherwise, if the best cultivation resources were used on a group of trash, it would only be a waste. Jiyu Zhong, this is your fault. You go and solve it. Jiyu Fei spoke from the top of the mountain. He wasn't very competent as a master. He only taught Jiyu Zhong the cultivation technique, but he rarely gave guidance to this disciple. Jiyu Zhong's current achievements were actually the result of his own hard work. Of course, in order to obtain great power, one could only rely on one's own hard work. Others wouldn't be able to help much. Yes. Jiyu Zhong nodded and took a step forward. This was the 8 desolation steps. When cultivated to the grand completion realm, it was said that one could travel in 8 directions with just 8 steps. His speed was unimaginably fast. With a single step, Jiyu Zhong appeared on top of the mountain opposite him. What? The 18 golden-armored deities on the other side of the mountain were shocked. They never thought that the other party would be so fast. It was too fast. This, even Heng Xiong and the others felt their hearts beating wildly. This master of theirs was incredible. The distance between the two mountains was at least 7 or 8 li, but their master had arrived just like that. Kill. The 18 golden-armored deities attacked. 18 rays of golden light shot out, piercing towards Jiyu Zhong. The powerful immortal energy shook the void. Golden light flickered on the top of the mountain. Reckless fool. Jiyu Zhong didn't say anything. He swept his palm over. Powerful martial Dao true force condensed into a huge golden palm in the void and slapped down. Boom. The 18 beams of golden light were dispersed by the giant hand. The giant hand directly slammed onto the mountain peak, sending the 18 golden-armored deities flying and coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The entire mountaintop exploded. The 18 golden-armored deities were shocked to the extreme. Even a pinnacle almighty being would have to dodge the combined attack of the 18 of them. However, their opponent had defeated them with an even greater power. To be able to withstand my heaven-covering palm, these people are pretty good. Jiyu Zhong was very confident. The moment he used the heaven-covering palm, the 18 golden-armored deities spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the golden armor on their bodies dimmed. This was the immortal Dao battle armor refined by the Xiaoyaro ancestral master, but it couldn't even protect them. Could it be that the opponent was a half-saint? Although the Xiaoyaro sect couldn't be compared to the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wasteland, they still had a team of golden-armored warriors. Although there weren't many of them, every single one of them was an expert of the sect. Run! 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 The 18 golden-armored warriors only had one thought, and that was to run. These people weren't people they could fight against. The 18 of them couldn't even withstand a single attack from the opponent. If they didn't run now, they would lose their lives here. However, could they escape? Bam! Jiyu Zhong attacked once again. His hand covered the sky, and the 18 golden-armored warriors that were fleeing in different directions were all enveloped by the hand, making it difficult for them to escape. Rumble! The heaven-covering palm descended with a powerful force that shook the heavens and the earth. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void below the heaven-covering palm. Some of the golden-armored warriors were hit by the black cracks, and their bodies immediately shattered. The power of the spatial cracks was too strong. Even the immortal armors refined by a half-saint couldn't protect them. Without any suspense, the heaven-covering palm descended and the 18 golden-armored warriors were instantly obliterated. Not even a speck of dust was left. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Master is too strong. Heng Xiong and the others were dumbfounded. One person killed a group of golden-armored warriors. If this news were to spread, the entire southern wasteland would be shaken. Mph, just some shrimp and crab soldiers. He Tian said unhappily. The Xiao Yarrow sect didn't have any real experts. However, the death of the 18 golden-armored warriors was a great loss to the Xiao Yarrow sect. The patriarch of the Xiao Yarrow sect looked at the 18 broken jade medallions. His face was extremely gloomy. Who was it? The patriarch of the Xiao Yarrow sect raised his head and roared in anger. His son was dead, and now 18 golden-armored warriors were also dead. This made him go crazy. He could only guess who killed them from the chi of the enemies. However, he didn't know who it was. Do I have to go there myself? The patriarch of the Xiao Yarrow sect walked out and arrived at the ancestral land of the Xiao Yarrow sect. What is it? An old voice came from the depths of the ancestral land. Ancestor, the 18 warriors I sent are all dead. The patriarch of the Xiao Yarrow sect lowered his head and said carefully. There was only one person in the entire Xiao Yarrow sect who could make him lower his head. What? The old voice was obviously shocked. Who are they? Did you find out who they are? Ancestor, I am useless. I don't know who killed our people. The patriarch of the Xiao Yarrow sect said in fear. Trash. The old voice sounded angry. The patriarch of the Xiao Yarrow sect didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The anger of the ancestor was not something to be taken lightly. Ancestor, please help us. The patriarch of the Xiao Yarrow sect really didn't know what to do. 18 of the golden-armored warriors had been killed. Obviously, the enemy was not someone to be trifled with. When 18 warriors fought together, they could even fight against a peak-level cultivator for a while. How could they be killed so easily? Most importantly, as time passed, the aura on those people would completely dissipate. At that time, it would be very difficult to find the culprit. When the young immortal emperor died, he indeed used a secret technique. It was a secret technique of the Xiao Yarrow sect that could determine who killed the young immortal emperor within a certain period of time. It was also because of this that the 18 gold-armored warriors found Ji Yu Fei and the others. This secret technique could only let the people of the Xiao Yarrow sect know who killed the young immortal emperor, but they couldn't find out the identity or appearance of the killer. Could it be that someone is secretly plotting against the Xiao Yarrow sect? In the depths of the ancestral land of the Xiao Yarrow sect, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock. He opened his eyes and 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. It looked like 2 bolts of lightning flashing in the sky. You can leave, I will take care of this. The Xiao Yarrow sect ancestor spoke for a while, then sent the patriarch of the Xiao Yarrow sect away. Young immortal Emperor Xiao Yarrow was the most outstanding figure among the young generation of the Xiao Yarrow sect. At such a young age, he had already cultivated the immortal emperor fruit. Given time, he might be able to break through to the realm of Almighty. Such a good seedling was killed. Even the Xiao Yarrow sect ancestor, who hadn't paid attention to worldly affairs for many years, was alarmed. I'd like to see who dares to oppose me. The Xiao Yarrow ancestral master stood up from the blue stone. In the next moment, the blue stone was empty, and the faint mist circled around it. Below the Xiao Yarrow sect's ancestral land was a spirit vein that was shrouded in mist all year round. In fact, this mist was completely formed by the spiritual essence of the heaven and earth in the ancestral land. The Xiao Yarrow sect ancestor had set up a spirit gathering formation in this area, gathering spiritual essence from all directions at all times. In the entire Xiao Yarrow sect, only the Xiao Yarrow sect ancestor had the ability to gather spiritual essence from all directions for cultivation. After 10,000 years, the spiritual essence in the Xiao Yarrow sect's ancestral land was enough to form a mist visible to the naked eye. At this time, Ji Yu Fei and the others also came out from the 100,000 mountain range. They had gained a lot from this trip to the 100,000 mountain range, and their foundations had become more solid. Ji Yu Zhong, in particular, had taken in 9 disciples in one go. These disciples were all at the immortal realm, and only the sloppy old man was immortal. However, by this time, the sloppy old man had already taken the young King Herb. Then, Ji Yu Fei healed the hidden injuries of the great Tao in his body. With Ji Yu Fei's current cultivation level, the hidden injuries of the great Tao were nothing. Under the nourishment of the young King Herb, the sloppy old man's physique quickly transformed. His white hair turned black, and his muscles, bones, and flesh regained vitality. The frail old man had actually turned into a vigorous middle-aged man in just half a day's time. Hung Xiong and the others were dumbfounded by the old man's transformation. It was a miracle that the sloppy old man had turned into a sloppy man. No one would believe it even if they told others. The sloppy old man was so grateful to Ji Yufei and his disciples that he swore to be loyal to them. The heaven-defying means that Ji Yufei and Ji Yuzhong had displayed shocked everyone. Even the old flood dragon felt lucky that he had such a powerful master. Hung Xiong and the others were even more loyal to Ji Yuzhong. Where else could they find such a powerful master? More importantly, they were the only people in their sect. If their sect became more powerful in the future, they would be the senior brothers of all the others. Being a core disciple was something that Hung Xiong and the others dared not imagine before. Master, are we still going back to Dragon Emperor City? Ji Yuzhong asked Ji Yufei. Of course, why not? Ji Yufei had already achieved the semi-sage Dao fruit. It was time to shock those guys. Only now could he show disdain for the others. Very few people could threaten him. If even the Azure Dragon wasn't a match for him, the other powerful beings of the ancient race definitely wouldn't be a match for him. However, existences like Ghost Emperor Fengju could still threaten Ji Yufei. No one knew how many existences like Ghost Emperor Fengju were in the human realm. Chapter 1817. Dragon Emperor City. This ancient city had been standing in South Wilderness for a long time. Even in the darkest age of the cultivation world, it was not destroyed. The city wall was full of traces of time. In the evening, they came to the vicinity of the city gate of Dragon Emperor City. Immortal soldiers guarding the city gate. Actually, Hung Xiong and the others had been to Dragon Emperor City before. However, there were no immortal-level immortal soldiers guarding the city gate at that time. Therefore, they were shocked by such a great achievement. In the secular world, Dragon Emperor City seemed to be transcendent. Of course, in the eyes of all the clans in South Wilderness, Dragon Emperor City's status was second only to their ancestral land. The Supreme Dragon Emperor was once the Supreme Dragon Emperor that all the clans in South Wilderness worshipped. The era of the Supreme Dragon Emperor was so long ago that no one could remember the existence of such an existence in the Southern Wasteland. The new generation replaced the old one and rose generation after generation. As a result, the cultivation world could be passed down from generation to generation. Why do I feel that this ancient city is a bit different? After breaking through to the semi-sage level realm, Ji Yufei sensed a bit strange qi when he came to Dragon Emperor City. He had an illusion that the huge city in front of him was alive. I also have the same feeling. He Tian nodded. At their realm, they could already sense the Great Dao and touch the edge of the Great Dao. The huge city in front of them gave out a special Dao qi. This shocked Ji Yufei and He Tian very much. Master, what are you talking about? Ji Yuzhong and Old Flood Dragon were confused. However, they knew that something that could move Ji Yufei and He Tian was definitely extraordinary. Hehe, little nephew, when you reach my realm, you will know what we're talking about. He Tian's face turned solemn for a short while. Closely after that, he revealed a mischievous smile. At this moment, Hung Xiong and the others all knew that He Tian was a powerful semi-sage level cultivator. Therefore, they were all in awe of him. Let's go. It's time to pay a visit to our old friends. Ji Yufei directly walked towards the city gate, closely followed by He Tian and the others. Soon, they entered Dragon Emperor City and disappeared in the streets. These people actually, after Ji Yufei and the others entered Dragon Emperor City, a figure walked out of the dark. He was the head of Xiao Yarrow sect in a purple robe and a Daoist hat. The leader of the Xiao Yarrow sect sensed a strange energy coming from Ji Yuzhong, which made him sure that this was the person who killed his only son, the Xiao Yarrow Immortal Emperor. The carefree little Immortal Emperor had been killed. This was definitely a huge blow to the carefree sect's sect leader. One must know that the carefree little Immortal Emperor was not only his only son, he was also the #1 candidate for the next sect leader. Now that the carefree young Immortal Emperor was dead, the next sect leader of the carefree sect would be replaced. H, I will make you pay with your blood. The Carefree Sect's sect leader muttered to himself. His eyes shone with a vicious light, then he turned around and disappeared into the darkness. With the power of the Xiao Yarrow sect in the southern wasteland, it was not difficult to find out the background of those people. Soon, a detailed report was sent to the Carefree Sect's sect leader. That person is Ji Yufei's disciple, Ji Yuzhong. When the Carefree Sect's sect leader found out that his enemy was Ji Yufei and his disciple, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The opponent's background was too powerful, which made him very afraid. One must know that Ji Yufei's reputation was built by killing. Even Azure Dragon might not be a match for Ji Yufei. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to ask the Xiao Yarrow Old Ancestor. However, even the Xiao Yarrow Old Ancestor was afraid of Ji Yufei. The Carefree Sect's sect leader was only the Xiao Yarrow Old Ancestor's disciple's disciple. It seemed that the Xiao Yarrow Old Ancestor would not risk his life to fight Ji Yufei for the son of his disciple's disciple. However, the Carefree Sect's sect leader knew that his patriarch had already left the ancestral land of the Xiao Yarrow sect. It would be better if they both suffer losses. By then, I will be able to completely control the Xiao Yarrow sect. In the ancestral land of the Xiao Yarrow sect, the Carefree Sect's sect leader's face constantly changed. As an ambitious person, he didn't want to be a puppet sect leader. After all, the Carefree Sect was founded by the Xiao Yarrow Old Ancestor. As long as the Xiao Yarrow Old Ancestor was there, the so-called sect leader of the Xiao Yarrow sect was just a puppet. With one word, the Xiao Yarrow Old Ancestor could decide who would be the sect leader of the Xiao Yarrow sect. The current Carefree Sect leader trembled in fear of making the Xiao Yarrow Old Ancestor unhappy. If the Xiao Yarrow Old Ancestor was unhappy, his position as the sect leader would come to an end. Nobody would like to be a puppet for the rest of their lives, including the Carefree Sect leader. At this moment, the 9th floor of the Drunken Immortal residence in Dragon Emperor City was ablaze with lights. Almost all the young powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City had arrived. Zhongli Meng, the boss of Drunken Immortal residence, was going to invite Ji Yufei and his disciple to a banquet. The news that Ji Yufei had arrived made all the forces in Dragon Emperor City restless. Ji Yufei was a fierce person who couldn't even defeat Azure Dragon. All the races in the southern wasteland were well informed. There was a problem within the Azure Dragon clan. Someone said that during the battle between the Azure Dragon clan and Ji Yufei, the bloodline power that the Azure Dragon clan had painstakingly gathered was scattered by Ji Yufei. If his bloodline strength was broken, Azure Dragon would not be Azure Dragon anymore. Although he might lose his position as the current Azure Dragon, he would not give up the title of Azure Dragon that easily. The discord in Azure Dragon clan had long been spread out. Although the battle between Ji Yufei and Azure Dragon didn't come to an end, Ji Yufei had made a great breakthrough and triggered the Heavenly Tribulation of Semisage level. Additionally, he had passed the Heavenly Tribulation successfully. Azure Dragon was definitely not able to defeat Ji Yufei unless he could make a great breakthrough and promote to a quasi-sage level. Otherwise, how could he compete with Ji Yufei? It was not a legend that a cultivator was unrivaled among the same level. After Ji Yufei arrived, many people wanted to see Ji Yufei's demeanor. All the young talents of major forces in Dragon Emperor City wanted to see this figure. Therefore, the 9th floor of the Drunken Immortal residence became boisterous. Of course, it was impossible for Ji Yufei to meet these people in the lobby. There were other VIP pavilions on the 9th floor of the Drunken Immortal residence. However, the lobby had been fully occupied. In a very inconspicuous corner of the hall sat an old man wearing a daoist robe. This old daoist didn't have the aura of a cultivator, but even so, this old daoist seemed to have a strange power that made people unwilling to get too close to him. Ji Yufei, he's the little guy who triggered the Heavenly Tribulation of Semisage level in the battle. The old Taoist was pouring himself a cup and drinking. Ji Yufei is really something. He triggered the Heavenly Tribulation of Semisage level in the battle. How abnormal. That's right. Even Azure Dragon wasn't a match for him. Among the rising stars of the southern wasteland in the past 1,000 years, I'm afraid no one is a match for him. With such a battle god on the way to becoming a sage, it seems that many people will be despairing. Many people were chatting, and their conversations were all about the person in the VIP pavilion. This was the opportunity to become a sage. Once one became a sage, he would be invincible in the world. In front of a true sage, all semi-sage and quasi-sage were like ants. However, Jiyu Fei's sudden appearance and rapid rise within a few hundred years had indeed made many people despair. With such a battle god, the competition on the road to becoming a sage would be extremely fierce. Although Azure Dragon was defeated, he would definitely make a comeback. In this great world, one had to seize every moment. No one was willing to give up the opportunity to become a sage. However, this path was too difficult. Furthermore, once someone became a martial sage, their strength would suppress all Daos. At that time, it would be much more difficult for others to become martial sages. The most terrifying thing was that the process of becoming a sage was to fight against the heavenly Dao, break through the shackles of heaven and earth, soar into the sky, and trample on the heavenly Dao. When that happened, the heavenly Dao would be chaotic, and there would be almost no chance for others to become a sage. Becoming a sage. A wisp of shrewd light flashed across the old Daoist's turbid eyes. At this moment, in the VIP pavilion, Zhongli Meng was introducing some powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City to Jiyu Fei. They were all rising stars in the past hundreds of years. Brother Jiyu, this is Gongsun Wang. Brother Gongsun is also a martial artist. However, he's just an immortal. However, many seniors think highly of Brother Gongsun. Hearing this, Jiyu Fei couldn't help being startled. This Gongsun Wang was actually a cultivator. Jiyu Fei couldn't sense the aura coming from this Gongsun Wang, so he was likely carrying an artifact that could conceal his aura. Some people from major clans were different than commoners. Martial artist, immortal. Even Mahakala was taken aback. He knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate on the path of martial arts. This person had only used a few hundred years to cultivate to the immortal god stage. This person also seemed to have a pretty good aptitude. Jiyu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but take a few more glances at Gongsun Wang. Nice to meet you, Brother Jiyu and Brother He. Gongsun Wang hurriedly stood up as he cupped his hands towards Jiyu Fei and He Tian. Jiyu Fei and He Tian just nodded. Based on their cultivation base and battle strength, it was already a great honor for them to meet these people. Therefore, these people dared not show any dissatisfaction. Gongsun Wang then sat down. As far as I know, martial artists have long been extinct in the mortal realm. I've not imagined that I could meet someone like me. Jiyu Fei was also amazed. Is the inheritance of martial artists not extinct in the mortal realm? You're right, Brother Jiyu. I was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of an ancient martial arts master. That's why I'm able to achieve what I have today. Gongsun Wang said. Oh. Jiyu Fei nodded. He didn't comment on Gongsun Wang's words. He didn't want to know too much about it. On the road of martial arts, Jiyu Fei only had one belief: I'm unrivaled. Even if the other party was a semi-sage martial artist like him, Jiyu Fei's belief would not be shaken. Brother Jiyu, this is Long Badao. Brother Long is from extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain. Zhong Limen continued. Extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain. Chapter 1818. Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was an ancient inheritance. Legend had it that this inheritance was not on the earth, but in the mysterious sky beyond heaven. Sky beyond heaven was a forbidden area in the depths of the endless starry sky. No one knew its exact location, but there was a powerful and ancient inheritance there. You are from Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. He Tian's eyes flickered. He was very interested in this mysterious inheritance. The origin of Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was definitely not inferior to those families of the remote antiquity. More importantly, he suspected that the mysterious sky beyond heaven might be a great world created by the ancient supremes. No one could imagine the means of the ancient supremes. Creating the world was just a matter of raising one's hand. The ancient supremes had a complete great Tao, and the world they created was infinitely close to the real great Tao. There was even an ancient legend that the great Tao created by the ancient supremes had a chance of ultimate transformation, and it was very likely to become a real great Tao. The world was absolutely supreme for all living beings living in it. The heavenly Tao was ruthless, and it deterred all living beings. This was a kind of heavenly might. Any living being that wanted to break the heavenly Tao would attract the punishment of the heavenly Tao. As for the Supremes, they were equivalent to the heavenly Tao. They had already jumped out of the great Tao and were not bound by the heavenly Tao law. The world created by the Supremes had the highest chance of ultimate transformation, and become a real perfect great Tao. I come from extraterrestrial divine mountain. Long Bado's tone was extremely calm. Extraterrestrial divine mountain was a transcendent existence. He also had a secret treasure to hide his aura, so he was not afraid that Jiyu Fei and the others would be able to see through him. Hihi, I have long been fascinated by the sky beyond heaven. When I have time, I will go and see it. He Tian laughed. Jiyu Fei saw He Tian's expression and couldn't help but think, is this guy thinking about the sky beyond heaven? It is not a good place. The sky beyond heaven was a forbidden area, and its location was uncertain, so it was very difficult to find. One should know that the depths of the starry sky was not a place that anyone could go. The starry sky was vast and boundless, and even a half-saint could get lost in it. Since ancient times, many people had wanted to enter the sky beyond heaven. However, it seemed that no one had ever succeeded. Some people even suspected that the outer sky divine mountain in the sky beyond sky might be an inheritance left behind by an ancient supreme being. This inheritance was extremely ancient and powerful. Welcome. Long Badao did not seem to be a talkative person, but when he saw He Tian's interest in heavens beyond, he had to be careful. One must know that He Tian did not have a good reputation. Haha, with Brother Long's words, I can rest assured. The smile on He Tian's face deepened. Of course, he was not a fool. Long Badao was just being polite. He did not think that Long Badao would bring him to heavens beyond. Brother Ji Yu, this is Qiu Wuqing, the successor of the northernmost divine ocean. Zhong Li Meng introduced the last black-robed young man to Ji Yu Fei. The young man only nodded at Ji Yu Fei and did not say anything. The northernmost divine ocean. Ji Yu Fei couldn't help being startled. He was no stranger to the fallen God Sea. He had once been to the Godfiend Island in the fallen God Sea and encountered the Godfiend avatar, the successor of the divine demon. Ji Yu Fei was truly moved. The divine demon was an ancient name that could be traced back to the mythological era. The ancient divine demons were all extremely powerful and had the characteristics of the divine demon and the divine demon. They were gods in the day and demons in the night. Such a race once ruled over a region and was incomparably prosperous. However, they gradually declined in the end. In today's great era, there was no news of the birth of a true divine demon. Among the three people that Zhong Li Meng introduced to Ji Yu Fei, other than Gongsun Wang, the other two had powerful backgrounds. Haha, Brother Ji Yu has a good eye. Brother Qiu has the bloodline of the divine demon and is the number one of the younger generation in the divine ocean. Zhong Li Meng said with a smile. Whether it was the extraterrestrial divine mountain or the divine ocean, such forces were not something that the Zhong Li clan could compare with. This time, Zhong Li Meng actually felt a little helpless when he invited Ji Yu Fei. This was because some people wanted to get to know the human race martial physique that even Azure Dragon was no match for. It could only be said that Ji Yu Fei's limelight was too strong. Even the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain and the divine ocean wanted to meet this human race martial physique. How about a spa? Qiu Wuqing looked at Ji Yu Fei and said these two words. In his eyes, there was a divine light and demonic qi intertwining, giving people a very strange feeling. The eyes of this descendant of the divine demon were like two invincible black holes that could devour people's divine souls. He Tian took a few more glances and felt that his divine soul was showing signs of leaving his body. Good guy. He Tian was extremely shocked. The number one person from the divine ocean was indeed extraordinary. His strength was probably not below that of Azure Dragon. Why not? Ji Yu Fei met Qiu Wuqing's gaze directly. The strange suction force that was emitted from Qiu Wuqing's eyes couldn't shake Ji Yu Fei's spirit. His spirit and physical body had long merged into one, and there was no distinction between them. Now, can we? Qiu Wuqing seemed to want to fight with Ji Yufei very much. The Divine Ocean was behind the northernmost demon region and was separated from the Central Plains by the northernmost demon region. Therefore, in the entire cultivation world, there were not many people who knew about the existence of the Divine Demon Clan in the Divine Ocean. Fighting with Ji Yufei might be able to make a name for himself in the Divine Ocean. Very well. Ji Yufei stood up. This Qiu Wuqing was very direct, and he was also very straightforward. Such people acted according to their own nature and were not influenced by the outside world. As long as they decided to do something, no one could change their mind. Qiu Wuqing spoke from his heart. Obviously, this Qiu Wuqing also had a pure Dao heart that pursued supreme power. This caused Ji Yufei to have a higher opinion of him. Only such a person could be his opponent. Brother Ji Yu, Brother Qiu, you guys. Seeing that Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing did not seem to be joking, even Zhongli Meng could not help but feel nervous. Qiu Wuqing was not a simple person. She still could not figure out the background of this descendant of the Divine Demon Clan. As for Ji Yufei, Zhongli Meng was very clear about his character. This person meant what he said and did things according to his own likes and dislikes. It seemed that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Haha, Boss Zhongli. What are you so nervous about? They are just sparring. He Tian's voice sounded. Qiu Wuqing had the characteristics of a demon, which made him feel displeased. He had an impulse to rush forward and beat this guy up. It is my honor to see Brother Ji Yu and Brother Qiu's glory. Gong Sun Wang's eyes flickered. He was also looking forward to the battle between Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Ji Yufei was said to be powerful, so he might really have some ability. As a martial artist, Gong Sun Wang naturally wanted to see Ji Yufei's methods. Long Badao did not say anything, but he also stood up. He did not want to miss this battle. He also had the ambition to become a saint, and these two would be his strongest competitors. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Long Badao also had to be prepared. In this golden era, there would be a rise of peerless figures from various forces. Moreover, the older generation would definitely not give up this opportunity. In the near future, there would be an intense storm that would sweep through the entire cultivation world. No one would be lonely on the road to becoming a saint. In this era, the most brilliant sparks would be produced. Swoosh. Swoosh. The figures of Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing disappeared from the VIP pavilion at almost the same time. This, Zhongli Meng could not help but be shocked. These two fellows were really unscrupulous. They fought whenever they wanted to, without paying attention to anyone and would not be shaken by anyone. After all, this was Dragon Emperor City. Interesting. Long Badao smiled, then also disappeared from the VIP pavilion. Boss Zhongli, remember to tell Old Black the next time you have such celestial wine. Mai Tian raised his head and drained the cup of immortal wine in one gulp. Then, he jumped out of the window and disappeared into the darkness of the night without a trace. These guys, Zhongli Meng was completely speechless. These people didn't play by the rules, and this caused her to be at a loss for what to do, and she became flustered. The battle between Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing was not a small matter. Goodbye. Boss Zhongli Gong Sun Wang also left. His cultivation was not great, but he had a secret method to keep up with He Tian, Long Badao, and the others. He did not want to miss this battle. Zhongli Meng's cultivation was not comparable to that of Ji Yufei and the others, but she was smarter than them. Soon, the news of the battle between Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing spread. No one noticed that in the lobby of the 9th floor of the Drunken Immortal residence, an old Daoist had also disappeared without a trace. Human martial body wants to fight a descendant of gods and demons. This explosive news spread to the entire Dragon Emperor City with the Drunken Immortal residence as the center. Soon, people from all the major forces were dispatched. This time, Ji Yufei's opponent was not an ordinary person. He was a peerless figure who had walked out of the depths of the Godfallen Sea. Others might not know about the ancient inheritance in the depths of the Godfallen Sea, but it didn't mean that the higher-ups of the major forces in southern wilderness didn't know about it. The ancient inheritance in the depths of the forbidden area could never be imagined by common sense. To a certain extent, the ancient inheritance in the forbidden area was more mysterious and terrifying than those ancient forces. It should be known that the origins of ancient forces were not a secret. However, ancient inheritances in the forbidden areas like the extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain and the Godfallen Sea were covered with a mysterious veil. Facing the unknown, people's first reaction was curiosity, followed by fear. Chapter 18:19. The first person to come out of the Godfallen Sea. Jiyu Fei stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the figure on the opposite mountain. His opponent had a secret treasure to hide his aura, and even he could not see through him. His opponent was an expert who came out of the forbidden zone for life. Jiyu Fei did not underestimate his opponent. The forbidden zone for life was extremely mysterious and no one could really find out what was inside. The ancient inheritance in the forbidden zone was extremely powerful. Some people guessed that it might be the inheritance left behind by a supreme. You are very strong. On the opposite mountain, Qiu Wuqing, who was dressed in black, crossed his arms and looked at Jiyu Fei. Divine light and demonic qi intertwined in his eyes as if he was evolving the divine demon Dao. His words were good and concise. He was not the kind of person who could speak well. You are not weak either, Jiyu Fei said. Qiu Wuqing knew that Jiyu Fei had defeated Azure Dragon's bloodline power and still dared to challenge him. He must have something to rely on. Begin. Qiu Wuqing was very direct. He did not want to waste time. Most importantly, if time dragged on, those annoying people would find this place. It was hard not to be discovered in a battle of this level. All right. Jiyu Fei nodded. He also wanted to see what these experts who came out of the forbidden zone for life had up their sleeves. Could Qiu Wuqing be stronger than Azure Dragon? Boom. At this moment, a shocking battle intent exploded from Qiu Wuqing's body. He no longer used a secret treasure to hide his aura and a saint's aura spread out. Indeed, Jiyu Fei was surprised. This Qiu Wuqing was indeed powerful. It was hard for him to judge whether he was at the peak of the sage-to-be or sage-to-be. Those who came out of the Godfallen Sea are indeed different. On a mountain a few hundred miles away, He Tian, Jiyu Zhong, and the old dragon were watching. Heng Xiong and the others were nowhere to be seen. Jiyu Zhong was called out by He Tian. He did not know where Heng Xiong and the others were placed by Jiyu Zhong. It was difficult for Heng Xiong and the others to come and watch a battle of this level. Even He Tian and the others had to be extremely cautious to avoid being affected by the battle. Swoosh. At this moment, someone arrived. Long Badao and Gong Sun Wang arrived at the mountain where He Tian and the others were. He Tian and the others ignored them and stared at the two figures on the mountain in front of them. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the two powerful auras clashed. This, apart from He Tian and the others, Long Badao and Gong Sun Wang were also shocked. The cultivation and strength of the two people in front of them were far beyond ordinary people. The human martial body is really strong. Long Badao's eyes flashed with divine light. The God-fiend body isn't weak either, Gong Sun Wang said. Qiu Wuqing was the first person to walk out from the depths of the fallen God Sea. His cultivation and strength were definitely at the peak of the human realm. In particular, Qiu Wuqing had the godly demon bloodline and the godly demon body. In the distant past, it was one of the strongest body constitutions in the world. Most of the powerful constitutions that appeared in the ancient times were born with them. Only a few cultivation techniques could cultivate a powerful body, and the path of martial arts was one of them. The Buddhists also had the indestructible Vajra body, and the demons had the chaotic demon body. The battle between the two powerful constitutions was rare even in the human realm. Long Badao was someone who aspired to become a sage, so he really wanted to know the strength of these two people. Just as Jiyu Fei and Qiu Wuqing were confronting each other, a figure appeared silently in the distant sky thousands of miles away. It was an old Taoist in a Taoist robe. At this moment, the aura of Jiyu Fei and Qiu Wuqing was still rising. It was like two sages confronting each other. The powerful aura shocked all directions. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, He Tian and the others still felt an extremely strong pressure. All the living creatures in the whole area trembled in fear under the pressure of these two forces. It was as if doomsday had come. In the depths of the mountain, there was only silence and no living creature dared to make a sound. Fight! Qiu Wuqing shouted loudly. A black halberd rushed out from his body and he grabbed it. Then, he directly flew up from the top of the mountain. Boom! The mountain beneath his feet exploded the moment he soared into the air. Swoosh! In an instant, Qiu Wuqing held the halberd and smashed it down on Ji Yufei's head. The powerful mysterious force shook the void and tore the heaven and earth apart. Humph! Ji Yufei punched upwards with his right fist and directly used his body to meet the opponent's black halberd. Boom! Ji Yufei's punch landed squarely on the halberd that was smashing down. There was a muffled sound and countless spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out with the point of impact as the center. Buzz! The void shook and everything within a dozen miles was destroyed and turned into powder. The spatial ripples were so terrifying that even a layer of the ground below was shaved off. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. These two people were too powerful. They were far more powerful than ordinary half-sages and had the demeanor of being invincible among those of the same level. Roar! Qiu Wuqing shouted loudly and the heavens and earth shook. A powerful divine demon power erupted from his body and the halberd in his hand was intertwined with the divine demon power, displaying a terrifying power. The halberd pressed Ji Yufei down thousands of feet and almost shook Ji Yufei down from the sky. All right. Two beams of divine light shot out from Ji Yufei's eyes. His right fist that was on the halberd vibrated with a powerful martial arts force and stopped the downward momentum. Bang! The two forces collided again and the two figures separated at lightning speed. Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing stopped and did not attack. They were both looking at each other. The few attacks just now were extremely fast. The two of them were evenly matched and neither could suppress the other. Of course, this was just a test attack. Buzz! At this moment, the black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand vibrated and countless divine demon Dao patterns appeared on the halberd. Within the halberd, an extremely powerful force was awakening. This halberd was not a sacred weapon but a divine demon weapon that Qiu Wuqing had refined himself. Qiu Wuqing had branded his own Dao patterns on the halberd and it was like a part of his body, allowing him to use it with ease. The compatibility between a self-refined divine weapon and the user was incomparable to any other divine weapon. Only a self-refined divine weapon could the owner of the divine weapon unleash the maximum power of the divine weapon. I'll just play with you. With a flip of Ji Yufei's right hand, a black divine sword appeared in his hand. A cold ripple of sword qi spread from the sword. This black sword was a divine weapon that Ji Yufei had refined himself, the 9 Heaven Stars sword. The divine sword was branded with 9 martial Dao mantras and there was a trace of Dao rhythm lingering around it. A divine sword refined from the 9 Heaven Stars iron. Chapter 1820. Even in the 3 realms and 6 Daos, the 9 Heaven Stars iron was definitely a rare immortal divine material. It was a divine material exclusive to ancient supremes. Only ancient supremes could refine this immortal divine material into a divine weapon. Long Badao and the rest would never have imagined that Ji Yufei actually had a divine sword refined from the 9 Heaven Stars iron. This divine sword was obviously not an extreme divine weapon. This is a divine weapon that he refined himself. Gongsun Wang said with extreme shock. The divinity of the 9 Heaven Stars iron could not be concealed. There seemed to be spots of starlight flickering inside the black divine sword. Within the divine sword, there seemed to be an endless starry sky. Under his refinement, the 9 Heaven Stars iron in Ji Yufei's hand had already transformed into a semi-sage weapon. The 9 martial incantations imprinted on the divine sword were faintly discernible. Fight! Qiu Wuqing directly charged over with the huge halberd in his hand. The black halberd was like a supreme weapon in the hands of the Grim Reaper. It emitted a strange power that could disturb one's mind. This power seemed to be able to extract one's soul from one's body. Divinity and demonic coexist. This race is incredible. Ji Yufei felt great pressure. The divine demon race was extremely powerful in ancient times. The day was the god, and the night was the demon. The power of the gods and demons intertwined, and their combat power was endless. This was one of the most powerful races in ancient times. Clang! Ji Fei went up to meet it. The 9 heaven stars' sword in his hand collided with the opponent's huge halberd. Dazzling sparks burst out, and a strong light streaked across the dark void, instantly illuminating the heaven and earth. The two figures quickly separated, and then collided again. Ji Fei and Qiu Wuqing moved quickly in the void. The divine weapons in their hands collided continuously, and the clanging sound spread out for thousands of miles. Every time they collided, there would be a strong flash of light, illuminating the heaven and earth. This person is powerful. He can actually fight with your master. On the top of a mountain hundreds of miles away, He Tian's eyes were intertwined with yin and yang divine light. He was using the yin-yang divine eye to watch the battle, because it allowed him to see the details that others could not. The god-fiend body is really powerful. Long Badao's voice resounded. Qiu Wuqing's performance had exceeded his expectations. Qiu Wuqing was much stronger than he had imagined. He had indeed underestimated the lineage of the fallen god sea. The extraterrestrial divine mountain was transcendent. Every generation that came out of it was extremely powerful and qualified to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Long Badao indeed had the right to be arrogant, but when he saw the cultivation and battle prowess displayed by Ji Fei and Qiu Wuqing, he couldn't help but be moved. The competition in this world is very intense. Under the heavenly Tao, there could only be one sage. As long as someone became a sage, others who wanted to become a sage would have to wait for a very long time. Only after the heavenly Tao recovered would they be able to attack the sage realm again. Therefore, no one was willing to see others become saints. However, the heavenly tribulation to break through to the sage realm had yet to appear in the human realm. Everyone who was interested in becoming a sage was preparing for it. Now was not the time. The heavenly Tao was not yet complete. What god-fiend physique? The martial physique is the strongest. Jiyu Zhong was somewhat disdainful. He was very confident in his master's battle prowess because the martial physique was also one of the strongest physiques in the world. Moreover, it was cultivated. Clang! The battle continued. In just a few breaths' time, the two divine weapons had collided thousands of times. The powerful impact made Qiu Wuqing's hands a little numb. The opponent's strength made Qiu Wuqing's battle intent boil. He had always pursued the strongest power. Meeting such an opponent would only make him more excited. Be careful. The god-fiend power in Qiu Wuqing's body was vast and mighty. Divine and demonic patterns appeared and intertwined on his body. His power was still increasing, as if there was no end to it. Buzz. The halberd in his hand was vibrating. The Tao patterns that were imprinted in the halberd were all awakened. This was a power so powerful that even Ji Fei couldn't help but be moved. Swoosh. With just a light wave, a large area of the void collapsed. The halberd became even more terrifying. It actually almost smashed Ji Fei's 9 heaven stars sword away. This, Ji Fei was forced to retreat again. This was the second time. There had never been anyone who could force him to retreat twice in a row. This was unprecedented. Martial artists were invincible in the same rank. An ordinary half-sage who met Ji Fei was like a child meeting an adult. How could a child defeat an adult? However, the situation was different now. The god-fiend body was really powerful. Qiu Wuqing could completely control the divine and demonic powers in his body. The intertwining of the two powers could give him almost endless combat power. The power of the halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand increased by almost 3 times in an instant. If it was someone else, the divine weapon in his hand would probably be sent flying with a sweep of the halberd. However, it was a pity that Qiu Wuqing met Ji Fei. The power of the martial body was displayed at this moment. Not only did the 9 heaven stars sword in Ji Fei's hand not fly out, but it also exploded with a divine light. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated and the 9 martial mantras inside the divine sword lit up. The sage Daoist rhymes surrounded it. At this moment, The divine weapon seemed to have turned into a sacred weapon. The most intense collision occurred. The power of the divine weapons in the hands of the two experts were fully activated. Qiu Wuqing could no longer force Ji Yufei to retreat. The halberd and the divine sword collided continuously. A large area of the void was annihilated. The two experts even fought into the broken void and into the chaos. The human race martial body has become strong. Thousands of miles up in the sky, the old man sighed. The combat power displayed by Ji Yufei moved him. This was a powerful opponent. With such a war god on the road to becoming a saint, it would be very difficult for others to surpass him. The road to becoming a saint in this life was likely to be filled with blood. Rumble, Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing directly broke through the void and rushed out of the chaos. At this point in the battle, they still had not used their trump cards. Both of their hands were dripping with blood as they held onto their divine weapons. The powerful impact had caused their palms to split open and bloody wounds to appear on their palms. At this moment, many figures appeared in this area. Some powerful existences had finally arrived. The battle between Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing had caused a huge impact. Even cultivators thousands of miles away could sense it. Powerful cultivators were very sensitive to the fluctuations of the qi of heaven and earth. They could sense the changes in this part of the world. More and more people rushed over. This caused the two who were in the middle of the battle to frown. Among these people, there were even enemies of Ji Yufei. Under such circumstances, Ji Yufei had to be careful and guard against sneak attacks from the enemies in the dark. Roar! Ji Yufei wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and no longer held anything back. With a furious roar, a heaven-shaking power erupted from his body, causing the entire world to tremble under the might of this power. What? Chapter 1821. The commotion caused by the battle between Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing was too great. At this point in time, powerful existences started to rush to the vicinity to watch the battle after knowing the location of the battle. Roar! At this moment, Ji Yufei no longer held back and directly displayed the secret skill of rising to heaven. His battle strength instantly increased by 10 times and the powerful force caused the entire world to shake. Using the secret skill of rising to heaven with the cultivation of a semi-saint, the increase of battle strength by 10 times made Ji Yufei's strength infinitely close to that of a sage. Streaks of martial arts Dao patterns emerged on his body and interweaved with Dao and truth. Bam! Qiu Wuqing was sent flying by the sudden explosion of powerful force. The black halberd in his hand trembled continuously and almost flew out of his hand. How is this possible? Qiu Wuqing was really shocked. The other party had only displayed his true battle strength at this moment and the scene that happened was simply unbelievable to him. Boss is finally going to show his true strength. He Tian couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Under the effect of the power of the secret skill of rising to heaven, Ji Yufei's battle strength increased by 10 times. The God-fiend body couldn't possibly compete with this power. Temph, even the God-fiend body is going to be destroyed. Ji Yuzhong also spoke. He had also cultivated the secret skill of rising to heaven. He was very clear about the heaven-defying power of this secret skill. A martial artist was already very powerful and a martial artist who displayed the secret skill of rising to heaven could simply be described as abnormal. Lose for me. Ji Yufei's voice was full of confidence. Among those of the same level, there was absolutely no one who could take a punch from him when he was in the state of rising to heaven. Even the God-fiend body couldn't do it. Bam! He directly threw a punch at Qiu Wuqing who was sent flying. It wasn't a divine skill or an immortal path divine skill. This punch only displayed the purest strength. The powerful force caused the heavens and earth to collapse. Without any suspense, the black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand was sent flying. After that, his entire body was blown up by this punch and turned into a cloud of blood mist. He really destroyed the God-fiend body. Seeing this scene, even Long Badao, who came from the extraterrestrial divine mountain, said with a trembling voice. Ji Yufei's punch was so strong that even the celestial demon body could not bear it. This was one of the strongest constitutions that had ever appeared in ancient times. At this moment, This strongest constitution seemed to be nothing in front of Ji Yufei. Is Qiu Wuqing dead? Gongsun Wang was dumbfounded. He was truly stunned by the scene in front of him. Ji Yufei had destroyed the god-demon physique with a single punch. His battle prowess was heaven-defying. That's a god-fiend body, someone exclaimed in surprise. Roar! There was a powerful spiritual will roaring in the void, and the blood mist that had exploded suddenly stopped moving. Then, it instantly gathered at the center. Rumble, the power of divinity and demonic nature intertwined, and the blood mist disappeared. A figure appeared before everyone's eyes, and the mighty power of gods and demons filled the air. Many people were surprised that Qiu Wuqing could survive such a powerful punch. If it was someone else, he would have been killed. Fight! A figure walked out. With a wave of his hand, a black halberd flew back from afar and landed in his hand. A powerful battle intent emanated from his body. His black hair danced wildly, and one of his eyes was like a divine sun, emitting the most unyielding and holy power of divinity. His other eye was like a black sun, shooting out rays of black light and mighty demonic nature. Qiu Wuqing did not die under Ji Yufei's punch. Moreover, the power of the bloodline in his body seemed to have awakened and turned into a terrifying and powerful godfiend. As expected. But so what? It doesn't change anything. Ji Yufei muttered to himself. The godfiend body would not be destroyed so easily, especially when it had reached Qiu Wuqing's level of cultivation. It had already reached the point where it could be reborn from a drop of blood. Although he had turned Qiu Wuqing into a blood mist with a punch, he was unable to destroy the blood mist completely. Of course, he did not really want to kill Qiu Wuqing. This battle was just a spar. Although there was a risk of death, he did not intend to kill Qiu Wuqing. It was the same for Qiu Wuqing. Although his battle intent was boiling, there was no shocking killing intent emanating from his body. His goal was simple, which was to fight with all his might. He only wanted to prove his cultivation and strength, and did not intend to kill. Only people like Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing, who sought the strongest power the most, could do so. Buzz. Qiu Wuqing did not say anything. The halberd in his hand slashed towards Ji Yufei. The mighty power of gods and demons bloomed on the halberd, and a large area of the void was destroyed. Bang! Ji Yufei's hand slapped out and collided with the halberd. The halberd vibrated with destructive power, but it could not hurt Ji Yufei's hand. Boom! The power of Ji Yufei's hand exploded completely, and the halberd flew out of Qiu Wuqing's hand once again. Qiu Wuqing's hands were badly mutilated, and he was sent flying. Too strong. Qiu Wuqing knew that he was defeated in the end. This person was too strong, and he might only be able to fight with him if he used that thing. However, that thing could not be used at this time. Even if he had activated the divine demon bloodline, Qiu Wuqing was still not Ji Yufei's opponent. He was defeated in the end, and it was not an unjust defeat. Ji Yufei did not continue to attack. The end of the battle was within everyone's expectations, but it could also be said that it was unexpected. He Tian and the others did not expect that Qiu Wuqing could actually force Ji Yufei to use the secret technique of ascension. The others also had a deeper understanding of Ji Yufei. The human race martial body had already matured, and had truly risen to become a peerless expert in the human world. No force dared to look down on the human race martial body anymore. Even Long Badao, who came from the extraterrestrial divine mountain, was silent at this time. The human race martial body was too strong, and even the number one person in the divine sea had been defeated by him. No one could not be moved by such a battle record. Ji Yufei, He Tian, and the others left the mountain range. They were going to Dragon Emperor City to pick up Heng Xiong and the others, and then leave Dragon Emperor City. Since he had already taken in Heng Xiong and the others, Ji Yufei had an idea in his mind. He wanted to build a force that could compete with the forces of the ancient antiquity. Moreover, in the depths of his heart, he still wanted to rebuild the Taishan sect, but it seemed impossible now, because he still had no news of the disciples of the Taishan sect. However, just as they were about to enter Dragon Emperor City, Long Badao caught up with them. "Brother Ji Yu, please wait." Long Badao stopped Ji Yufei and the others. "Brother Long, What can I do for you? Ji Yufei cupped his hands and said to Long Badao. Long Badao hid his aura very well. He had been hiding his aura with a secret treasure, so that others could not see through him. People who came out of the forbidden area were all very mysterious. Ji Yufei was not willing to contact these people. Haha, I don't dare to teach you anything. I just want to invite you to a place with me. Long Badao said. What place? Hearing this, Ji Yufei couldn't help but frown. It's like this. When a senior of my extraterrestrial divine mountain was traveling in the human realm, he obtained an ancient map. The ancient map recorded the location of an ancient sage's cave mansion. Long Badao said such words. What, the cave mansion of the sage Ji Yufei? Ji Yufei and the others couldn't help but be moved. They had never seen the cave mansion of an ancient sage. This is a complete cave mansion. The senior of my extraterrestrial divine mountain once went there and almost died. Long Badao continued. The cave mansion of the sage Ji Yufei is not an ordinary place. He Tian pondered. Even the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain almost died there. The cave mansion must be protected by a powerful formation, and it just so happened that he was a formation master. He Tian was a little moved. Others couldn't enter the cave mansion, but it didn't mean that he couldn't. Master, you see. Ji Yuzhong looked at Ji Yufei. Ji Yuzhong looked at Ji Yufei. He also wanted to go and take a look. One must know that it was a complete cave dwelling left behind by an ancient sage. How many such places could there be in the world? Well, there's no harm in seeing it. Ji Yufei nodded and accepted Long Badao's invitation. Very well, we will leave in 10 days. Long Badao was very happy. Ji Yufei's battle prowess was obvious to all. With his participation, the chances of successfully opening this ancient sage's abode had increased by a few points. Why 10 days? He Tian asked. Haha, these 10 days are for Qiu Wuqing to heal. I have already made an appointment with Qiu Wuqing. Long Badao explained the reason. Qiu Wuqing was defeated by Ji Yufei and he needed 10 days to recuperate. 10 days and he will recover. He Tian and Ji Yuzhong glanced at each other, and they were both extremely shocked. After all, Qiu Wuqing was injured by Ji Yufei, yet he only needed 10 days to recover. This Qiu Wuqing was really extraordinary. Godly demon body. Interesting. A light flashed in Ji Yufei's eyes. Qiu Wuqing was injured by him. He knew very well that if it was an ordinary half-sage, it would be impossible to fully recover without a year or two of recuperation. However, Qiu Wuqing only needed 10 days to recover. Godly demon body was really powerful. No wonder it was one of the most powerful physiques in ancient times. Even compared to human martial body, it was not much weaker. Okay. Ji Yufei nodded. Then, he led Ji Yuzhong and He Tian into Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, the result of the duel between Ji Yufei and Qiu Wuqing had long been spread across Dragon Emperor City. Human martial body defeated godly demon body, which shocked all the powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City. Even the most powerful one in Deity's Ocean couldn't defeat Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was really unrivaled among his peers. When all the cultivators in the city were talking about this event, Long Badao was secretly making an appointment with those powerhouses in the city. By contrast, Ji Yufei and the others were enjoying a rare tranquility. 10 days soon passed. That ancient sage's cave mansion seemed to be very attractive to those powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City. Chapter 1822. The fact that Ji Yufei had defeated the god-demon physique shocked everyone. Even some experts of the older generation were afraid of him. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. Even some experts of the older generation might not be able to defeat Ji Yufei. He was almost invincible among the half-sages. However, many people had various means that could instantly increase their cultivation and battle strength. Qiu Wuqing still had a trump card that he didn't use in the battle with Ji Yufei. Those who had walked out of the forbidden land of life all had something to rely on. The power of such an inheritance was unfathomable. 10 days was not a short period of time. Ji Yufei and the others lived in a courtyard provided by Zhongli Meng. Zhongli Meng could make friends with Ji Yufei. She knew that with Ji Yufei's cultivation and battle strength, his name would definitely be on the path to becoming a sage. In this generation, there would be a once-in-a-lifetime golden momentum. The fight on the path to becoming a sage would definitely be unprecedentedly fierce. This was destined to be a path built of blood and bones. Since the late prehistoric era, becoming a sage had become the lifelong goal of all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths. As long as there was a glimmer of hope to become a sage, no one would be willing to give it up. This was because as long as one became a sage, the great Tao of heaven and earth would be under the feet of the sage. They would be invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Unless an extreme Tao Supreme was born, there would only be one person in the world, sage. That guy Longbadao has been jumping around like a flea these days. He seems to have a date with many people. He Tian was back. He was not a person who could stay calm. If he didn't find something to do, his hands would be itchy. These days, some precious treasures were stolen from Dragon Emperor City from time to time. Without asking, Ji Yufei and the others knew that it was He Tian's doing. Moreover, when this guy went crazy, he didn't even recognize his own family. Even a magical herb that was preserved by the Zhongli clan was stolen by this guy, causing chaos in the Zhongli clan for a few days. In the end, it was Zhongli Meng who came to the courtyard and complained to Ji Yufei, asking for the divine herb back. Uncle Master He, if you want a magical herb, you can ask my master. It's just a magical herb. My master has a lot of it, Ji Yuzhong said. My hands were itchy. He Tian blushed and felt a bit embarrassed. The Zhongli clan's divine herb wasn't some peerless divine herb, but it was only 7,000 to 8,000 years old. It wasn't a young herb king. However, this stalk of godly medicine had been cultivated by the Zhongli family for thousands of years. If they really couldn't find it, the ancestor of the Zhongli family who cultivated the godly medicine would probably vomit blood. If they couldn't find it, the old ancestor of the Zhongli clan would vomit blood. Ji Yufei couldn't help but shake his head. He had a lot of divine herbs, and those few divine springs of life were surrounded by divine herbs. There were young herb kings, great herb kings, and even immortal herb. If there was anyone in this world who had the least amount of divine medicine, it would definitely be Ji Yufei. Master, we're really going to explore that sage abode. Ji Yuzhong said. Not only did Long Badao invite them, but he also invited others. What was he doing? Didn't he know that there were too many monks and not enough gruel? Normally, if someone found the abode, they wouldn't let everyone know about it. Of course, they wouldn't let others know about it and go search for treasures themselves. Unless the formation of the abode was so powerful that even people from beyond Heaven Divine Mountain couldn't break it, then Long Badao would come out and invite others to break the formation. We'll act according to the situation, Ji Yufei said. They had gone through all kinds of places, including the immortal divine city left behind by a sovereign. How could they not go through a mere sage abode? He Tian and Ji Yuzhong nodded. Although Ji Yufei had said it lightly, it was still the cave dwelling of an ancient sage after all. It was extraordinary. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives there. Get ready, we'll meet up with Long Badao in a few hours. Ji Yufei looked at the sky and said. Yes. Ji Yuzhong and old Jiao retreated, but Erebus did not leave. He took out a bottle of bejeweled nectar and drank it by himself. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Ji Yufei couldn't help but shake his head. Boss, no matter how I think about it, something doesn't seem right. Perhaps this Long Badao is really plotting something. He Tian was a little uneasy. Long Badao's actions were too unusual. No one knew what his purpose was, but He Tian's perception of unknown danger was still somewhat accurate. Who cares what he's up to? It's useless against me. Ji Yufei was very confident. Although he couldn't see through Long Badao, he couldn't be stronger than the number 1 person who came out of the Godfallen Sea. After chatting for a while, Ji Yufei also turned around and went back to his room. Sky beyond heaven, in the courtyard, Erebus was left alone, pouring himself a cup of wine. Evening came, and the sunset glow was like blood. A few blood-colored clouds floated in the sky. A flock of returning birds flew south and disappeared into the horizon. It's time. In the room in the courtyard, Ji Yufei, who was sitting on a futon, opened his eyes. At this time, Zhong Limeng also came to the courtyard. In fact, the moment Zhong Limeng stepped into the courtyard, Ji Yufei knew that she had come. At this time, Ji Yuzhong, Old Jiao, and He Tian all came out and came to the door of Ji Yufei's room, quietly waiting outside. Ji Yufei was not in a hurry. He stood up unhurriedly, then tidied up his clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Let's go. Ji Yufei just glanced at the crowd and walked towards the courtyard. Brother Ji Yu, how about taking me with you? At this moment, Zhong Limeng hurriedly said. She was well informed and naturally knew that Long Badao had been constantly inviting people in Dragon Emperor City over the past 10 days. The cave mansion left by an ancient sage was irresistible for all those who aspired to become a sage. However, the people that Long Badao invited were all the top figures in the southern wilderness, or overlords from other regions. Zhong Li Meng's cultivation was not that strong, so he naturally did not catch Long Badao's attention. Furthermore, Zhong Limeng and Long Badao were actually not that close. They were just ordinary acquaintances. Of course, Long Badao would not take her with him to explore the cave mansion. Zhong Limeng was also ambitious. She was not satisfied with the current situation. Take you. Hearing this, Ji Yufei became stunned. He really did not think that Zhong Limeng wanted to explore the cave mansion of the ancient sage. No wonder she appeared here on time. Take a burden. He Tian glanced at Zhong Li Meng, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, Zhong Limeng was not even comparable to Old Jiao. It was very inconvenient for him to take her with him. He would not waste his time to take care of this woman. How about it? Take me with you. Zhong Limeng really wanted to see it. She knew that only Ji Yufei could protect her in that place. If it was someone else, she would not feel reassured. Ji Yufei shook his head. The cave mansion of the ancient sage was not an ordinary place. If even people from extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain could not break into that place, it would definitely be very dangerous. Brother Ji Yu, if I know where the Shongqing sect is, can you take me there? Seeing that Ji Yufei was about to leave, Zhong Limeng hurriedly said. What? Ji Yufei's expression changed. Zhong Limeng actually knew where the Shongqing sect was. But after thinking about it, he realized that there was no reason for Zhong Limeng to lie to him. The Shongqing sect had gone into seclusion and no one knew where the people of the Shongqing sect were. Ji Yufei knew that it was almost impossible to find the Shongqing sect with his own strength. All right. Ji Yufei nodded. The Shongqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect were two of the three great sects. Back in the mortal world, the three great sects were extremely powerful. But now, they no longer lived up to their name. The Supreme Mystery sect was destroyed, the Shongqing sect disappeared, and the Guangqing Immortal sect became a part of the Zhu clan. All of this happened in the past few hundred years. Ji Yufei wanted to find the Shongqing sect, so he agreed to Zhong Limeng's request. She knows where the Shongqing sect is. Is that true? Ji Yuzhong and He Tian didn't believe it. After all, the Shongqing sect had disappeared for hundreds of years. Even the ancient wilderness forces didn't know where it was. The Zhongli clan wasn't a top cultivation force in the southern wilderness. At this time, it was almost time to meet up with Long Badao. Without any hesitation, Ji Yufei and the others came to the courtyard and soared into the sky, flying towards the outside of Dragon Emperor City. When Ji Yufei and the others set off, over 10 people were standing on the top of a mountain over 600 miles away in the south of Dragon Emperor City. They didn't speak at all. Besides the roar of the mountain wind, they became silent. Brother Long, it's been half an hour. Is that person coming or not? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. Who is that person? Why did he make us wait for so long? After the middle-aged cultivator spoke, the others didn't stay silent anymore. Every single one of these people was extremely powerful. Even Qiu Wuqing, who had fought with Ji Yufei 10 days ago, was standing among this group of people. Let's wait a bit. That person is coming. Once he arrives, we'll set off immediately, said Long Badao. He was a bit anxious. Jiyu Fei hadn't arrived yet, so it was difficult for him to suppress these people. After all, these people were overlord-level existences. There was also a teleportation platform on the mountain. It was prepared by Long Badao. As long as everyone arrived, they could use the teleportation platform to directly teleport to the nearby area of the ancient sage's cave mansion. Chimph, who is that person? Why did we wait for so long? These people had arrived early, but they didn't know that the person Long Badao was waiting for was Jiyu Fei. With that person's help, our chances of breaking through the ancient sage's battle will increase by half, said Long Badao. Could that person be? Chapter 1823. It's really him. When Jiyu Fei and his group arrived, everyone was taken aback. Long Badao really invited this person. He was a ruthless character. No wonder Long Badao said that with this person, the chances of successfully breaking through the great formation of the ancient sages would increase by 50%. Jiyu Fei's battle prowess was obvious to all. Even Azure Dragon and Qiu Wuqing were no match for him. It could be said that he was invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Among those of the same generation, there was almost no one who was a match for him. Let's go. When Jiyu Fei arrived, Long Badao directly activated the formation platform. Everyone boarded the formation platform and then disappeared in a flash of divine light. Using the formation platform to teleport through the void, this method could avoid the tracking of some experts. Of course, there was still a risk, because if it was an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengju, even if he used the formation platform, he still wouldn't be able to escape the tracking of such experts. These people are very careful. After Jiyu Fei and his group disappeared, a few figures appeared on the top of the mountain. When these people arrived, the entire formation platform's spiritual qi completely disappeared. After the spiritual qi completely disappeared, the formation platform began to crack and then turned into a pile of dust. However, most formation platforms were refined from spirit stones or jade stones that contained spiritual qi. After the spiritual qi in these spirit stones and jade stones was exhausted, they would turn into dust. The formation platform collapsed and turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. On the top of the mountain, the few figures surrounded the pile of dust and looked at it for a while before leaving. The formation platform no longer existed, so they couldn't track Jiyu Fei, Long Badao, and the others. Where is this? In just a few breaths of time, Jiyu Fei and the others arrived at a desolate place. Beneath their feet was an array platform, which did not crumble into dust after they arrived. Everywhere they looked, there was a kind of red sand. On the ground, on the hills, there was no living thing, not even a blade of grass. Even Jiyu Fei frowned. With his eyesight, he couldn't see any signs of life, nor could he sense a trace of life. How is this possible? When they lifted their heads to look at the sky, they saw a massive life star above their heads. It was so massive that it could shake people's souls. That is the Ting Long continent. It can also become the Ting Long star. Long Badao said. This life star was so big that even Jiyu Fei and He Tian's realms were shocked to the extreme. We actually left the Ting Long continent. Someone screamed in fear. It was too amazing. After several breaths, they had left that massive life star. The place they were currently in was a barren planet in the starry sky. There was no life here, and all they could see were red sand, stones, or hills. Of course, there were no mountain ridges here. The terrain was simple and monotonous, consisting of sand, rocks, and hills. The ancient sage's abode is on this planet. Someone voiced out the doubt in his heart. How could the cave of an ancient sage be in this barren land? This seemed a little unusual. The place where the cave abode of the ancient sages was located should be a paradise at the very least. Such a distance. What moved Jiyu Fei was that in just a few breaths, they had actually arrived on a planet that was very far away from the Tenglong star. People who came from the extraterrestrial divine mountain were indeed capable. Even a cultivator like Jiyu Fei, who had the fastest speed in the world, would take a lot of time to fly back to the life star above their heads. After some people recognized where they were, they couldn't help but change their expressions. Brother Long, you are going too far. Someone was unhappy. They had never thought that the cave abode of an ancient sage was not on the Tenglong continent, but on a barren planet. He, I never said that the cave abode of an ancient sage was on the Tenglong continent. Long Badao said. Since we are here, let's go and explore the cave abode. Jiyu Fei said. They only had one purpose in coming here, and that was the cave abode of the sage. It was the cave abode that attracted these people here. Yes. Qiu Wuqing, who had been silent all this while, also nodded. When the crowd heard this, they did not say anything. Since they were already here, it seemed unreasonable not to go and explore the cave abode of the ancient sage. Boom. At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from afar. Everyone felt the ground under their feet shake. What's going on? Just when everyone was in doubt, Jiyu Fei and the others had already soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the sound. When everyone saw this, they suddenly came to their senses. They quickly soared into the sky and chased in the direction where Jiyu Fei and the others disappeared. Rumble, the ground shook. Waves of air shot up into the sky from the ground in front of them, forming red pillars of air. Each pillar of air was thousands of feet high. A strong wave came from the depths of the ground. So it is like this. Jiyu Fei muttered to himself. This vast planet was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Under the ground, there were powerful beings fighting each other. Boom. At this moment, the ground in front of them suddenly caved in. Then, a huge creature broke out of the ground. A powerful and dangerous aura spread out from the creature's body. A big scorpion. Everyone was shocked. The creature that came out from the ground was actually a black scorpion that was as big as a mountain. Bang! In another place, a huge red snake rushed out. Powerful waves of energy spread out in all directions. This was a terrifying and incomparably powerful beast. The battle between the scorpion and the red snake was earth-shattering. Jiyu Fei and the others didn't make a move. They were extremely shocked. The cultivation and battle prowess of these two ominous beasts were at the half-step saint realm. No one could have imagined that such level of ominous beasts would exist on a barren planet. The half-step saint beasts were incomparably powerful. The black scorpion and the red snake were fighting. The entire area was collapsing, the void was shaking, and the power of destruction swept out in all directions. The arrival of everyone also alarmed the two half-step saint beasts that were fighting. The arrival of more than a dozen powerful existences was enough to deter a half-step saint ferocious beast when their powerful aura converged. The two half-step saint beasts stopped. Kill. Chapter 1824. On the surface, there seemed to be no life on the Red Star. However, there were powerful beasts of the half-saint level fighting here. Jiyu Fei and the others had set foot on this star in search of the ancient sage's cave abode. A black scorpion that was as large as a mountain was fighting with a giant red snake. Both beasts were powerful existences of the half-saint level. The tragic aura that they exuded shook the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing made his move. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and the mountain-like scorpion was split into two halves. Stinking black blood rained down from the sky like a rain of black blood. Everyone was shocked. Qiu Wuqing's combat strength was indeed amazing. That was a half-saint level beast, but it was split in half just like that. Buzz! The black halberd vibrated. Even the primordial spirit of the black scorpion was shattered. It was completely destroyed. Boom! At this moment, the giant red snake that was fighting with the black scorpion rushed down from the sky. It broke through the ground and tried to escape. Qiu Wuqing only needed to make his move. At this moment, a divine arrow shot past Qiu Wuqing's side and hit the huge red snake directly. The huge red snake immediately hissed and its entire body was enveloped by a divine fire. The divine fire burned from within the red divine body. There were Dao patterns flashing in the fire. This was a type of Dao fire. It was very terrifying and could burn the soul and body of living creatures. Even a half-saint level beast would be destroyed if it was burned by this Dao fire. Soon, the red snake was burned to ashes by the Dao fire. The person who attacked was a masked woman. She held a divine bow in her hand. The divine bow was surrounded by Dao fire, giving off a scorching feeling. an expert of the vermilion bird clan. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect this woman to have such combat strength. She could easily kill a powerful half-saint level beast. The intelligence of a half-saint level beast was no less than that of a human, especially a powerful beast that had lived for countless years. The people invited by Long Badao were all extraordinary. Ji Yufei and He Tian looked at each other. They could feel a wave of pressure from the woman with the divine bow. She was a powerful opponent. Other than Long Badao, no one knew the origin of this woman. All right, let's continue our journey. Long Badao knew where the ancient sage's abode was. He led the crowd to walk forward. The Scarlet Star was very big. It seemed to be no smaller than any region in the Tenglong continent. Of course, compared to the soaring dragon star, this great Scarlet Star was nothing. It was not even 100,000th of the soaring dragon star. Who knew how many such stars there were in the vast sea of stars? No one would have thought that there would be a cave abode left behind by an ancient sage on the vast red planet that could often be seen in the starry sky. After they walked for a few thousand miles, waves of terrifying fluctuations came from the front. Very soon, everyone saw a scene that made their hair stand on end. The ground in front of them was densely packed with fist-sized horned ants. These horned ants looked like they were made of metal, and there was a black light flowing on their surface. What are these things? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This group of horned ants had gathered into a black torrent and rushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the red earth was covered by the black horned ants. A single horned ant wasn't scary, but a large group of them, with no end in sight, was frightening. Countless horned ants gathered together to form a terrifying aura. Even a half-saint level existence could not help but palpitate. This was the so-called ants can kill an elephant. What is that? He Tian's eyes were sharp. He suddenly saw a small black dot above the horned ants. These black dots were moving very fast and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. What? Everyone was shocked. These black dots were actually horned ants that could fly. These horned ants were different from the ones on the ground. They had golden stripes on their bodies. Could it be that these horned ants are the extinct black and gold ants? The masked woman's voice rang out. Black and gold ants. Everyone's expressions changed. This kind of ant was a terrifying species that had appeared in the Desolate Era. They specialized in eating metal, so they were also called metal-eating ants. This kind of black and gold ant's body was very strong. Ordinary divine weapons couldn't even cut through it. However, they also had a weakness. They were afraid of divine flames. Fire could subdue metal, and this was the black and gold ant's fatal weakness. Everyone turned to look at that mysterious woman. This woman was a flame cultivator. Her divine flames had most likely been cultivated to the point of perfection. Furthermore, she had a divine bow that could shoot divine fire arrows. Swish. Just as everyone was hesitating, those black and gold ants that could fly already flew towards them, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were densely packed, leaving everyone stupefied. Boom. The masked woman made her move. With a wave of her hand, divine flames shot out from her hand, sweeping out in all directions, incinerating the flying black and gold ants into ashes. Squeak, squeak. Countless black and gold ants were burned by the divine flames, emitting strange noises. They fell from the sky and turned into ashes, dissipating into the air. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. The black and gold ants had devoured metal essence, giving them a powerful body that not even divine weapons could injure. However, they were afraid of divine flames. The masked woman shot out divine flames, and very quickly, a large number of black and gold ants were burned to death. The remaining black and gold ants sensed danger and fled in all directions. There seems to be an ant queen among these black and gold ants. He Tian couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. After devouring metal essence, the black and gold ants could transform into incomparably powerful ant queens after countless years of transformation. The ant queen was different from ordinary black and gold ants. It had already gained intelligence and knew how to cultivate. Its strength was no weaker than the 2 half-step saints from before. An ant queen. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Ordinary black and gold ants were nothing, But an ant queen was something that everyone was afraid of. One must know that an ant queen had the combat strength of a half-step saint at the very least. Moreover, this ant queen could control countless black and gold ants. Brother Long, what is this place? Why does such an ancient creature exist here? Someone asked Long Badao. This red planet was not simple at all. Even extinct ancient creatures had appeared here. It was hard for them to imagine what was waiting for them ahead. Brother Hong, if it was so easy to enter the ancient sage's cave, it would have been emptied by that ancestor of my clan long ago. Would it still be our turn? Chapter 1825. It was not easy to barge into the cave of an ancient sage. There would definitely be a formation set up by the sage in the vicinity of the sage's cave to protect it. Just as Long Badao had said, it was not so easy to enter the abode of an ancient sage. The black and gold ants retreated. The mysterious woman's divine fire was very powerful. It had already transformed into flames of the way, and it was the bane of the black and gold ants. Although there were many of them, they could not withstand the burning of the divine fire. There were so many black and gold ants on this vast planet. This made everyone a little excited. There must be a lot of refined gold underground. It should be known that the black and gold ants fed on refined gold. Whoosh! Hei Tian's figure disappeared. Very quickly, he reappeared. This time, he was holding a piece of metal with alternating black and gold stripes on it. Everyone could sense the spirit chi ripples on this piece of black iron gold. This was a rare divine material, and a flying sword refined from this kind of divine metal would be incomparably sharp. It was a refining material at the almighty level. Hei Tian had only disappeared for a short while, yet he had already obtained a piece of black iron god gold. This caused the others to be extremely envious. In the depths of this scarlet planet, there was most likely a huge vein of black iron god gold. If this news got out, all the cultivation forces on the soaring dragon planet would definitely flock to this place. This is for you. Hei Tian gave the piece of black iron gold, which was the size of a human head, to Zhongli Meng, who was beside him. You're really giving it to me? Zhongli Meng was both surprised and happy. She had broken through to the almighty level not long ago, and she needed a piece of divine metal to refine her life divine weapon. Refining a life divine weapon could not be done casually. Zhongli Meng was not the most outstanding person in the Zhongli family, so she had not received the full support of the family. No. Yes, yes, yes. Zhongli Meng hurriedly took the piece of black iron gold. This was a very rare refining material, and its value was definitely not lower than a young king medicine. How could she not want it? Furthermore, Zhongli Meng did not intend to sell this black iron godly metal, she wanted to use it for herself. Compared to other major powers, the Zhongli clan's cultivation resources weren't abundant. Thus, the clan's cultivation resources were all provided to the few most outstanding individuals in the clan. Although Zhongli Meng appeared to be very impressive, she was actually lacking in cultivation resources. A piece of divine black gold metal was nothing to Hei Tian. It was just a material for refining weapons at the mighty figure level. He was already a half-sage and had no use for such divine metal. In fact, this fellow also wanted to refine a half-sacred weapon of his own, but his standards were very high, and ordinary divine materials couldn't catch his eye. In fact, he had long since set his eyes on the immortal divine materials in Ji Yufei's hands. Some people were envious that Hei Tian had obtained such a large piece of godly black gold metal. They also used great techniques to break open the ground and go deep underground, wanting to collect the godly black gold metal. However, that person quickly escaped. There were many divine materials in the depths of the Scarlet Earth, but there were endless black and gold ants below. Even an incomparably powerful cultivator would find it difficult to deal with so many black and gold ants underground. The reason these black and gold ants had appeared here was very likely because their nest was nearby. The legendary ant queen made these cultivators even more fearful. Let's go, staying here is purely a waste of time, someone said. Other than Ji Yufei's group, Long Badao had also invited 12 other experts. Among these experts, some were unfathomable because they had used secret treasures to conceal their auras. Some did not have secret treasures, so their cultivation and strength were not a secret. It could be said that none of the people invited by Long Badao were weak. They were all overlord-level existences. With such a group of people gathered together, there was nowhere in the world that they couldn't go. Everyone continued forward. How could the allure of the divine black gold metal compare to that of the ancient sage's cave abode? However, the journey was not peaceful. This scarlet planet was not simple. There seemed to be some kind of power obscuring the aura of this planet. Could it be? He Tian felt that it was a bit unbelievable. If it was really as he had guessed, then the ancient sage's power was frighteningly great. What is that? On the scarlet planet, the area was incomparably vast. Ji Yufei's group had traveled for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the end. At this time, a huge black stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone, be careful. Past this stone tablet is the range of the ancient sage's great formation. An ancestor of extraterrestrial divine mountain had once broken into this ancient sage's cave abode. Long Badao naturally knew some of the truth about this cave abode. Finally here. Some people were excited, but others were also uneasy. The ancient sage's cave abode was not that easy to break into. Everyone approached the black stone tablet and saw that it was thousands of feet high. It stood on the ground like an insurmountable mountain, blocking everyone's path. There are words on the stone tablet, someone exclaimed. Just as that person was exclaiming, he suddenly seemed to be hit by something. He shouted and almost fell from the sky. What's wrong? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Don't look at that word. Ji Yufei's voice rang out. Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's heart. It was like a sudden blow to their heads, waking them up with a start. So close, Zhong Limeng's face paled. She couldn't help but look at the word on the stone tablet. However, with just a single glance, her soul was almost pulled out of her body by a strange force and was swallowed by the word on the stone tablet. Good move. Ji Yufei soared into the sky and arrived in front of the ancient word on the stone tablet. The martial true power in his body was vast and mighty, and rays of chi aura revolved around his body. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Ji Yufei's chi was too strong. It was as if he was an invincible war god from the ancient times. Among everyone present, only he dared to stare at the ancient word on the stone tablet. Boom! Ji Yufei's divine sense felt a violent tremor. Then, a hazy world appeared in front of him. This was the world inside the ancient word on the stone tablet. His spiritual will entered such a space. Kill. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering roar resounded in this hazy world. Then, Ji Yufei realized that in front of him, there were countless silhouettes. Every single one of these silhouettes was incomparably powerful. They formed into a torrent that rushed towards him. What? Ji Yufei didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying killing intent. He couldn't help but be taken aback. The countless silhouettes that were rushing towards him gathered together, forming an extremely terrifying killing intent. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared silly. Chapter 1826. An ancient stone tablet stood tall on the red ground. On the stone tablet, there was only one ancient word. No one could recognize this word. However, everyone knew what it was. This was because there was a kind of Tao aura on the word, which transmitted the same message to everyone. That message was death. This was a stone tablet with the word death carved on it. The words were incomparably ancient, at least from the ancient desolate era. Long Badao seemed to know how powerful the word death on the stone tablet was. He didn't dare to look at it directly. The crowd almost fell for it too. Fortunately, Ji Yufei shouted at the critical moment, waking everyone up. However, Ji Yufei soared into the sky and arrived in front of the death character. He carefully observed and studied the death character. Boom! Endless murderous intent rushed towards him. Ji Yufei's divine sense entered a strange world. This was a kind of artistic conception contained in the word death on the stone tablet. In the blurry world, a shocking murderous intent burst out. Countless illusory figures wielding divine weapons rushed towards Ji Yufei. Rumble! The world shook as if there was a huge army charging at them. That imposing manner shocked the heavens, causing even the legs of half-saints to turn soft. Unfortunately, Ji Yufei wasn't an ordinary half-saint. Roar. Facing the shocking murderous intent, he let out a roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he charged forward with the 9 Heaven Stars sword, facing the army alone. At this moment, in front of the word death on the stone tablet, Ji Yufei's true body suddenly burst out with a shocking battle intent. A purple-gold divine light shone from his forehead. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why Ji Yufei would suddenly do this. It was as if he was fighting with someone. This kind of powerful aura was not unfamiliar to them. Especially Qiu Wuqing. 10 days ago, he had just fought with Ji Yufei. He knew that the current Ji Yufei and Ji Yufei were very dangerous. What is he doing? Everyone was bewildered when they saw Ji Yufei's expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Could it be that the word death caused Ji Yufei to have no choice but to go all out to resist it? No one dared to look at the death character on the stone tablet. They didn't even dare to glance at it. That was because the death character had an irresistible magical power that could devour everyone's mind. Only Ji Yufei dared to look at the word death in detail. Hence, only Ji Yufei's spiritual will could enter that strange world. This was a near-invincible killing intent that evolved into a world of slaughter. It could devour one's soul and turn one into a walking corpse. The soul was destroyed, leaving only the physical body. This was the most thorough way to die. Ji Yufei's soul was extremely powerful, and he had cultivated his own primordial spirit by chance. This gave him the capital to face the shocking killing intent of the death character on the ancient tablet. Kill. Ji Yufei's spiritual will transformed into a silhouette. This silhouette was no different from Ji Yufei. It displayed a powerful combat strength and directly charged into the countless silhouettes ahead. Boom! A great battle erupted. The entire hazy world was shaking. Ji Yufei and his sword went on a rampage. A large number of silhouettes were disappearing. These weren't real people, they were a type of killing intent. It was hard to imagine that the death character on the stone tablet would have such a powerful killing intent that it could transform into an army of thousands. This was absolutely shocking. If an ordinary half-saint or even a quasi-saint spiritual will were to enter this world of slaughter, it would probably be destroyed by this shocking killing intent. Ji Yufei's soul was extremely powerful. Hence, his spiritual will was equally powerful. Silhouettes were disappearing under his divine sword. The countless silhouettes formed from the shocking killing intent couldn't resist it either, displaying its invincible prowess. Be it his physical body or his spiritual will, they were imprinted with Ji Yufei's unyielding battle intent. His state of mind that sought the strongest power wouldn't waver in the slightest. Clang! Just as Ji Yufei was slaughtering, he suddenly felt the divine sword in his hand vibrate violently. Then, he saw a general wielding a halberd, riding a tall horse and charging towards him. Ji Yufei was shocked. He felt a powerful pressure from this general. This general was very powerful. In this world of spiritual will, this general's body actually showed signs of turning into a physical body. One thought to create heaven and earth. The person who wrote this word on the stone tablet must have a cultivation base that can shake the heavens and earth. Ji Yufei was very surprised. In this illusory world, he had met an opponent. Roar! The general wielded a halberd and blocked Ji Yufei's divine sword. Then, he launched a powerful attack towards Ji Yufei, forcing Ji Yufei to be careful. Although it was a silhouette formed from spiritual will, Ji Yufei's battle intent didn't diminish at all. He moved quickly and clashed with the general. Very strong. This is definitely the spiritual will of a quasi-saint or above. Ji Yufei knew that the true body of the general was extremely powerful. The will he had left behind was also extremely powerful. The halberd in his hand even tore through the space between heaven and earth and pierced through it. Clang! Ji Yufei's divine sword clashed violently with the opponent's halberd once again. Both of them were sent flying. It was hard to tell who would win. Why does this halberd look so familiar? Ji Yufei suddenly realized that the halberd in the hands of the general seemed to be very similar to the black halberd that Qiu Wuqing refined himself. Could it be that this general is actually a divine demon? Ji Yufei was very shocked. A strand of the ancient fiend god's will was left here, and then it fought against his will. This was too inconceivable. The aura emitted by the man and the horse was indeed extremely ancient. However, in such a murderous world, the spirit had probably been refined by the murderous world a long time ago, becoming a different kind of existence in this world. Without its own consciousness, this spiritual will was just a puppet. The ancient sage's methods are indeed shocking. At this moment, Ji Yufei had already thought that the word death on the stone tablet was probably written by the ancient sage himself. The word death contained a strand of the ancient sage's murderous intent. In the end, Ji Yufei still managed to disperse this powerful spiritual will. The general and the war horse under him disappeared from this blurry world. However, Ji Yufei didn't have it easy either. Even though it was just a strand of spiritual will, he still felt a wave of fatigue. At this moment, even more powerful spiritual will waves rushed out from the depths of this blurry world. What? Ji Yufei was shocked. There were even more powerful existences in this world. How could this be possible? Swoosh. Chapter 1827. Three blurry silhouettes walked out from the depths of this murderous world. These were three shadows formed by three incomparably ancient divine wills. These three shadows were very powerful. They were even more terrifying than the army that Ji Yufei had destroyed. It was as if three supreme sages had descended upon this world. Ji Yufei was extremely shocked. These three figures were not ordinary. They had the aura of sages. If he guessed correctly, these were the divine wills left behind by three sages. Even the divine wills of a sage were trapped here. That sage must have been very powerful. Even ordinary sages were no match for him. Could it be the legendary Sage King? Sages were also divided into different levels. The Sage King was far more powerful than ordinary sages. This was like the difference between an adult and a child. How could a child be a match for an adult? The divine wills of a sage were extraordinary. Even after countless years, these three divine wills were still extremely terrifying. This made Ji Yufei feel a great threat. Swoosh. One of the three figures flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ji Yufei. Then, he pressed his hand forward. A powerful force rushed out from his palm. Bang! Ji Yufei placed his hands in front of his chest. He wanted to block this palm. However, the opponent's strength was too strong. He was actually sent flying backwards. The divine wills of a sage, Ji Yufei's divine wills dissipated in the void. They had actually been dispersed by the opponent's palm. In front of the stone tablet, a drop of blood dripped from between Ji Yufei's eyebrows. A wisp of divine wills had been dispersed. This caused his soul to suffer a great impact. Boss, Hei Tian was extremely shocked. He knew that Ji Yufei had suffered a great loss. The word die was too strange. Even Ji Yufei had suffered a great impact. Master, seeing that a drop of blood had actually flowed from between Ji Yufei's eyebrows, Ji Yuzhong and old Jiao could not help but be shocked. Zhong Li Meng was even more shocked. That Ji Yufei is injured. Long Ba Dao and the others couldn't help feeling bewildered. Ji Yufei was incomparably powerful. He suppressed Azure Dragon and defeated Qiu Wuqing. He could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation. Even among the older generation, there weren't many who could be his match. That death word, everyone was shocked and became even more fearful of the word on the stone tablet. Humph. Ji Yufei snorted coldly. Then, his aura became even more powerful as a wave of divine will surged out from between his eyebrows. He attacked with all his might. A figure sat cross-legged between his eyebrows, emitting a mighty divine will. This was his primordial spirit. He used his primordial spirit. Shua. Ji Yufei's primordial spirit transformed into a sword of the way and shot into the void, directly entering the hazy world. The sword of the way vibrated and attacked the three figures at the same time. This was a battle on the level of divine will. This kind of battle was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, Ji Yufei's primordial spirit would never be able to come out. The three figures seemed to sense the danger and actually dodged at the same time. Then, they all reached out their hands and grabbed at Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword of the way. Saint-level divine will rippled through the entire murderous world. However, this time, the primordial spirit sword of the way displayed unfathomable power. This kind of sword of the way specialized in attacking primordial spirits. It was the nemesis of all divine wills. Even the divine wills of ancient sages were no exception. Shua. The three figures' extended hands were all torn to pieces. Even the three figures were almost torn apart. They suffered a great impact and the power of their divine wills was largely destroyed. Roar. The three figures roared at the sky. They were the divine wills of sages, but they could still retain a trace of intelligence. The sage laws of the Great Path erupted. Buzz. The entire world was instantly enveloped by the three sage laws, turning into a terrifying cage that sealed the sword of the way formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The Saint Dao was displayed. Although it was not complete, it was still very terrifying. Countless sage Dao patterns appeared in the void, and the destructive power constantly obliterated the primordial spirit sword of the way. What? The primordial spirit sword of the way shook repeatedly. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He never expected that after so many years, the three divine wills of sages would still be able to retain a trace of intelligence. They were not puppets in this murderous world. Rumble, the three great paths of sages were vibrating, and the sword of the way formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit was shaking. It actually became unstable, sometimes taking the form of a human, and sometimes taking the form of a sword. Oh no, Gu Fei's main body could not help but change color. Even though the great path of sages was not complete, it was still almost invincible against the power of divine wills that were not at the level of sages. The three sage laws were displayed. Even though Gu Fei had used the 9 secrets of the immortal path, he still felt danger at this time. However, Gu Fei's primordial spirit was also extremely powerful. The 9 ancient characters of the immortal path vaguely appeared on his primordial spirit. The 9 ancient characters contained the supreme mysteries of the immortal path, and they temporarily blocked the sage laws that were about to obliterate them. Very well, I will use your hands to train my primordial spirit. Gu Fei's primordial spirit simply withdrew from the state of the primordial spirit sword of the way, and then directly sat in the middle of the 3 sage laws. He used the 3 sage laws to train his primordial spirit. The 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path vaguely appeared on Gu Fei's primordial spirit. It had to be said that Gu Fei was taking a risk. If the 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path could not withstand the 3 sage laws, his primordial spirit would be obliterated. Of course, Gu Fei was not an immortal cultivator. Even if his primordial spirit was obliterated, it would not greatly damage his primordial spirit. Gradually, the 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path on Gu Fei's primordial spirit became resplendent. The Tao of the way of immortal path swirled, and there seemed to be the sound of chanting in the void. It was as if a supreme Tao ancestor was explaining the supreme mysteries of the immortal path. What? The 3 sage consciousnesses were shocked. This person was too heaven-defying. He was actually still cultivating his primordial spirit under these circumstances. From which one of the figures extended a finger, and a speck of divine light shot out, breaking through the seal of the 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path. With a phut, it pierced through Gu Fei's shoulder. Gu Fei's primordial spirit did not move at all. The place that was pierced instantly recovered. Swoosh. There was a flash of saber light, and it directly slashed into the 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path, splitting Gu Fei's primordial spirit into 2. However, there was a flash of divine light, and Gu Fei's primordial spirit was still as good as before. He cultivated the secret art of ascension. Whether it was his physical body or primordial spirit, he would recover in an instant. Although Gu Fei's primordial spirit was struck by the Tao laws of the 3 figures, he was not truly affected by such an injury. The 3 figures used all sorts of methods, wanting to obliterate Gu Fei's primordial spirit within the 9 characters of the way of immortal path. However, they were shocked to find that Gu Fei's primordial spirit did not weaken under their attacks. Instead, it gradually grew stronger. What a guy! Chapter 1828. No one knew how powerful the ancient sages were. It was hard to imagine. It was just death, but the murderous intent contained within it could trap the divine will of a sage. At this time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit was sitting cross-legged in the world formed by the murderous intent, undergoing an unprecedented dangerous tempering. Rumble, the great path resonated, and the divine will of the three sages shook out the divine voice of the great path, trying to destroy Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The terrifying power destroyed the world and tore a hole in the murderous intent. What is that? At the moment when the murderous intent tore a hole in the world, everyone outside felt the vast and supreme aura of a sage. A sage? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Even the powerful Long Badao and Qiu Wuqing were shocked. This was the divine will of a sage. It was so powerful that they almost couldn't breathe. What is he doing? It was hard to imagine that there was a sage's divine will coming out from the stone tablet. It shocked the heavens and the entire world changed color in an instant. The murderous intent made everyone shiver and their spiritual souls tremble. If one didn't become a sage, he would always be an ant. Only by breaking the heavenly path and becoming a sage could one jump out of the shackles of the world and be free to move freely among the 3 realms and 6 paths. He is fighting against the divine will of a sage. Long Badao and the others were in disbelief. Gu Fei's spiritual soul was so powerful. How could it be so powerful? Gu Fei, Zhong Limeng looked at the figure in the sky, his eyes shining. Master Gu is really going to go against the heavens. Even He Tian, who knew Gu Fei's background, was shocked. The divine will of a sage was high and mighty, overlooking all living beings in the world. Buzz. The void shook, and the crack that was torn apart by the killing intent quickly disappeared. The fluctuation of the powerful and terrifying divine will of the sage also disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Swoosh. At this time, the divine light that shot out from Gu Fei's forehead became even stronger. There seemed to be a divine sun in his forehead, illuminating the world. A powerful spiritual fluctuation surged out from his mudpill palace. Too powerful. This doesn't seem like a soul that a half-saint should possess. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Boom. At that moment, someone suddenly made a move. A shocking murderous aura burst forth. Following that, a blood-colored divine spear pierced through the void, stabbing toward Gu Fei who was standing in front of the stone tablet. How dare you? Courting death. He Tian, Gu Zhong, and the others were all shocked. They immediately attacked without any hesitation. They didn't expect that someone would make things difficult for Gu Fei at this time. Gu Fei had fought everywhere and defeated countless experts. He had many enemies. Among the experts invited by Long Badao, there was actually someone who wanted to kill Gu Fei. Buzz. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from He Tian's body, rushing toward the person who suddenly attacked Gu Fei. Bang. Gu Zhong directly struck out with the divine fist of metal. Powerful metal true force erupted, shaking the void between heaven and earth. Cheng Kang, what are you doing? Long Badao was both shocked and angry. The person who suddenly attacked Gu Fei was one of the 12 experts he invited, Cheng Kang. This person was a mighty lord with an incomparably powerful cultivation. He was a half-step immortal Dao saint. At this time, although He Tian and Gu Zhong had already made their moves, they were still half a step too late. The blood-colored divine spear had already pierced in front of Gu Fei. At this critical moment, Gu Fei suddenly moved. He reached out a hand towards the blood-colored divine spear that was piercing towards him. He directly used the power of his martial body to resist the blood-colored divine spear. What? Seeing this scene, the crowd was incomparably shocked. It was indeed unbelievable that Gu Fei could still move at this time. Wasn't his mind completely attracted by the word die? This could only mean that this human martial body was really heaven-defying. Clang. The blood-colored divine spear collided with Gu Fei's left hand, emitting a metallic sound. The blood-colored divine spear actually could not pierce through Gu Fei's palm and was intercepted. Roar. Cheng Kang roared angrily. Just when he was about to use a big technique to attack Gu Fei, He Tian's invisible divine sword was already in front of him. At the same time, Ji Yuzhong's fist also smashed over. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that almost everyone could not open their eyes. Clang! Cheng Kang used the blood spear in his hand to block the invisible divine sword. He then stretched out his left hand and collided with Ji Yuzhong's fist. The powerful fist force actually blocked Ji Yuzhong's golden fist of metal. This kid is so strong. Cheng Kang's heart trembled. Ji Yuzhong's fist force was very strong, causing his left hand to feel numb. Swoosh! At the moment when Cheng Kang and Ji Yuzhong's palms collided, a blood-colored light suddenly appeared on Cheng Kang's shoulder. The invisible divine sword almost cut off Cheng Kang's right shoulder and arm. This guy is also a half-sage. Cheng Kang was shocked. However, in the next moment, he was shocked again. The invisible divine sword had a shocking murderous aura. When he was hit by the invisible divine sword, the murderous aura on the divine sword immediately invaded his body. The invisible divine sword was a holy weapon. The murderous aura contained within it was very terrifying. Although Cheng Kang was a half-sage, he could not withstand such a level of murderous aura. Bang! The left half of Cheng Kang's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. He made a prompt decision to destroy a small part of his body and cut out the terrifying murderous aura that invaded his body. Everyone was shocked. This Cheng Kang was really a terrifying person. He was extremely determined and decisive. He was a ruthless character. At this moment, Long Bidao's expression was very ugly. One should know that he was the one who invited Cheng Kang here. Moreover, he used such a despicable method to kill Ji Yufei. This made him lose face. Kill. He Tian rushed over. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body and branded into the void. An earth-shattering killing formation was set up in an instant. A formation in the void. Everyone was shocked. They had never imagined that He Tian was actually a formation grandmaster. Only a formation grandmaster could have such a method. Rumble, the killing formation was activated, trapping Cheng Kang inside. Cheng Kang sneered. Trying to trap him with this kind of killing formation was simply a joke. A normal formation would not be able to trap someone as strong as a half-sage. Buzz. Chapter 1829. BZZ, the power of the blood-colored divine spear was awakened. An extremely horrifying aura erupted from the spear, causing the entire killing formation to tremble as countless formation runes flickered. Cheng Kang was extremely ferocious. He directly used his strongest power to break the formation. A blood-colored divine spear shattered the void, destroying countless formation runes. He Tian was very displeased. This fellow actually dared to attack Ji Yufei. With a flip of his right hand, a plate-sized formation platform appeared in his hand. Let me show you the power of your grandpa He. He Tian did not hesitate and immediately took out the formation platform. This was a saint formation treasure he had refined. He Tian had imprinted countless killing formations within it. As long as he could control this killing formation, he would be able to use all sorts of killing formations to trap and kill his opponent. This was equivalent to He Tian personally attacking. Boom! The formation platform in He Tian's hand shone with boundless divine light. Rays of immortal energy condensed into formation runes and flew out from the platform, imprinting themselves onto the killing formation. The violently shaking killing formation stabilized. He really trapped Cheng Kang. Everyone was incomparably shocked at this scene. One should know that Cheng Kang had an undamaged saint weapon. It was unbelievable that the killing formation could withstand the power of a saint weapon. At this time, Ji Yuzhong had already retreated, no longer attacking. In his opinion, this Cheng Kang had angered He Tian and was destined to meet a tragic end. Roar. Within the killing formation, rays of destructive divine light crisscrossed. Cheng Kang roared in rage. He originally thought that after the saint weapon in his hand awakened, he could easily break through the killing formation and charge out. However, all of this was just Taoist Cheng Kang's wishful thinking. He had overestimated his own strength and underestimated his opponent's. Such a mistake was fatal. Within the killing formation, the destructive divine light was boundless. Even though Taoist Cheng Kang was very strong and had a flawless holy weapon in his hand, It was still difficult for him to completely block this kind of attack that came from all directions and had no blind spots. A ray of divine light pierced through Cheng Kang's left shoulder, causing blood to blossom. Damn it! Daoist Cheng Kang's mind trembled. Immortal Tao God Force surged through his body, and the bloody hole on his shoulder quickly disappeared, as if he had never been injured. This was the formidable physique of a half-step saint. Although it was an immortal Tao divine physique, it had been continuously refined by the immortal Tao divine force. Its self-recovery ability was also very astonishing. Of course, cultivators who embarked on the path of the immortal Tao would not deliberately cultivate their fleshly bodies. However, once their cultivation base reached a certain level, even the divine body of the immortal Tao could become indestructible. Brother He, can you let Cheng Kang go? At this time, Long Badao could see that Daoist Cheng Kang was no match for He Tian. He couldn't even touch the corner of He Tian's clothes. Long Badao, I suspect that you're behind all of this. A faint smile appeared on He Tian's face. His eyes were filled with yin and yang immortal force. Ji Yuzhong saw He Tian's expression and knew that He Tian was in danger. If Long Badao said anything wrong, Ji Yuzhong would directly attack him. Please don't misunderstand, I have no intention of harming brother Ji Yu. It's just that I invited Daoist Cheng Kang. If he dies, I will be in big trouble. Long Badao said. He knew how powerful He Tian was. No one would underestimate a formation grandmaster. Relying on formations, their battle prowess would soar to a terrifying level. He Tian was a half-step saint. With formations, he might be able to display the power of a quasi-saint, or even infinitely close to a saint. It's good that you don't have such thoughts. I will definitely kill Daoist Cheng Kang. He Tian was still smiling mischievously. However, the crowd could not laugh because they sensed an extremely dangerous aura from He Tian. While He Tian was trapping Daoist Cheng Kang with the killing formation, Ji Yu Fei, who was in front of the stone tablet, underwent another change. Chanting began to appear from his body. It was as if a supreme Tao ancestor was explaining the supreme immortal Tao. The cultivators of the immortal Tao were shocked to the extreme when they heard this Tao voice. Isn't he a martial artist? How could he resonate with the immortal Tao? To resonate with the Tao and produce Tao voice, he must be at least a half-step saint. At this moment, even experts like Chiu Wuqing and Long Badao could not help but be shocked. This Ji Yu Fei did not seem to be as simple as a martial artist. Half-step saint of the martial Tao and half-step saint of the immortal Tao. How is this possible? There had never been anyone who could cultivate two cultivation techniques at the same time and reach the half-step saint realm. One must know that different cultivation techniques would repel each other. However, the crowd saw this impossible thing with Ji Yu Fei. Buzz. The void shook and the death character on the stone tablet suddenly shone with a bright light. A powerful spiritual will burst out from the death character. After the strong light, the word death on the stone tablet became dim and almost disappeared. Swoosh. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared in front of Ji Yu Fei, and a tiny figure rushed out from it. It entered the space between Ji Yu Fei's eyebrows and entered his mudpill palace. Loud chanting of scriptures rang out in Ji Yu Fei's Niwen Palace. His immortal Tao primordial spirit had obtained great benefits from the world of killing will, and it had become even more powerful. The primordial spirit sat cross-legged in the Niwen Palace like a supreme immortal lord. Its body emitted divine light of the immortal Tao and a ring appeared behind its head. 9 ancient characters of the immortal Tao appeared indistinctly in the void around the primordial spirit. Ji Yu Fei clearly sensed the changes in his primordial spirit. A new life was being born and his primordial spirit was transforming towards the direction of the primordial spirit and Tao embryo. He was a warrior and the immortal Tao primordial spirit was not the source of his power. This immortal Tao power would be cut out from his body one day. The transformation of the primordial spirit helped him find the direction. The primordial spirit and Tao embryo, this is a different kind of rebirth. Ji Yu Fei was looking forward to it. But he knew that whether it was the martial body or the Tao embryo, it was all him and nothing would change. After the primordial spirit was refined by the killing intent, Ji Yufei's primordial spirit finally reached the half-step saint realm and could resonate with the Tao. The spiritual wills of the three saints couldn't destroy his primordial spirit. You want to kill me? Ji Yufei came back to his senses. His pair of divine eyes emitted a sharp divine light that was as sharp as a heavenly blade. He swept his gaze towards Taoist Cheng Kang, who was trapped in the killing formation and was unable to break out. Oh no! Cheng Kang was shocked. He wanted to kill Ji Yufei when Ji Yufei's primordial spirit was attracted by the death character on the stone tablet. However, he underestimated the strength of Ji Yufei's martial body. He never thought that Ji Yufei's martial body could fight against a flawless saint weapon that hadn't been awakened yet. That was a flawless saint weapon. Even if it hadn't been awakened yet, those half-step saint weapons and even quasi-saint weapons were like paper in front of a flawless saint weapon. Chapter 1830. Ji Yufei did not hesitate. Since Cheng Kang wanted to kill him, he had to kill him. This was the rule of the cultivation world. Countless years had passed and it had never changed. Boom! Ji Yufei's entire body radiated with martial arts light. He was like a god of war from ancient times. He rushed down from the sky and entered the killing matrix. Cheng Kang was shocked to see that Ji Yufei had entered the killing matrix so easily. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited area. Only then did he realize how powerful his opponent was. Battling Azure Dragon and defeating Qiu Wuqing, such a battle record was too dazzling. Some people didn't believe that Ji Yufei had such battle prowess and thought that it was just a boast, and Daoist Cheng Kang was one of them. Kill. Ji Yufei was very direct. He threw a punch at Daoist Cheng Kang. The powerful energy fluctuation caused the entire killing formation to shake. Countless formation runes collapsed under his fist. Buzz. Cheng Kang attacked with all his strength. The blood-colored divine spear in his hand vibrated. The power of the Tao laws within the spear exploded, emitting the divine sound of the Great Path. Rumble. The two forces had not collided yet, but the whole world had already collapsed and was annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Ji Yufei's fist smashed into the blood-colored divine spear. The powerful force caused the spear to bend. Roar! Cheng Kang roared. Ji Yufei's punch had caused his hands, which were holding the blood-colored divine spear, to be badly mutilated. In some places, even the bones were exposed. His flesh and bones were recovering. Cheng Kang's hands were completely healed in an instant. However, the shock that Ji Yufei gave him caused him to turn pale with fright. Ji Yufei was so powerful that he felt powerless to resist. This was not a good thing. Master has made his move. This person is dead. Ji Yuzhong and Old Dragon knew that Cheng Kang's fate was already determined. Even if he had a flawless divine spear in his hand, it would not change anything. With the array disc in hand, He Tian also stopped. Long Badao and the others didn't want to offend Ji Yufei. Although they didn't want to see a powerful semisage fall, they were helpless because Daoist Cheng Kang launched a sneak attack on Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was in the right. Even if he had killed Cheng Kang, it wouldn't have been a big deal. One must know that if Ji Yufei wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed by Cheng Kang on the spot during his sneak attack. There was no room for mercy in the world of cultivation. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Without any suspense, the entire killing formation was shattered by Ji Yufei's power. The endless array patterns dissipated in the void. Daoist Cheng Kang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The blood-colored divine spear in his hand had already been snatched away by Ji Yufei. If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Ji Yufei's voice was emotionless. In his opinion, Daoist Cheng Kang was already a dead man. It wasn't that Daoist Cheng Kang wasn't strong. A semisage expert would be a hero no matter where he was. It was just that Ji Yufei was too strong. He was almost invincible among his peers. How could Daoist Cheng Kang be a match for Ji Yufei in a battle of the same level? Swoosh! Ji Yufei took a step forward and instantly caught up with Daoist Cheng Kang, who was sent flying. Then, he used the divine spear to lift Daoist Cheng Kang up. Scarlet blood flowed down the shaft of the divine spear. Tell me, Why did you sneak attack me? Ji Fei didn't want to beat around the bush. He wanted to know directly why Daoist Cheng Kang wanted to kill him. It should be known that it was his first time meeting Daoist Cheng Kang. Could it be that Daoist Cheng Kang had a powerful backer behind him? Ji Fei knew that he had offended many people. Among them were some powerful forces, such as the Buddhist sects of the West Earth and the Chaos Demon Lord from the Third Buddha Heaven. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Daoist Cheng Kang was very straightforward. He knew that it was impossible for him to survive after falling into Ji Fei's hands. He only wished for a quick death and less torture. However, things wouldn't develop according to his wishes, because Ji Fei was in control of everything. Daoist Cheng Kang was in an extremely miserable state. His body was a bloody mess, and fist marks could be seen. There were even places on his body that had been pierced by Ji Fei's fists. Daoist Cheng Kang was like a water bag that was riddled with holes. Essence and blood constantly seeped out of his wounds and dripped onto the ground. Very good. 2 beams of divine light suddenly shot out of Ji Fei's eyes. These 2 beams of divine light directly broke through Daoist Cheng Kang's forehead and entered his Niwen palace. Soul-searching art. Seeing Ji Fei use this secret technique, everyone was shocked. This was a soul-searching art that used this method to forcefully read the memories of the target. Ji Fei didn't care about Daoist Cheng Kang's life or death. He used the most overbearing soul-searching art. After Daoist Cheng Kang's soul was searched, his soul would be destroyed and he would die. If not, he would become an idiot. Roar. Daoist Cheng Kang's face revealed a sinister and terrifying expression. He was screaming in pain. His soul was suffering. This kind of pain that directly affected the soul was absolutely unimaginable. Very few people could withstand this kind of extreme pain. Everyone couldn't help but be moved. I see. Very soon, Ji Fei found out what he wanted to know. This Daoist Cheng Kang actually had such a background. No wonder this guy wanted to kill him. Ji Fei retracted the divine will that had invaded Daoist Cheng Kang's Niwen palace. Then, Daoist Cheng Kang's entire head exploded and his soul was destroyed. Brother Long, let's continue. Ji Fei thought for a while and said to Long Badao. Long Badao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Then, he led the crowd past the stone tablet and walked into the range of the great formation set by the ancient sages. What's going on? Just as they passed the stone tablet, a rumbling sound came from the front. They saw that there was a Milky Way in front of them a dozen or so miles away. The torrential river flowed down for 1,000 miles. The rumbling sound was the sound of the water. It was like thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping, shocking everyone. Could it be that we have entered another world? It was impossible for them not to hear the sound of the river flowing. Why was it that they couldn't even hear the sound of the river flowing in front of the stone tablet? Chapter 1831. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The ancient stone tablet stood in front of them and seemed to separate the 2 worlds. There was another world behind the stone tablet. This result was too shocking. Could this be the means of the ancient sages? This time, they had come to the cave of the ancient sage. The power of the ancient sage had already exceeded their imagination. If it wasn't for Ji Fei, just a stone tablet and the word death on it would have been enough to stop everyone's footsteps. Creating a world with a single thought. Perhaps this was the cultivation that a sage should have. Here, you still have a choice. Go in or leave. Long Badao said calmly. After crossing the stone tablet and entering the world behind it, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. No one knew what dangers they would encounter in the sage cave. Even a powerful half-saint might die in such a place if they were not careful. This is a great opportunity. I don't intend to give it up. The Taoist with the surname Hong pondered for a while. Since they were already here, they would not be satisfied if they didn't go in and have a look. Moreover, if it was so easy to obtain the things left behind by the ancient sages, this cave would have been long gone. Chiu Wuqing didn't say anything, but his face became solemn. Long Badao looked at Ji Fei and He Tian. Hihi, it's such a fun place. How can we not go in and have a look? He Tian said with a cheeky smile. There seemed to be a perpetual evil smile on his face. Brother Jiyu, Long Badao said. Let's go in. Jiyu Fei didn't want to say anything more. He had even broken through the formation of the ancient sages. This cave was only left behind by the ancient sages. How could it scare him? Jiyu Zhong, Old Jiao, and Zhongli Meng nodded. However, they knew very well that after entering the world behind the stone tablet, they would have to follow Jiyu Fei closely. Jiyu Zhong and Old Flood Dragon were only at the first heavenly layer of Almighty level. Although Zhongli Meng was also at the first heavenly layer of Almighty level, her battle strength was much weaker than Jiyu Zhong and Old Flood Dragon. Jiyu Zhong was a martial artist, a natural-born war god. He was almost invincible among those of the same rank. Meanwhile, Old Flood Dragon had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and became a dragon with a single leap. His battle experience was incomparably rich. In comparison, although Zhongli Meng had the cultivation of a first heavenly layer Almighty, her battle prowess was lacking. She lacked the experience of fighting on the battlefield. She had to fight personally and constantly experience battles of life and death in order to accumulate her experience bit by bit. In the end, no one backed out. The attraction of the ancient sages was very strong. These people's cultivation had already reached a bottleneck, and they wanted to try their luck in the immortal cave. In this great world, strength was the most important thing. Very good. Long Badao nodded. Other than the one who was killed by Jiyu Fei, there were still 11 people he invited. These 11 people were not weaklings. This was especially true for Qiu Wuqing and the woman with the divine bow. The strength of the two of them was obvious to all. It was more than enough for them to challenge the Sage Cave Mansion. Perhaps only Long Badao would be able to gather all these heroes together. The 11 people, including Long Badao himself, Jiyu Fei and his 2 disciples, He Tian, and Zhongli Meng, a total of 17 people crossed the stone tablet and entered the world behind it. Rumble. The deafening sound of water once again reached everyone's ears. More than 10 miles away, the heavenly river was still in front, blocking everyone's way. Hey, there's a bridge upstream. Someone exclaimed. Then, everyone looked upstream and saw that there was indeed a stone bridge spanning the 2 sides of the river 100 miles away. Let's go. Long Badao was the first to rush to the stone bridge upstream. An ancestor of his clan had once entered this place, and then drew a map of the places he had passed. With this map, Long Badao could indeed walk freely around the periphery of the immortal cave. However, he did not dare to enter the inner part of the immortal cave. It should be known that the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain almost died when he entered the inner part of the immortal cave. Long Badao could not enter himself, so he invited Jiyu Fei and the others. This was not to say that he was selfless and wanted to share the treasures in the immortal cave with everyone, but he really did not have a way to enter the immortal cave. One should know that in the immortal cave left by the ancient sages, the most precious treasures were stored in the deepest part of the immortal cave. If it were not for the fact that the extraterrestrial divine mountain was very special and not many people could come out, this immortal cave would have long been emptied by the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. A force like the extraterrestrial divine mountain had been passed down for countless years, and its depth was unimaginable to others. Even if it was the immortal cave of the ancient sages, if the resources of the extraterrestrial divine mountain were to be mobilized, there was a great chance that they could take it down. However, the reality was very cruel. The resources of the extraterrestrial divine mountain could not be revealed too early, so Long Badao invited Jiyu Fei and the others to explore this immortal cave together. At this moment, everyone was shocked and came to the front of the stone bridge. This is, when everyone saw the stone bridge clearly, they were all very surprised. This stone bridge seemed to be built with the most ordinary stones. The bridge was not wide, only about 2 feet. The surface of the river was at least dozens of miles wide. The stone bridge actually crossed the river and extended to the other side. There was nothing supporting the bottom of the stone bridge. There is no threat on the stone bridge, but we have to be careful under the bridge. Long Badao said. Be careful under the bridge. Zhongli Meng's expression changed when he heard this. Brother Long, Is there something hiding in the river under the bridge? Zhong Limeng asked. I'm not very sure, but you guys just have to be careful. Long Ba Dao's expression became serious. There was no danger on the stone bridge, but there was something unknown hiding under it. This was what the ancestor had told him when he came out of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. Ever since the ancestor had been injured in this immortal cave, he had not recovered, and his injury was gradually worsening. Now, the ancestor was almost at the end of his life and did not have many years left to live. The great path injury that the ancestor had suffered had penetrated deep into his soul and entangled with his spiritual soul. It was impossible for him to recover. What, if everyone is not coming? I, Old Hay, will not wait for you. Chapter 1832. The stone bridge was simple and unadorned. It stretched across the river and extended to the other side. At this time, He Tian had already walked on the stone bridge. During this period, everyone was staring at him, but in the end, nothing happened. There was nothing strange. Let's go. Long Badao followed suit and walked towards the other side of the river. Some people wanted to soar into the sky and fly over the river, but as soon as their feet left the ground, they suddenly felt as if the sky above them was pressing down on them. What's going on? Everyone was shocked to find that no matter what kind of flying technique they used, they could only fly about 3 feet above the ground. There was a powerful force that they couldn't resist blocking their way. No one could fly over the river from the sky. There was a suppressing force set up by the ancient sages here. In the end, everyone had to walk on the stone bridge and cross the river. Everyone was very careful. Maybe there was something hiding under the river. Usually, these people could cross a distance of dozens of miles in an instant. But now, they could only walk forward step by step. This ancient sage is so powerful. He actually only allows people to walk into his cave step by step, as if he is worshipping a supreme existence. He Tian muttered to himself. As long as you have enough power, you can do the same. Ji Yu Fei said. In the world of cultivation, everything was based on power. Only with great power could you gain the respect of others and decide the life and death of others. The river roared under the stone bridge. The waves splashed high into the sky. Without any danger, they had already walked more than 10 miles. At this time, a corpse suddenly floated over from upstream. It was a daoist wearing a daoist robe, floating in the water with his face up. There's no sign of life. No need to be surprised. Long Badao said. Very quickly, the corpse floated to the bottom of the stone bridge, and then it floated downstream. Very quickly, the corpse disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Why is there a corpse here? Everyone was shocked. Everything was very strange. The corpse that floated past seemed to have died not long ago, as if it was in a deep sleep. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Long Badao quickly explained. His understanding of this grotto heaven came from the description of the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. The group continued walking forward. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the bottom of the bridge. Following that, a black shadow rushed out from the bottom of the bridge and pounced towards Zhong Limeng. Fortunately, Zhong Limeng was already on guard, and the moment the black figure charged out from the bottom of the stone bridge, she instinctively flashed behind Ji Yu Fei. Bang! Ji Yu Fei punched out and fiercely bombarded the head of the unknown monster. The monster was sent flying and fell back into the river. What? When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. They became even more cautious. Ji Yu Fei's punch was actually unable to shatter the monster's head. This was truly unsettling. This monster's body was too strong. There really is a terrifying creature hiding at the bottom of the river. Everyone's expression changed. One should know that on this stone bridge, they could not fly and could only walk forward step by step. If a large number of evil creatures attacked, they would also be in great danger. Ji Yu Fei and the others quickened their pace. Boom! A muffled sound came from the bottom of the stone bridge. A huge figure poked out from the river, and an incomparably large head swallowed the person running in front. Courting death. Ji Yu Fei did not retreat. Instead, he punched out with his primal chaos fist towards the giant head that was about to devour him. Boom! Two powerful forces that could make people tremble suddenly collided with each other, and an extremely powerful destructive force swept out in all directions. The river beside the stone bridge was affected, and the water rushed up to the sky. The giant head was smashed by Ji Yufei's punch, but strangely, there was not much blood coming out of the head that was smashed by Ji Yufei's punch. This was a creature that looked like a dragon. Its huge body sank into the river, and in the blink of an eye, it was washed away by the rushing river, and disappeared without a trace. Ji Yufei opened the way in front, and behind him were He Tian, Zhong Liming, and Old Jiao. Behind Old Jiao were Long Badao and the people he invited. Soon, they reached the opposite bank. Along the way, many powerful beings hiding at the bottom of the river attacked Ji Yufei and the others. Some of them were covered in blood, and they were already injured. But Ji Yufei had always been so strong, and the powerful beings that rushed out from the bottom of the bridge were no match for him at all. This is, when everyone walked down from the stone bridge, what appeared in front of them was actually a divine mansion world. There were towering mountains in front of them, and between the mountains, there were clouds and lingering spiritual qi. This place is very good. Seeing the scenery in front of them, everyone knew that this mountain range in front of them was a spiritual land where spiritual qi gathered. Cultivators who cultivated in this kind of spiritual land would be faster than cultivating outside. In the depths of this world, there were faintly discernible palaces that seemed real and illusory at the same time. That is the palace of the ancient sages. The thing we want should be stored there. Long Badao saw the palace in the depths of the mountain range in front of them, and his eyes shone brightly. What should we do? Some people did not know what to do. Even a fool would know that if they continued forward, they would probably trigger the killing formation set by the ancient sages and die inside. It's up to you, Ji Yufei said to He Tian. The formation set by the ancient sages was extraordinary, and no one dared to walk around it. Even Long Badao became a lot more obedient after crossing the bridge. Very strange. Qiu Wuqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Swoosh. At this moment, a flame shot out from the mysterious woman's divine bow and directly shot into the mountain range in front of them. Rumble. After the mysterious woman shot that arrow, the mountain range in front of them suddenly shook. An incomparably huge shadow appeared in the sky above the mountain range, and then looked down at everyone. Everyone sensed an extremely dangerous aura from that phantom. The arrow shot by the mysterious woman suddenly exploded in the air before it could really shoot into the mountain range in front of them. It turned into spots of spiritual qi and dissipated in the void. This formation, at this moment, He Tian's eyes lit up. Chapter 1833. A huge shadow stood in the air above the mountain ridge in front of them, looking down at them. At this moment, everyone felt an unimaginable pressure. The pressure of a sage. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Although the phantom in front of them wasn't a real ancient sage, it had the majestic might of a sage. Rumble. The void rumbled. The great formation in front of them was activated and started to operate. The pressure of the saint gradually became stronger. It's not simple. The person who set up this formation is definitely a sage king. Erebus's eyes lit up. He had been observing carefully for a while before he said this. At this time, the frivolous expression on his face had long since disappeared. A formation set up by a sage king. Everyone was shocked. How could they break the formation? It was a waste of time for them to come here. It should be known that even a real sage might not be able to break the formation set up by a sage king. Brother Long, you're too unkind. Aren't you sending everyone here to die? The cultivator surnamed Hong said unhappily. It was a sage king formation. How could a half-step sage break it? If they barged into this formation, they would undoubtedly die. The other people's faces were also not optimistic. Everyone, there's no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you have to pay first. If you don't take risks, you won't get anything, Long Badao said disapprovingly. You want to get the divine treasures left by the ancient sage without taking any risks. Don't you feel ashamed? He Tian said disdainfully. None of these people could be relied on. Even Long Badao was unreliable. Long Badao just wanted to use everyone to break the formation. The divine treasures left by the ancient sage were everyone's goal. He Tian ignored them and began to deduce the formation. He was a formation master, but the level of this formation was too high. Even he might not be able to break it. Ji Yufei, on the other hand, found a large rock nearby and sat cross-legged on it. He closed his eyes and rested. On the other hand, Ji Yuzhong, old Jiao, and Zhong Limeng were whispering to each other. Do you think these people will retreat in the face of difficulties? Zhong Li Meng looked at those people curiously. Among these 11 experts, she could recognize most of them. The Zhongli clan's information network was rather well informed. That's hard to say. Ji Yuzhong said. I don't think any of them will retreat. Elder Jiao pondered for a moment before saying these words. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had experienced many things. Even his eyelashes were empty. It wasn't easy for them to reach this place. Even though they were obstructed by the Grand Array, making it difficult for them to enter the ancient sage's paradise deep within the mountain range, they would definitely not retreat just like that. While He Tian was deducing the formation, Long Badao also took action. He took out a map and carefully looked at it, carefully examining every minute change on the map. Sure enough, old Flood Dragon's words were right. None of these people left. They were all waiting. No one dared to act rashly because of the mighty and terrifying aura in front of them. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate, so no one was willing to take the risk. No one said a word. Array patterns kept surging out from He Tian's body and circled around him. At this time, his mind was already immersed in his array world. A large array was constantly evolving in the array world within his body. At this time, the grand array in front of them gradually stopped. The huge phantom standing above the mountains also gradually dissipated and became invisible. That terrifying sage aura also disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. An hour passed. He Tian still did not move. His eyes were constantly flashing with yin-yang divine light, and the formation runes were faintly discernible in the depths of his eyes. He used his yin-yang divine eyes to see through all illusions. In the void, on the ground, invisible formation runes were constantly imprinted in his eyes, and then constantly evolving in his inner world. A grand array of the Sage King level was extraordinary. It was enough to trap a sage. No one dared to be careless. Even Long Badao had to carefully examine the map in his hand. In order to break through such a grand array, there was no room for mistakes. In the grand array, one wrong step could lead to the death of both body and soul. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Long Badao put away the map in his hand and then moved his hands in front of him. A divine light rushed out from his hands and formed a light screen. Everyone, look carefully. This is a corner of the Grand Array. Along this route, we can avoid all kinds of dangers and reach the depths of the Grand Array. Long Badao said. The light screen in front of him showed a map. This was a corner of the formation map. On the formation map, there was a route marked. This route. Everyone's heart trembled. According to the route shown on the corner of the formation map, it seemed that they could really safely pass through the Grand Array in front of them and enter inside. Since it was a matter of life and death, no one dared to be careless. Everyone imprinted the corner of the formation map on the light screen into their minds. All right. Seeing that everyone had memorized the fragment of the map, the light screen in front of Long Badao disappeared in the void and turned into specks of light that entered his body. If you're not afraid of death, follow me. Long Badao strode forward after he finished speaking. He entered the array according to the location indicated on the map, but there was no response from the array. We can really go in. Everyone was surprised and happy. Since Long Badao was not afraid of death, they would also go all out. After all, there was an ancient sage's divine treasure in the grotto heaven. For the ancient sage's divine treasure, it was worth the risk. Brother Jiyu, Long Badao's voice rang in Ji Yufei's mind, but Ji Yufei did not move. He still sat cross-legged on the big stone. He did not intend to enter the Grand Array with Long Badao and the others. Ji Yufei did not move. Ji Yuzhong and old Jiao naturally did not follow Long Badao and the others into the Grand Array. Zhong Limeng could not help but feel anxious. Everyone had entered, But Ji Yufei had no intention of entering the Grand Array. Should he chase after Long Badao and the others? What surprised Zhong Limeng was that Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman also did not enter the Grand Array. They seemed to be waiting. At this time, He Tian's aura became stronger and a saint's aura spread out from his body. This saint's aura seemed to be the same as the saint's aura that appeared earlier. Uncle Master He succeeded. Chapter 1834. Ji Yufei and the others were well aware of He Tian's attainments in formations. Although this guy was usually frivolous, he was not muddle-headed when it came to major matters. He really created this grand formation. Ji Yufei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, stood up. He Tian's world of formations could create all kinds of formations. This was a great technique that He Tian had cultivated. Rumble. The sage aura that emanated from He Tian's body became stronger and stronger. A faint shadow appeared on his body. That shadow was the same shadow that appeared when the formation was activated. He really succeeded. The mysterious woman's eyes sparkled. He Tian's attainments in formations were simply heaven-defying. One must know that that was a killing formation set up by a king of sages. It was too shocking that he managed to create a killing formation set up by a king of sages in just 4 hours. At this moment, the sage aura on He Tian's body suddenly receded like the tide. The shadow on his body also dissipated into the void. The yin-yang Daoist rhymes that emanated from his eyes gradually disappeared into the depths of his eyes. Phew! He Tian let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. Uncle Master He, old Jiao was extremely shocked. It was only at this moment that he realized that his Uncle Master He was really unfathomable. The title of Formation Grandmaster was not just for show. You are very strong. Even Qiu Wuqing, who had not spoken all this while, could not help but be moved at this moment. This person called He Tian was like Ji Yufei. He was a freak. Qiu Wuqing knew that he had really underestimated the people in the world previously. He had defeated everyone in the God-fallen ocean and was almost invincible. However, he had just walked out of the God-fallen ocean when he encountered an opponent like Ji Yufei. He and Ji Yufei were not enemies. They were just opponents. It is not so easy to create a killing formation set up by a king of sages. He Tian said. He was a bit tired. Developing a great formation wasn't an easy task. It required a large amount of energy to continuously deduce it. For a sage ruler array like this, even if it was deduced thousands or tens of thousands of times, it would probably be difficult to truly evolve this array. Even He Tian could not do it. In the past 4 hours, he had only deduced a few thousand times, and he had only gotten a rough idea. He had not completely deduced the various changes of the formation. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even though I can't really deduce the various realities of this great formation, I think I can still pass through this great formation and enter the grotto heaven. He Tian said. Black Martial Uncle, you're amazing. Ji Yuzhong gave He Tian a thumbs up. He Tian deduced a path of survival, and this path of survival was very different from the path of survival that Long Badao had taken. However, the path of survival that He Tian deduced overlapped with the path of survival that Long Badao had taken in some aspects. Let's go. After He Tian deduced it again, he walked forward. Every time he took a step, a formation pattern surged out from under his feet and spread forward. Step on the formation pattern and you will be safe. He Tian said such words. Everyone realized that the formation pattern that spread out from under He Tian's feet was still condensed after he walked, like a path formed by the formation pattern. In this way, He Tian opened the path in front, while Ji Yufei and the others followed behind He Tian and walked into the great formation in front. This great formation was not ordinary. When looking from outside the formation, one could not see anything, but once inside the formation, the entire world changed. Inside the great formation was another world. Here, the sun and moon were dim, and the surroundings were dusky. Even those who cultivated the divine eyes could not see very far. This formation can create a world. I thought it was just a legend, but it actually exists. Zhong Limeng was extremely shocked. This slaughtering formation was too terrifying. It formed a world of its own, and one could only feel the terror of this slaughtering formation after entering it. Whoosh! Rumble! Dazzling lightning flashed above everyone's head from time to time. Powerful destructive power was released and wreaked havoc. Even a half-step saint would perish if he was hit by the power of the lightning. Jiyu Fei and the others felt the danger, but He Tian's attainments in formations were really heaven-defying. Even though he could not completely create this slaughtering formation, the path of survival that he deduced was undoubtedly very safe. Along the way, they did not encounter any real danger. Very quickly, they were 100 miles away, but they still did not see Long Ba Dao and the others. Could it be that they really entered the Saint Wonderland? Gradually, He Tian's speed slowed down. What's going on? He Tian muttered to himself. His expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that something was wrong, and this made him very uneasy. What's wrong? Jiyu Fei asked. They were already 100 miles away from the slaughtering formation, but they still could not get out. And at this time, He Tian actually made a new discovery. He Tian did not reply to Jiyu Fei. He stopped and started to calculate again. Very quickly, his expression changed, and only after a while did he regain his composure. This slaughtering formation is actually constantly changing, He Tian said. The slaughtering formation was changing, and the things that he deduced before seemed to be wrong. The formation was changing, and the original place of survival would also become a place of death. Long Ba Dao and the others are in trouble. The mysterious woman said. Long Ba Dao was walking according to the map in his hand. However, this formation was not dead, it was alive and could constantly change. What should we do? Zhong Li Meng's expression changed. If the formation was changing, then they were in trouble as well. There was no way forward, and there was no way back. They were in danger of being trapped inside. No need to panic, Jiyu Fei said. Even if they were trapped inside, he could ensure Zhong Li Meng's safety. Remember that he still needed Zhong Li Meng to lead him to the Shongqing sect. Up until now, it seemed like only Zhong Li Meng knew where the Shongqing sect was. Hearing Jiyu Fei's words and remembering Jiyu Fei's powerfulness, Zhong Li Meng finally calmed down. Staying next to Jiyu Fei was definitely safe. At this time, countless Dao patterns appeared on He Tian's body. They intertwined around him and continued to disappear. He was calculating and evolving. Their speed slowed down. Just as Mai Tian was analyzing the killing formation, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from the area in front of them. Then, the entire formation was activated and began to move. Long Ba Dao and those idiots. Without question, this commotion was definitely caused by Long Ba Dao and the others, causing the slaughtering formation to move. An astonishing amount of qi appeared between heaven and earth. Damn it. Chapter 1835. Those bastards. Jiyu Zhong was both shocked and angry. The matrix had been triggered. Needless to say, it must have been the work of Long Badao and the others. They had been implicated as well. Rumble. The Sage Ruler matrix was activated. Terrifying bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, then fell from the sky, sweeping towards Jiyu Fei and the others. The destructive aura filled every inch of the void. Boss, it's all up to you now. He Tian shouted hurriedly. Even if a half-saint was hit by the power of a matrix of this level, there would only be one outcome, and that was the destruction of both his body and soul. Buzz. Jiyu Fei made his move. He had to make a move. At this time, the place where they were standing was considered safe, but the sky above them was not. The destructive bolts of lightning, as thick as mountains, fell from the sky, enough to sweep away everything. No wonder the great ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain was also seriously injured, and the scar on his great path could not be healed. If one looked carefully, one could see that within the huge bolts of lightning, there were actually Sage Ruler level celestial patterns of the great path. It was extremely terrifying. A huge cauldron emerged from Jiyu Fei's body, enveloping everyone in it. An ancient and vicissitude aura that seemed to come from ancient times appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. This was not the real ancient cauldron, but an illusion. However, the aura it exuded was extremely shocking. Even though it was just an illusion, It seemed to be able to shock the 10 paths of the heavens. Could this be the legendary mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman's eyes shone brightly. She stared at the illusion of the ancient cauldron, carefully examining the ancient and mysterious patterns on it. It really is the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, Qiu Wuqing was also shocked. He came from the fallen divine ocean, a forbidden land for life. This lineage was very mysterious, and its history could be traced back to the mythological era. Such an ancient and mysterious force naturally knew many secrets of the world. Boom! The destructive bolts of lightning that fell from the sky bombarded the illusion of the ancient cauldron. Everyone felt a great sense of danger, especially Zhong Limeng, who had already turned pale with fright. In the face of the power of the sage ruler matrix, they were as weak as ants. Roar! Right at this moment, a shrill cry resounded from ahead. It seemed like someone had suffered a calamity. Even a half-saint would be annihilated in body and soul under this level of lightning attack. Buzz! The void trembled. The shadow of the ancient cauldron had successfully blocked the destructive lightning that swept down from the sky. On the shadow of the ancient cauldron, ancient Tao patterns appeared. Although the ancient cauldron had blocked the destructive lightning, everyone was still shaken to the point that their blood was in turmoil. Zhong Li Meng's cultivation was the weakest, and a trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Black Martial Uncle, hurry up and break the formation, Jiyu Zhong shouted. Boom! At this moment, a clap of thunder sounded above everyone's heads. Then, another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The powerful destructive force caused the cauldron of mountain and river to shake. Preposterous! He Tian tried his best to deduce the Sage King array. Soon, he found another path of survival. The array patterns beneath his feet extended forward, and a great Tao formed by the interweaving array patterns extended into the depths of the array. Let's go! Everyone followed He Tian and charged forward. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook as the array began to operate. The destructive force spread in all directions, as if it was going to turn the world into chaos again. At this moment, there were still bolts of destructive lightning flashing above everyone's heads. It was as if something in the unseen world had its eyes on them. This great formation is already so powerful without anyone managing it. If someone were to take control of this great formation, it would be a disaster. He Tian muttered to himself. The Sage King array was different from ordinary arrays. This kind of array might have already developed intelligence and could operate on its own. Fortunately, we have you, a formation grandmaster. Otherwise, we might all die here. Zhong Li Meng said with lingering fear. Formation grandmasters were highly valued by the major forces in any era. This was because the path of formation was too difficult. It took a lot of time and energy to cultivate. The price needed to cultivate a formation grandmaster was also very high, and one had to take a lot of risks. One must know that not everyone could become a formation grandmaster. With Boss Jiyu here, we can still retreat in the worst-case scenario. He Tian said. Jiyu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron with him. As long as he took out this extreme divine weapon, even if it was not activated, he could still save everyone's lives. Brother Jiyu, is this ancient cauldron really the legendary mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman couldn't help but ask. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme divine weapon. Even a supreme would be jealous of it. Jiyu Fei didn't say anything, nor did he nod. Agreed. Qiu Wuqing, who was usually a man of few words, also wanted to know if this ancient cauldron was the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron had already appeared in the mythological era. Its origin was mysterious. It could be a supreme divine weapon passed down from the most ancient era before the mythological era. The extreme divine weapon was an immortal weapon. It could be passed down. Of course, the extreme divine weapon was a weapon refined by a supreme. A supreme had the ability to destroy such a weapon. If there was a battle between supreme, the extreme divine weapon could also be destroyed. This was not the time to talk in detail. The surroundings were still full of danger. If they were not careful, they could be trapped in this killing array. He Tian was constantly deducing. The array was changing all the time. It was a path of survival one moment, but it could turn into a dead end the next moment. The ground was shaking, and everyone felt as if they were walking on waves that were constantly rising and falling. Everything around them was grey and hazy, and from time to time, lightning would illuminate the dark world. Everyone felt an extremely oppressive aura. After walking for more than 10 miles, the destructive power between the heaven and earth became stronger and more terrifying. It was as if the world was really going to be destroyed. Jiu Fei activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect everyone. What is that? At this moment, Hei Tian suddenly stopped. Then, a faint smell of blood drifted over. There seemed to be a burning smell mixed in with the smell of blood. Beside the path formed by the array patterns, there was a pile of red and black things. What is that? It seems like a pile of minced meat. Could it be that the scream just now,